This gluttonous fat guy can scoop tens of kilograms of meat per meal, has an extremely arrogant nature, spends his whole day indulging in idle pleasures, and even brutally beats and tortures his own servants. Despite being such a useless deadbeat that he can't even awaken a single magic circle, no one dares to say a word. Because his mother's the queen of this country, and even his old man, the king, is utterly furious yet completely powerless to do anything about his spoiled brat of a son. However, during one time playing around with a sword, this fellow blundered massively and ended up impaling himself. Somehow he got possessed and reincarnated by the soul of the Holy Sword. How wild is that? It begins with the monologue of a legendary sword. Through countless long centuries, I have served numerous different masters, helping them fight and become legends recorded in the history books. Then, I found the true battle companion of this lifetime. That was a youth from the remote village of Leon Beck. The two of us traveled across the realm together, overcoming countless trials. My master and I achieved continuous, unprecedented miracles, destroying all monsters blocking our path, winning wherever we went. However, that journey led us to a cold, snowy mountain region, where an earth-shattering battle broke out. At this moment, my master was kneeling in the middle of the stark white snow, coughing up blood, his body full of wounds and exhausted, barely able to cling to the hilt to drag himself up. Right in front of him, a giant black dragon with sharp armored scales and glowing red eyes loomed menacingly. The giant monster let out an earth-shattering roar, pouring down destructive streams of red lightning. That terrifying power completely exhausted my master, leaving him only able to kneel on the cold snow. Yet his will was never extinguished. His iron-armored hand gripped the hilt tightly, awakening a fierce burning blue flame from deep within the blade Gruon, rising amidst the brilliant aura that dispelled the darkness. He let out a familiar, arrogant smile and said, "Let us set off, my friend." He soared into the air like a flash of light, swinging his sword to strike a direct, lethal blow on the giant monster. That decisive slash completely ended the legendary creature's life. My friend became the monarch of the entire kingdom. After achieving glorious feats with my comrade, my soul continued to exist within the Holy Sword Gruon. I was solemnly preserved and worshipped right inside the royal palace of the kingdom, passed down through generations of my old comrade, to fulfill the promise of protecting his descendants. However, my quiet days of slumber were suddenly shattered by chaotic noises. My sword body was shaken violently, annoying me greatly. Right upon waking up, I heard the arrogant shout of a fat blonde guy who was desperately trying to pull me out. "From now on, I am the master of this sword." The surrounding guards rushed over in panic to stop him, demanding he return the king's treasure to its original place. Hearing them call him a prince, I couldn't help but be stunned. "What? Prince? This pig?" Ignoring the warnings, the fat prince arrogantly shouted loudly, "Shut up! In this country, there is nothing I cannot touch." Thoroughly sick of the sight before me, I decided to activate my appraisal ability to check the person touching me. The information panel that appeared left me completely speechless. Andrian Leon Beck, 16 years old, skill level, incompetent. Accompanying that was a series of awful traits, from arrogant, obese, clumsy, and lazy, to completely lacking perception. It was truly unbelievable that the descendant of the great holy sword master could be this pathetic. Meanwhile, the fat prince was still using all his strength, huffing and puffing while trying to pull the sword out, thinking that as long as he got this, neither the king nor the nobles could look down on him anymore. To the soul of the holy sword, the fat prince's actions were nothing more than a farce. Watching him use all his strength to pull me out, I thought to myself that he was truly a clown to dare speak so carelessly. However, Andrian was still completely unaware. He raised the sword high, screaming with delusion, "O great dragon prince assassin, grant me your power." Hearing such nonsense, I could only sigh in disgust. "Are you crazy? Why should I help someone like you? Ignoring the sword's rejection, Andrian frantically screamed. The name Gronan swung it around wildly. The chaotic scene caused the surrounding guards and maidservants to dodge in panic. They kept shouting to stop him. Your Highness, please calm down. You are not allowed to draw a sword in the palace. But the servant's interference only made the fat prince's frenzy explode further. Swiping the sword wildly in the air, he threatened loudly. Shut your mouths. Do you dare order me? Do you want to die? Once I get the power of Grohon. Trash like you will. However, before his arrogant sentence could finish, Andrian slipped, tripped, and fell forward. In that moment of losing balance, he could only let out a stunned gasp as he saw the sharp sword tip pointing straight at him. Everything happened so fast that everyone present was frozen in terror. The holy sword Gruen had impaled through his back. The horrific scene threw the guards into extreme panic. Running over, they shouted loudly. Your Highness! Call a royal physician immediately. While the palace fell into chaos, my soul inside the sword was also utterly shocked. Wait, what? The one stabbed was this bastard. Sensing the prince's life gradually fading away, my vision also began to blur and turn dark. At this rate, I might pass out for the first time in my history as a sword. And in those hazy moments, a cold prophecy seemed to appear in my mind. If Prince Andrian, the Golden Great One, remains alive, this kingdom has no future. See. Speaking of the past of the eldest prince, Andrian Leon Beck, he was someone who inherited no talent whatsoever from his ancestors, yet stood at the pinnacle of arrogance. He was talentless, yet had the greatest ambition under the sun, a stupid, lazy, and cruel pig, like a dark cloud obscuring the kingdom's future. However, after the prince was critically wounded, and awoke from the dead, strange rumors began spreading throughout the palace. The maids whispered to each other that the prince seemed a bit different lately. He no longer threw things around like before, nor did he gather his unruly followers to cause trouble. He must have been scared out of his wits by that ordeal. A curious maid wondered if even the notorious eldest prince actually learned to feel shame, or if he was just terrified and temporarily laying low. But they all believed that before long, he would go right back to his old ways. Meanwhile, our main character, who now bore the soul of the Holy Sword, inside Prince Andrian's body, completely ignored those rumors, sitting on a luxurious armchair. He was extremely confused and self-reproachful upon realizing a harsh reality. He had accidentally killed the descendant of his old friend, and now he was occupying his body. Right at this moment, a servant rushed into the room frantically to announce that the king had arrived and urged the prince to quickly tidy his attire to welcome him. Hearing this, Andrian just crossed his arms nonchalantly, muttering that the old man didn't even bother visiting when he was dying. So why did he suddenly come here now? Probably coming to see if I'm dead yet. These blunt words terrified the servant, who reminded him to be careful since the royal knights were right nearby. Immediately after, the room door opened. The person who walked in was a dignified middle-aged man, with gray hair and a long scar over his eye. The sword was also immensely shocked. What? Is the person who got stabbed this bastard? Feeling the prince's life force gradually fading away, my vision also began to blur and go dark. At this rate, I might be about to pass out for the first time in my history as a sword. And in those daisy moments, a cold prophecy seemed to emerge in my mind. If Prince Andrian, the Great Golden One, remains alive, this kingdom has no future. Speaking of the past of first Prince Andrian, Leon Beck, he was someone who inherited no talent whatsoever from his ancestors, yet stood a pinnacle of arrogance. He was incompetent, but his ambition was the grandest under the heavens, a stupid, lazy, and brutal pig like a dark cloud, obscuring the future of the kingdom. However, after the prince was critically stabbed and woke up from the brink of death, Strange rumors began to spread throughout the palace. The maids whispered among themselves that the prince seemed a bit different lately. He no longer threw things around like before, nor did he gather his disruptive cronies anymore. He must have had the living daylights scared out of him. A curious maid wondered if even the infamous first prince had learned to feel ashamed. Or was he just lying low because he was terrified? But they all believed that before long he would go right back to his old ways. Meanwhile, our protagonist, who now carries the soul of the divine sword inside Prince Andrian's body, completely ignored those rumors. Sitting on a luxurious armchair, was utterly bewildered and blamed himself upon realizing a harsh truth. He had accidentally killed the descendant of his old friend, and now he was possessing his body. Right at this moment, a servant rushed into the room in a hurry, announcing that the king had arrived and urging the prince to quickly tidy up his attire to welcome him. Hearing this, Andrian merely crossed his arms indifferently, muttering that the old man didn't bother to visit while he was dying, so why? Next, hearing that, Andrian merely crossed his arms indifferently, muttering that he didn't even bother to visit when he was dying, so why? Suddenly come here now, probably to check if I was dead or not. These blunty words startled the servant, who reminded him to be careful since the royal knights were right nearby. Right after that, the room door opened. The person who walked in was a majestic, middle-aged man, with gray hair and a long scar over his eye. "I died! This is the prince's teacher." Seeing Andrian, he cold-heartedly uttered words, full of disappointment that his temperament hadn't changed one bit even after returning from the brink of death, then ordered all servants to dismiss themselves because he himself expected nothing from this student. Looking at the unfamiliar man in front of him, Andrian could only stare blankly, wondering who this person was. Well, having been a sword for so long, it makes total sense that he knows nothing. Stepping closer to Andrian, he asked in a stern voice, reminding him that they were master and student. Why was he now pretending not to know him? This question made Andrian instantly realize that the man in front of him was this body's teacher. To avoid exposing his identity, he quickly said that his memory was scrambled, coming and going, just as the atmosphere in the room was growing tense. A loud and clear announcement rang out from outside, proclaiming the arrival of His Majesty the King. At this moment, Andrian glanced over and silently thought, so the powerful man who just appeared is actually this bastard's father. Looking at the majestic figure of the king, stepping forward, Andrian narrowed his eyes to observe. He silently evaluated that the king was much better than he had thought. He had assumed that over generations, the proud lion bloodline of the kingdom had been diluted, but the aura of the man before him proved otherwise. At least he managed to salvage a bit of his ancestors' aura. However, as soon as he arrived, the king spoke coldly, looking at the way. "You don't even bother to greet your own father. It seems surviving an encounter with death couldn't change who you are." The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. Seeing this, the Count and Lahat immediately stepped forward to defuse the situation, informing the king that the prince's memory was currently incomplete. This news left those around in an utter panic. They scrambled to blame the royal physician for not reporting such a serious matter to His Majesty. Immediately an order was issued requiring the royal physician to be summoned to examine the prince. After a thorough examination, the old, glasses-wearing royal physician hesitantly reported, I cannot find any abnormalities on your Highness's royal body. However, it is possible that this is a temporary condition caused by emotional shock, leading to amnesia. Hearing this, the king fell into a quiet ponder. Andrian, sitting on the bed, also started breaking out in a cold sweat, nervously wondering if he would notice anything unusual. But then the king merely smirkingly uttered a sentence, full of sarcasm. How convenient. Gosh, the father-son relationship here is truly cold as ice, everyone. He looked straight at his son and continued in a tone full of disappointment, if you say, that you remember nothing now. Does that mean everything you have done up until now never happened? The sharp question left Andrian startled and speechless. The king lowered his voice to explain. Every human makes wrong choices at times, or even commits acts condemned by the entire world. But if one recognizes it and never repeats it, that is the true process of learning and growing. His face hardened with rage. But you have forgotten all of that. Since it has all become as if it never happened, you haven't taken a single step forward from your past mistakes. And in the future, you won't be able to make any progress either. Nothing all. The king's wrath made the atmosphere in the room feel frozen. The count and Lahat had to hurriedly step in to dissuade the king and ask him to calm down. Meanwhile, Andrian could only grimace and endure it. He thought to himself that the king was cursing him straight to his face without holding back at all. Talk about bad luck. Forget about being treated like a prince, it seemed this body wasn't even seen as a normal human being. He couldn't help wondering, just what kind of life had this brat Andrian lived to be hated to this extent? Just as Andrian was lost in thought, a gentle voice suddenly rang out, calling Ian. The person who walked up and tightly hugged Andrian was the queen. She sobbed, choking back tears as she said she had heard everything and knew he was very confused, but assured him that his memory would return soon. Being hugged so tightly, it was suffocating. Andrian tried to struggle and push her away, thinking that the mediocre past of this prince didn't matter, even if he didn't remember it. The queen sorrowfully caressed her son's chubby cheeks, lamenting that she hadn't expected his handsome face to become so thin and gaunt. Andrian was utterly speechless, thinking this body is only as thin as a pregnant sow at best. Even so, the queen still smiled gently, expressing immense happiness upon seeing that her child could wake up. She held him in her arms, tenderly warning him never to touch dangerous objects, like that sword again, because she couldn't bear to imagine losing him forever. Looking at his mother, who was worrying endlessly, Andrian broke into a cold sweat, a sense of guilt welling up inside his heart when he thought about the reality that her true son had died by his blade. He felt that this was truly too heavy a burden. By nightfall, after instructing Andrian to rest and take care of his health, the queen smiled and departed. The room door closed, returning the room to quiet solitude. Andrian lay stretched out on the armchair, letting out a soft, thoughtful sigh. He recalled the plea of his old comrade to take care of his descendant. Yet here he was, having accidentally ended the life of this prince. But since things had already come to this point, Andrian told himself that he had to live well for the sake of the deceased as well. After all, throughout his life as a sword, he was far too used to cleaning up other people's messes. Cleaning up one more time wouldn't hurt a bit. Although his current body was both fat and completely devoid of talent, Andrian was not discouraged in the slightest. He clenched his fists with confidence, telling himself, as long as I rebuild my power from scratch, it'll be fine, because in the past, I've raised and trained so many children to become legends. To start, Andrian decided to reforge a mana heart. He stood up, took a deep breath, and began channeling energy to concentrate. Mana.d. Instantly, a surge of vibrant blue energy erupted, enveloping his entire body. However, the joy was short-lived. The newly gathered mana immediately dissipated outward. Andrian was stunned to realize that this talentless body was completely incapable of accepting and retaining. Way. Nana, unwilling to yield to the harsh reality, he gritted his teeth, determined to try one more time. The blue flame flared up even more intensely. Andrian used all his strength, trying to force the energy flow into his body. At this rate, though, I'm afraid instead of squeezing energy in, he'll squeeze fat out. However, those efforts quickly vanished into thin air. The mana stream flickered out, and the prince's weak body was instantly exhausted, causing him to collapse onto the floor, gasping for breath in sheer helplessness. Andrian trembled, groaning in anger. What kind of cursed body is this? Lying helplessly on the floor with his body drenched in sweat, Andrian couldn't help feeling powerless against the weakness of this flesh. If this were his original body, he would have been able to directly force the mana rather than struggling like he was now. Just at that moment, a knock on the door cut off his train of thought. The maid walked into the room respectfully, presenting a bowl of steaming hot medicine, saying, "Your Highness, please forgive me. This is a tonic sent directly by the Queen. Although it is a bit bitter, it is extremely good for your body. Please consider the Queen's loving heart and drink it." Looking at the bowl of medicine in her hand, the maid couldn't help but feel anxious, secretly wishing that this time the prince wouldn't flat out throw the medicine bowl away like he used to. However, contrary to her fears, Andrian was staring intently at the medicine bowl. He was shocked to realize that a gentle stream of blue energy was radiating from it. This bowl of medicine actually contained mana. Without a second thought, Andrian immediately snatched the medicine bowl from the maid's hands, and then, this is tonic medicine sent directly by the Queen. Though it is a bit bitter, it is extremely good for the body. Your Highness, please consider the Queen's kind heart and take it. Looking at the bowl of medicine in her hand, the maid could not help but feel anxious, secretly wishing that this time the prince would not flat out throw the medicine bowl away like before. However, contrary to her fear, Andrian intently stared at the bowl of medicine. He surprisingly realized that a soft blue energy stream was emanating from it. Inside this bowl of medicine, there really was mana. Without a moment of hesitation, Andrian immediately snatched the medicine bowl from the maid's hand and, throwing it back and drinking it all in one gulp, the prince's decisive action left the maid frozen in place. "Oh my God, I've seen a ghost." Throwing the empty bowl heavily onto the tray, Andrian coldly ordered, "Done. Now leave." The maid flusteredly replied and hurriedly retreated outside. As soon as the room door closed, Andrian immediately focused on gathering energy to try once again. The stream of blue mana from the medicine bowl surged up, enveloping his body. Andrian slowly opened his eyes, muttering to himself, "Fortunately, the medicine works. But the accumulated mana is still far too little." Looking at the tiny spark of mana floating over his hand, Andrian immediately raised his voice to call the maid back just as she was stepping outside. Seeing the maid turn back trembling, he pointed and asked directly, "Is there any more?" A few days later, in the quiet room, a blaze of bright blue mana flame erupted fiercely in Andrian's palm. He let out a smug smile. With the accumulated mana gathered over the past few days, Andrian channeled all his power to activate the entire energy source, confidently declaring, Finally, I can create a mana heart to a soul. That was once a great holy sword, condensing. A mana heart was something he had done endless times. Even with his eyes closed, he was confident he could easily create it. However, just as the stream of energy began to circulate, an excruciating pain suddenly struck, shocking Andrian the Bosch. He collapsed onto the floor, clutching his chest in sheer agony. Thinking back, creating a mana heart was indeed a brutally cruel process. Old memories flooded back of how his previous masters had also gone through agonizing pain, as if their entire bodies were burning up, and their chests were about to explode. Turns out, creating a mana heart from a human's perspective was this painful. Now directly experiencing it. Within a mortal body, Andrian truly understood. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, reminding himself that he must absolutely not lose consciousness. Because if he passed out right now, the chaotic mana stream would instantly backlash and take his life. Andrian tried to hold his composure, concentrating his entire willpower to control the chunk of mana that was threatening to tear his heart and insides apart. Not allowed to rush, he slowly guided the stream of energy to move along the pathways around his heart over to the right side. Died down. Bit by bit, very slowly, he regulated it so the new energy source would gradually blend in and take shape inside his body. The cool, gentle blue mana stream began to spread, like pure drops of water falling onto a quiet, flat lake, completely soothing the intense pain. As the bright glow gradually receded, Andrian slowly opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Kneeling on the floor, he softly murmured, "Done. This isn't something I created to bestow upon others like in the past, but a mana heart that entirely belongs to me." Feeling the new source of power surging strongly inside his chest, the fat prince jumped up in excitement, laughing loudly with pure delight. "It's done. It's complete. I finally have a mana heart. This feeling right now is super awesome." Right. As the mana heart took shape, a beep sounded out, followed by the appearance of a floating notification board right in front of Andrian Datan. He gasped in surprise. "Is this a status window?" Bright golden text clearly displayed the notification that a mana heart had been created. Andrian couldn't help but be amazed, because this was the exact status notification system he had used to assist his old friends back when he was still a sword. He wondered why this thing suddenly popped up for him at a time like this. Before he could regain his composure, the system board began flashing again. A notification read, "Restoring connection to origin." Andrian could only stutter. "What? Wait. Right." After that, a series of new notifications rapidly appeared. "Connection restored, but status is extremely poor and unstable. Therefore, most supreme authorities from before cannot be used, except for a few basic permissions granted on a limited basis." Niimjelwa. Granted yet limited. What's the point of giving them, then? First was the appraisal permission, allowing him to inspect the qualities of targets with lower or equivalent levels. Next was the third eye and four-direction ears permission, enhancing his vision and hearing. Curious, he directed his gaze out the window to test it. Instantly, his vision changed dramatically. Every single leaf, every tiny detail of the trees out in the garden appeared with crystal clarity. Andrian nodded slightly in acknowledgement, indeed, seeing much clearer than before. Not just vision, his hearing was also amplified. Astonishingly, André began hearing soft whispers from the maids standing outside his room. They were chattering animatedly about the prince's personality, wondering if it was because of the recent shock that he no longer made a fuss, like he used to. Andrian thought to himself that he could indeed hear even the faintest sounds from outside the door. However, that heightened sensation couldn't last long before his vision suddenly went pitch black. Andrian flinched violently. Goo! A bright red notification panel popped up, warning that all mana in his body had been completely depleted, forcing the permission usage to terminate. Immediately, Andrian held his head, gasping for breath, clicking his tongue as he muttered to himself, so that's how it is. Extremely limited really means this. A feeling of disappointment quickly flooded in. He remembered the time he was a holy sword when he possessed absolute senses, able to feel everything around him in every direction, without a single blind spot. Now, with this mortal body, he could only squeeze out a tiny bit of mana, just enough to eavesdrop on some idle gossip, or look a little bit further. However, Andrian was not discouraged at all. He clenched his fists, letting out a confident smile, telling himself that as long as he started expanding his mana capacity, everything would surely change, just as his spirits were high. A prolonged growl erupted from his chubby belly, shattering the serious atmosphere. The sound was so loud that the maid standing outside the door heard it too, hurriedly replying respectfully, "I will go prepare food right away, Your Highness." Looking towards the door, Andrian told himself that for now, he had to focus on adapting to this pregnant sow of a body first. At the same time, in another corner of the Grand Palace, the Queen was beaming radiantly. She spread her arms wide, laughing out loud with excitement and exclaiming, "Truly commendable!" The Queen stroked Andrian's squishy cheeks while joyfully saying, "I heard you drank every single drop of medicine I sent. Looks like you've finally learned how to cherish your own body." Nee. Andrian let out a soft sigh and replied, "Ah, is that so?" Right at this moment, the Queen turned to the dignified, gray-haired man beside her, and asked her son, "Do you recognize who this is?" Faced with his mother's question, Andrian could only answer, "No." Looking at his unfamiliar nephew, the man coldly commented, "Seems he really did lose his memory." The Queen immediately stepped forward and pleaded, "That's why you must help this child. Little brother, no matter what, isn't he your only nephew?" Hearing this, it finally dawned on Andrian. Turns out, this scarred man with the intimidating aura was actually his maternal uncle. The uncle let out a tired sigh. "You make it sound as if he lost something impressive. Besides, what was there to be proud of in that past of his?" Seeing his attitude, Andrian fully understood that this uncle didn't like him one bit. Stepping closer, he bluntly declared, "Let me make one thing clear. First, the only thing I can help with is shaving off that pile of excess fat." Looking down at his round, fat belly, Andrian could only blurt out in confusion, "Huh?" Before he could react, his uncle added, "I won't give you anything more than that. So don't harbor any stupid expectations." "Now." The Queen breathed a sigh of relief. "Just that is enough. I'm already grateful." She didn't forget to tell her son not to lose that feeling, leaving Andrian completely bewildered with a giant question mark over his head. Right after that, Andrian was immediately thrown into a brutally harsh training regimen. Under the bright. Spreading his arms wide, he laughed loudly with excitement, exclaiming, "Truly commendable." The Queen touched Andrian's chubby cheeks while joyfully saying, "I heard that you drank every single drop of the medicine I sent. It seems you have finally learned how to cherish your own body." "No." Andrian let out a soft sigh and replied, "Ah, is that so? Mother?" Right at this moment, the Queen turned to the majestic gray-haired man beside her and asked her son, "Do you recognize who this is?" Faced with his mother's question, Andrian could only answer, "No." Looking at his unfamiliar nephew, the man coldly remarked, "It seems he has truly lost his memory." Duh. The Queen then stepped forward and pleaded, "That is why you must help this child. My younger brother, no matter what, isn't he? Your only nephew?" Hearing this, it finally dawned on Andrian. It turned out The scar-faced man with such an intimidating aura was actually his maternal uncle. The uncle let out a light sigh of disgust. You sound as if he had lost something great. Besides, that past of his was nothing to be proud of. Seeing his attitude, Andrian fully understood that this uncle totally disliked him. He walked closer and bluntly declared, "Let me make one thing clear first. The only thing I can help you with is reducing that excess fat." Nah. Looking down at his plump round belly, Andrian could only exclaim in bewilderment, huh? Before he could react, his uncle added, "I won't give you anything more than that. So don't entertain any foolish expectations." "Now, the Queen breathed a sigh of relief. "That much alone makes me grateful." She didn't forget to tell her son not to forget that feeling, leaving behind an extremely bewildered Andrian, filled with massive confusion. Immediately after, Andrian was instantly thrown into an extremely harsh training regime. Under the light, under his cold eyes, he was struck down onto the ground, crying out in pain. He warned in a stern voice, "From now on, everything your highness eats and drinks, even breathing, is under my control. If you still expect to be treated like a prince, then abandon that idea of doing nothing but eating and lashing out wild." Manhwa. Looking at the fat prince struggling on the ground, he let out a faint smirk full of challenge. "Just try your best, and let's see. Knows, maybe I'll change my mind and teach you even a single move from my family's secret sword art." Yes, no. That provocation made Andrian feel extremely ridiculous. And me. His heart, he thought. Could someone who used to train invincible knights and even the founding king of this nation like me actually need sword arts bestowed by someone else? Seeing Andrian's body trembling with anger, he mocked again. "Looking at your jiggling fat is enough to know how furious you are." Without bothering to argue back, Andrian forced himself up, looked straight into his uncle's eyes, and firmly proposed, "Uncle, let's make a bet. Within 6 months, I will force you to acknowledge me." No. He thought to himself that at least he had to shatter that arrogant, annoying look once. Andrian smiled with full confidence and settled the condition. "If I fail, I will do anything you order. In return, if I succeed, you must do something for me." Nah. Hearing Andrian's proposal, his uncle smirkingly took an interest. "Interesting. Fine, I agree. At least there should be something to push things forward and make it more dramatic." Aha. However, when stepping into reality, things were not easy at all. After running for a short while, Andrian was completely out of breath, dripping with sweat. He panted while cursing this damn fat body. To be able to continue, Andrian decided to mobilize a stream of blue mana flaring up under his feet, concentrating on burning away the excess fat across his entire body. Witnessing that scene from behind, his uncle was utterly amazed. He immediately rushed forward with lightning speed, held the prince's shoulders tightly, and asked tremblingly, "Andrian, your highness, did you really manage to create a mana heart?" Andrian smirked proudly in response. "Ah, this? Yeah, I did it earlier." "What? Do you regret making that bet?" Contrary to his complacency, his uncle's face immediately hardened. With severe seriousness, he pressed, "What were you thinking, going ahead and creating a mana heart? Where on earth did your highness learn this mana heart refinement method? Looking at your state, it seems you don't even realize where you went wrong." Nazai. Seeing Andrian still clueless, the Count bluntly shouted out loud, "That mana heart is merely an inferior technique, something that B-rank mercenaries learn." His uncle's explanation made Andrian completely freeze in place. Having been asleep for so many years, had he really become a caveman, everyone? The prince's panicked scream echoed through the entire castle, startling the birds in the sky into scattering away. "What? Andrian froze completely, sweat pouring out like a waterfall upon hearing those words. He thought to himself, this is truly the end of an era. This shocking news made Andrian shout in astonishment. What? What do you mean by that? Not bothering to explain much with words, just said in a low voice, let me show your highness with your own eyes. Look closely. Right away, he began channeling a brilliant blue stream of magic power enveloping his arm. Watching the energy stream moving, Andrian narrowed his eyes to observe, and noticed something strange. His mana was automatically forming concentric rings. Before he could regain his composure, the Count swung his hand, releasing a terrifying pressure and slashing straight ahead. That power was so strong it created a loud explosion. Looking at the hovering mana fragments before they dissolved, Andrian realized a horrifying truth. This type of magic chain possessed an attribute that completely suppressed the aura stream generated from a mana heart. Standing imposingly in front of the prince, he nonchalantly explained that it was not only stronger, but also much easier to use and more stable than a mana heart. The Count continued recounting history, saying that even the Countly family, those who stubbornly clung to the ancient mana heart technique, had completely collapsed a century ago. Nowadays, across the entire continent, no one bothered using mana hearts anymore. To verify it himself, Andrian searched for and read ancient documents. Holding a basic theoretical book on magic in his hand, he attentively read every line recorded about the origin of this technique, from the founder Ernestan Chingon down to later generations of successors. Andrian let out a soft sigh, bitterly accepting a harsh truth. Times had changed, and what he once had was now completely obsolete. Andrian gradually understood more about the power system of the new era. Unlike mages who used complex magic circles, knights, nowadays, wove mana seals into chains to gather power. A knight's realm was now determined entirely by the number of mana chains they wove, starting from 1 chain, 2 chains, 3 chains, 4 chains, up to the supreme realm of 5 chains. Closing the book with a dry click, the fat prince fell into deep thought. He told himself that his uncle's words were completely not meaningless nonsense. Staring intently at the text on the page, Andrian read softly in deep reflection. This name is actually extremely familiar, as if I heard it somewhere a very long time ago. Distant memories suddenly flooded back into the mind of the Holy Sword's soul. Back then, when he was still in the form of a proud Holy Sword, there was a silver-haired guy wearing a black cloak who came to challenge him. He claimed to be Ernestan Chingon, arrogantly declaring he wanted to compete to see who was truly worthy of the Holy Sword title. That guy used extremely bizarre techniques. Definitely not ordinary sword arts nor magic. Andrian smiled faintly to himself. Turns out this familiar-sounding name belonged to that eccentric guy from back then. He wondered curiously what happened to that guy in the end. He must have been quite something to write this book, right? The next morning, while Andrian was stretching outside in the yard, his uncle loomed over from behind. Crossing his arms, he asked directly whether the prince had finished reading the book last night. So by now, your highness must clearly understand the situation and realize how foolish your choice was, right? However, contrary to his uncle's expectations, Andrian merely let out a subtle, cool smirk. He crossed his arms confidently and replied, How strange. I don't feel like I made even a tiny mistake. His nephew's stubborn attitude made his uncle let out a tired sigh. He wondered whether the prince was stubbornly refusing to admit it, or if he genuinely didn't understand the essence of the problem. Unexpectedly, he replied that not all mana hearts were the same, and then released a massive stream of magic power enveloping his entire body, showing a difference in class. Have you ever heard of it? Looking straight at Andrian with stern eyes, the Count bluntly criticized his excuses. He said that among mercenaries there were occasionally a few delusional fools, who thought of themselves as heroes from centuries ago like the prince. But their ends were all utterly tragic. None could ever surpass the 2-chain level and quickly fell into ruin. Facing the silent fat prince, he issued a provocative challenge. If your highness is truly different from them, then try defeating a 2-chain knight. If Andrian can do it, I will become your guardian according to the queen's wish. Hearing that, Andrian smiled provocatively, wondering whether an uncle like this as a guardian was actually a good thing or not. That arrogant attitude displeased the Count. He stepped forward, a surging blue mana flaring violently around his body as he proudly asserted his status. A Count. It turned out that his uncle's words were completely, not meaningless nonsense. Looking intently at the lines of a Lowell. Text on the book page, Andrian softly muttered, thoughtfully. This name was indeed extremely familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. A very long time ago. Distant memories suddenly came flooding back to the mind. Of the divine sword's soul. Back then, when he was still in the form of a proud sacred sword, there was once a guy with silver hair wearing a black cloak, who came to challenge him. He called himself Ernestan Shingen, arrogantly declaring he wanted to compete to see who was worthy of the title of Holy Sword. That guy had used extremely strange techniques, completely unlike normal swordsmanship. Nor was it magic. Andrian smiled slightly and thought to himself, so this familiar-sounding name actually belonged to that eccentric guy from back then. He curiously wondered what ended up happening to that guy's fate, guessing he must have been quite something to have written that book. The next morning, as Andrian was standing outside, stretching his muscles, his uncle towered over him as he walked up from behind. Crossing his arms, he bluntly asked whether the prince had finished reading the book last night. So now your highness must fully understand the situation and realize how foolish your choice was, right? However, contrary to his uncle's expectations, Andrian merely smirked slightly. How stupid their choice actually was. However, contrary to his uncle's expectations, Andrian only slightly raised and smirked faintly. Crossing his arms with utter confidence, he replied, "How strange. I don't feel like I made even a single small mistake." His nephew's stubborn attitude made the uncle let out a sigh of frustration. He wondered whether the prince was stubbornly refusing to admit it, or if he truly didn't understand the essence of the issue yet. Unexpectedly, he replied that not every mana core is the same, and then released a massive stream of mana, enveloping his entire body as well as differences in rank. Have you ever heard of it? Looking straight at Andrian, with a stern gaze, the Count bluntly criticized his excuses. He said that among mercenaries there occasionally appear a few who delude themselves into thinking they are heroes from centuries ago, just like the prince. But their end is always extremely tragic. All of them fail to go beyond the two-chain level and quickly meet their doom, facing the fat prince, who was standing in silence. He threw down a highly provocative challenge. If your highness is truly different from them, then try defeating a two-chain knight. If Andrian could do it, he would become his guardian in accordance with the queen's wishes. Hearing that, Andrian chuckled softly with provocation, wondering if having an uncle like this as a guardian was actually a good thing, or not. That arrogant attitude displeased the Count. He stepped forward, a surge of blue mana flaring up violently around his body as he proudly asserted his status. A Count and a master of the kingdom, commander of the Northern Legion. He is the leader of the Black Spear Knights, one of the 5 Grand Silver Masters serving His Majesty. The blazing blue mana transformed into 4 massive magic chains, encircling his body. That is Blair H., a legendary 4-chain knight. The person who would later stand behind and support the prince, facing the suffocating pressure from the 4 magic chains. Andrian, despite sweat pouring down, gritted his teeth and endured it. Just so. At this moment, the royal guards suddenly rushed in, drawing their swords to protect the prince from the massive killing intent. However, Andrian immediately ordered them loudly to step back, not wanting anyone to interfere with this confrontation. Witnessing his nephew's determination, Vlier H. smirked slightly, chuckling with amusement before retracting his magic power. Andrian looked at his uncle with a provocative smile, warning him not to go back on his promise. Later, no. The harsh training session right after. Drained the last bit of meager strength from the fat prince. Good grief, with this body. I wonder how many herds of pigs he ate through. At the end of the session, Andrian collapsed flat on the floor, gasping heavily for breath. When Vlia H. announced the end of the training for today, he could only drag his exhausted body back to his room, leaning his hands against the table, trembling as he muttered to himself, I almost lost my life. Count to. Vlia H. smirked contemptuously at his nephew's confidence. He coldly dumped a bucket of cold water on him. Your Highness, using that level of determination to demand my acknowledgement? Absurd. A double chain? You might not even beat a single chain. Yay. After the harsh training session, Andrian dragged his exhausted fat body down the palace hallway, constantly muttering and cursing softly, that damn devilish old man. Just as he opened the door and entered his room, he saw the royal physician waiting there beforehand. Seeing Andrian, the old physician respectfully bowed in greeting. Andrian couldn't help being surprised, and asked why he was here. The physician smiled and explained that he was honored to be remembered by His Highness, and that he came here under the Queen's orders to cast healing magic on him. Upon seeing the physician channel glowing green healing magic in his hands, Andrian immediately panicked and shouted loudly, No, I don't need it. Get out now. Ignoring the bewildered physician, he shoved him straight out into the hallway and slammed the door shut. Standing in the room, Andrian panted angrily. He thought to himself, if he used healing magic to dispel fatigue right now, all the pain and effort put into training his muscles today would become meaningless. At mealtime, while Andrian was enjoying his dinner, the dining room door was suddenly pushed open violently, and in a mockingly flippant voice rang out, Royal brother, you here? The person who walked in was a young man with brown hair, dressed in a luxurious red royal uniform, with an extremely arrogant demeanor. Andrian paused, his spoon chewing blankly while wondering who this guy was. Seeing the prince's expression, the guard beside him leaned down and whispered in his ear that this was the third prince. The third prince casually walked up to the dining table, uttering provocative sarcasms. I heard you had an accident, thought you went to meet Great-Grandpa. What a pity. Facing that rude attitude, Andrian calmly continued eating, coldly questioning back, So, what do you want to say? Or did you just come to pick a fight? Is the sword prince that free? That statement hit a nerve, making the third prince's eyes darken with rage. In his heart, he couldn't help despising the fool who had once stabbed himself with a sword. However, he quickly regained his sinister expression, slowly saying, I heard an interesting rumor. Word has it you made a bet with Count Vlorh that you planned to duel a double-chain knight. Why, did da. Saying that, the third prince leaned close to Andrian's face, letting out a challenging smirk regarding that. How about letting me be your opponent? Right as the third prince left, Andrian turned to ask the knight beside him, So who was that guy just now? In his heart, he thought, how could a descendant of the Leon Beck line have such an annoying, condescending face? The knight calmly explained, Third prince, Julian has been famous as a sword prodigy since he was young. Hearing this, Andrian raised his eyebrows in surprise. What, that guy? The knight continued to inform him. that Julian had even created 2 spell circles. When he was only 14 years old, an extremely astonishing rate of advancement. Andrian merely let out a subtle smirk, inwardly commenting, "Oh my, impressive, huh?" No wonder his face is cocked up all the way to the moon. Right at this moment, the dining room door burst open, and the maid hurriedly carried in a towering stack of letters, trembling as she said, "Please forgive me, Your Highness. Sorry to interrupt, but you have mail, Your Highness." Andrian looked bewilderedly at the stack of letters in front of him, wondering why people who had never bothered to look twice at this useless prince were now suddenly sending letters in droves. Curious, he pulled out an envelope to read. A series of letters all shared the same content, a challenge. Some begged for a duel, others offered to be sparring partners. All of them wanted to take this chance to rightfully teach the fat prince a lesson. Understanding their intentions clearly, Andrian let out a sinister grin. "Hey, hun!" Immediately handed the stack of letters to the maid and ordered, "Hey, write down the names of everyone who sent these letters to me. If I don't get revenge for this, I refuse to be human." The next morning, a dry thud echoed as a wooden sword was thrown straight onto the ground. In front of Andrin. Wu stood opposite him, ordering coldly, "Pick up the sword. You need to know at least a bit of swordsmanship for the bet to be valid. I don't want to hear excuses that you lost the bet, because I never taught you the basics." "Do? Andrian thought to himself that this uncle really had an unpleasant personality. He could just silently teach swordsmanship and be done with it. However, the moment he bent down to grab the hilt of the sword, a sharp ache shot through his entire body. Intense muscle soreness from the previous day's session made him involuntarily scream out in pain, witnessing the fat prince crying out in agony. Just by touching the wooden sword, he could only exclaim in shock, "Wait!" Seeing Andrian's reaction of intense pain, he asked in utter astonishment, You didn't receive healing magic?" Andrian endured the pain and answered bluntly, "As a knight, you should know very well. If I accept healing magic, the muscles will immediately revert to their original state, and won't be able to grow. All that effort and training would go down the drain, uncle." Fat Prince's knowledgeable answer left him stunned for a moment. He let out a faint smirk in acknowledgement, right, then immediately turned away and said coldly, "All right, that's not the main point." Saying that, the Count drew a sharp sword, warning in a stern voice, "I don't want to repeat myself many times. Look closely." Under Andrian's attentive gaze, he began channeling energy, and a brilliant blue mana instantly flared up, enveloping his body and the sword blade. He introduced clearly, "This is the foundational forging swordsmanship of the kingdom, what royal knights learn when building their foundation." Right after, he swung his sword, executing a series of extremely fluid yet powerful movements. That terrifying power and speed created strong gusts of wind, sweeping across the training ground. As the final slash struck down, it generated a massive pressure blast, sweeping away all the dust around. Witnessing that entire top-tier demonstration, Andrian was completely stunned. He stood there dazed, unbothered by his hair fluttering messily on his head. Sheathing his sword, he let out a relaxed sigh. Andrian gripped the wooden sword in his hand, asking again, with a trembling, unbelievable look on his face, "Did you just say this is the swordsmanship knights learn when building their foundation?" In response to his nephew's astonishment, the Count merely clicked his tongue. Glancing at him with a cold, meaningful look, he slowly sheathed his sword, explaining that although this was training swordsmanship, and thus somewhat lacked sharpness, it remained strictly faithful to the basics. Considering your terrible talent, foundational sword technique of the kingdom, the very thing that royal knights learn when building their foundation. Right after that, he swung his sword, executing a sequence of movements that was extremely fluid yet filled with immense power. That immense strength and terrifying speed created powerful gusts of wind that swept across the training ground. The final strike came down, creating a massive explosion of pressure that swept away all the dust around. Witnessing that entire top-tier demonstration, Andrian was completely stunned. He stood dazed, regardless of his hair blowing wildly on his head. Sheathing his sword, he let out a relaxed breath. Andrian tightly gripped the wooden sword in his hand, trembling, as he asked again with an unbelievable expression, "Did you just say this is the sword technique that knights learn when building their foundation?" In response to his nephew's amazement, the Count merely clicked his tongue softly, glancing at him with cold, meaningful eyes. He slowly sheathed his sword, explaining that although this is a training sword technique and lacks sharpness, it is absolutely faithful to the basics. Given your terrible talent of the prince, this style is already more than worthy for him to learn. Hearing this, Andrian suddenly covered his face and laughed out loud, refreshingly, leaving the Count completely bewildered. In Andrian's mind, old memories instantly rushed back. How ridiculous! The great sword art that once slew the frantic dragon back then, the great dragon slaying sword, is now considered by people as ordinary training swordsmanship. Seeing his nephew laugh strangely, he continued that learning just this much would definitely not be enough to win the bet. After finishing the basics, he could ask his mother to find him another master Tare. However, Andrian immediately interrupted him, asserting that he didn't need to learn any other sword arts because this much was already more than enough. Facing the prince's stubbornness, the Count could only glance at him suspiciously and told him to suit himself, while Andrian quietly tightened his grip on the hilt of the wooden sword in his hand until it made a creaking sound. Andrian immediately swung the sword to execute a powerful slash, creating a strong gust of wind, but his fat and aching body quickly forced him to lean on his sword, falling to his knees and panting heavily. He thought to himself that it was only natural for people to consider the dragon-slaying sword as ordinary training swordsmanship, even though he really hated to admit it, because over time the dragon-slaying sword passed down to later generations had completely lost its dragon-killing will. Its core had been altered and lost through distortion. For those who had discarded their devotion and forgotten how to infuse will into the swords blade, they would never have enough vision to recognize the true value of the dragon-slaying sword. Right as Andrian was lost in thought, a dry smack echoed. Blair struck hard with his wooden sword to correct his posture. He sternly reminded him that merely putting strength into the arms could not transfer power into the sword, and asked if he had completely forgotten everything he had just demonstrated. Put strength into the abdomen and the legs as well. His strict reprimands echoed along with consecutive whacks of the wooden sword against Andrian's body. The fat prince only had time to grunt in pain before collapsing onto the floor. Ground died. Standing imposingly above, he continued to lecture him. You must channel power accurately throughout your whole body to be able to swing the sword. Lying on the ground, panting heavily, Andrian thought to himself, that's right, even if my current body is just a frail husk that is clumsy, even at imitating a fake dragon-slaying sword, I will still personally prove that the dragon-slaying sword is not old scrap metal that can be thrown away like a worn-out shoe. These juniors cannot be allowed to look down on it. That determination served as the spark for the upcoming days of insane, arduous training. And a week passed. Under his uncle's cold supervision, Andrian continuously ran and swung his sword. In training under the scorching sun, letting sweat pour like rain. At night, he sat cross-legged, concentrating on channeling, a gentle blue mana stream enveloping his entire body. And then a month quickly passed by. Extreme perseverance, finally. More sweet fruit. The system panel suddenly displayed a series of congratulatory notifications. You have successfully altered your physical constitution. After arduous training, the severe obesity trait has now decreased to moderate obesity. Metabolism has also become more active, helping Andrian gradually get used to utilizing his body. In particular, the clumsiness trait completely vanished, causing training efficiency to increase significantly. The transformation did not stop there. Thanks to the steady accumulation of magic power, the previous annoying mana perception disorder trait was eradicated, replaced by normal mana perception. Feeling this new source of power, Andrian let out an excited smile. He repeatedly swung his sword. Every stroke was now much more natural than a month ago. Even though dripping with sweat, and his muscles were exhausted, Andrian never stopped telling himself, stronger than yesterday, more perfect than even a moment ago. Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? His uncle's strict scream echoed amidst the torrential rain. On the training ground, the wooden sword in it, Andrian's hand shattered into pieces under terrible pressure, despite the roaring wind and rain, and lightning flashing across the sky. The young prince still stood motionless under the rain, his hand tightly gripping the broken sword hilt, bleeding. Fresh, dark red drops of blood mixed with rainwater dripping onto the cold ground. Raising his soaked face to look at his uncle, who was approaching, Andrian softly uttered with complete exhaustion, "Uncle." Right behind them, the sturdy training wooden post had been slashed clean in half. Charred crack lines were still flickering with sparks of electricity. It turned out Andrian had concentrated his entire willpower to execute a slash exceeding the limits of an ordinary wooden sword. Where there's a will, there's a way after all. Looking at the completely destroyed wooden post, he could not hide his amazement. But right after came extreme anger at his nephew's recklessness. He rushed forward and held Andrian's shoulders tightly, shouting out loud, "You fool! What kind of training are you doing in weather like this? If that were a real sword, you wouldn't have escaped a disaster." Andrian merely endured his uncle's rage in silence. His hands at this moment were trembling violently, battered and bleeding after a series of days continuously pushing his body past its limits. Right at this moment, a system chime rang out, and a bright golden notification panel appeared before Andrian's eyes. He had completely snapped out of the extreme focus state, but his body still remembered that feeling and successfully formed a new trait, super concentration. His consciousness faded away, and his completely exhausted body collapsed heavily forward. The knight behind panicked and shouted out loud, "Your Highness!" Fortunately, Yvler was quick enough to catch his body. Under the pouring rain, he stood silently looking at his nephew, who was closing his eyes, his face pale from exhaustion, in his arms. The usual stern look of the northern manner now softened, replaced instead by secret admiration for the iron will of the prince, who was once considered useless. He let out a soft sigh. This stubborn kid, as soon as he woke up, on the soft bed in the royal bedroom, Andrian slowly opened his eyes and realized he had fainted. He sluggishly sat up, scratched his head and sighed, blaming himself for underestimating the endurance limits of this useless body. Lying on the bed, he couldn't help recalling his past life. When he was still a great holy sword, he had reached every pinnacle of achievement, accompanying nameless heroes, sword masters, mercenary kings, and even the founding king. He had guided them through countless battles to reach victory, sublimating both body and soul. To guide legends, he was always silently by their side, taking it for granted. But even if he was a wise strategist or an outstanding master, in the end he was still just an outsider, watching others shine, looking at the calloused and battered hands of his current body. Andrian felt a strange joy instead, precisely because he didn't want to be an outsider anymore. He frantically swung his sword in arduous training to personalize, experienced the feeling of dripping sweat and personally achieve results that belonged solely to him. However, he also understood clearly that if he kept rushing steps like this, the fat prince's weak body would soon collapse. He had to quickly find the perfect balance between mind and body. A little over a month had slipped by since the day Andrian formed his mental power. Sitting cross-legged, in meditation on the bed, he realized the accumulated magic power was quite abundant, enough to advance to the next phase. Andrian began focusing on channeling energy, mobilizing a brilliant blue mana stream enveloping his entire body. Instantly, the system panel displayed a notification congratulating his persistent efforts for helping accumulate magic power to a certain level. The energy stream continued to surge even more powerfully, followed by a notification that his mental power had been expanded, allowing his body to now withstand a much larger amount of magic power than before. Indeed, hard work pays off. If he continues to rush through stages like this, the fat prince's weak body will soon collapse. He himself must more quickly find the perfect balance between mind and body. Time flew by, and more than a month had passed since the day Andrian formed his heart force. Sitting cross-legged, meditating on his bed, he realized the accumulated amount of mana was quite abundant, enough to move on to the next stage. Andrian began to focus his energy, channeling a vibrant blue stream of mana to envelop his entire body. Instantly, the system panel appeared, displaying a notification congratulating his persistent efforts for helping accumulate mana to a certain level. The energy stream continued to burst forth even stronger, bringing along a notification that his heart force had been expanded, allowing his body to now withstand a much larger amount of mana than before. Hard work truly pays off. You don't say. The expansion of mental power also brought about a remarkable transformation in the prince's physical constitution. Sensing the new, surging power, Andrian opened his eyes wide. His renewed body, full of vitality, made him extremely satisfied. Andrian softly glanced toward the corner of the room where the training sword was placed on its rack. He smiled faintly and said to himself, "Now, let's see." The moment he picked up the sword, a beep sounded along with a system notification panel. You have reached the level of sword novice. You can now use the most basic level of aura. Wow! A blue stream of mana immediately flared up brilliantly, enveloping the entire sharp blade. Looking at the flame of magic power dancing in his hand, Andrian let out a confident smile. With this basic amount of power, he could now begin executing the most fundamental techniques of a true sword master. News of the fat prince's transformation spread quickly while Andrian was standing on the training ground. Blah! Stepped forward to announce that rumors about his crazy bet were spreading across the kingdom like wildfire, giving him quite a headache. The Count advised Andrian that it would be best to quickly find a sparring partner to train with. Hearing this, Andrian merely smirked maliciously, immediately thinking of Third Prince Julian's arrogant face, and replied, Regarding the training opponent. I've already made my decision. Andrian further explained to his uncle. That directly facing a double-chain knight was too much for him at Teo. The present moment, so he wanted to start training with single-chain ones first. Having received the Count's indifferent agreement, Andrian turned to call Carr, his loyal guard, to ask about the task he had entrusted to him. Carr quickly presented a stack of documents, reporting that he had finished arranging the list of challengers. As requested, he asked if the prince truly wanted to fight them just because he was provoked. Faced with Carr's question, Andrian casually countered, "What if I do?" Carr explained with concern that most of the people on the list harbored deep resentment toward the prince from before, and they might very well take advantage of a sparring match to harm him. Hearing this, Andrian merely smiled meaningfully, affirming that he knew that full well. He turned to look at Vlir, asking him to act as the referee for the matches, slinging the wooden sword over his shoulder with a bright smile. The fat prince clearly declared that he wasn't asking for anything grand, only that great-uncle ensure no one loses their life during the matches. A few days later, the day of the first match finally arrived. Standing before the magnificent gates of the first prince's palace, a young man with a face full of hatred muttered under his breath, "So this is the palace of the first prince, where that trash lives." Nay. His name was Taylor Teoham, the second son of an ordinary baron family. Memories from a few years ago suddenly flooded Taylor's mind. Back then, at a lavish royal banquet, the obese first Prince Adrian had pointed directly at Taylor's father and older brother, laughing loudly and insultingly in front of the crowd. Look at that pathetic sight. The overbearing prince had endlessly thrown insults. Their clothes and manners stink of bumpkins. Are you really that excited just because you got to attend a royal banquet? Good grief, this sow really has a shameful history, everyone. That public humiliation had subjected Taylor's father and brother to an unforgettable, embarrassing disgrace. The family's honor plunged to the bottom of the abyss, and even to this day, they are still made a laughingstock by other nobles. Taylor's eyes flared with bloodshot resentment. He gritted his teeth, calling out the name Adrian Leonberg, swearing to himself that today he would make that trash prince pay a terrible price. Back to reality on the dueling ground, Taylor suppressed his anger, stepped forward, and bowed in greeting. "I, Taylor, request an audience with your highness. First Prince Adrian Leonberg Tor." Taylor solemnly drew his sword and continued introducing himself. "I am the second son of the Teoham family. I am an apprentice knight of the single chain and practitioner of the Teoham family sword art." However, before he could finish his sentence, Adrian rudely interrupted him without a care. "It's just an informal sparring match. Why so formal?" Without stopping there, the fat prince even turned, pointed, and whispered to his guard in a condescending tone, "Is he really a knight? He looks so weak." "Wow, is that condescending attitude ingrained in his blood, Prince?" That arrogant attitude made Taylor furious. He thought to himself in resentment, just as the rumors say, "This prince is rude, arrogant, and tasteless, having no idea of his place at all." Just as the atmosphere was about to explode, Vlir stepped in to intervene. "Enough. I understand your feelings, but the match hasn't even started yet. Restrain your momentum." The moment he saw the legendary commander, the rage on Taylor's face vanished instantly, replaced instead by utmost admiration. He hastily bowed deeply in respectful greeting. "It is a great honor to meet you." Witnessing that scene, Adrian could only click his tongue, thinking to himself, "It's as if my uncle is the actual prince here." Taking advantage of the moment while walking past, Vlir couldn't help but mock. "You should have behaved better in the past, too." That remark made the fat prince frown slightly in annoyance and reply, "Don't always bring up the past." Not allowing the two sides to keep bickering, Vlir stepped into the center of the ring and decisively ordered, "Both of you, take your positions." Sigh. It's exhausting dealing with these two who do nothing but wage verbal war. The match officially began. Facing Adrian, Taylor immediately channeled a brilliant blue stream of mana, enveloping his body. His face clearly showed his hatred, letting out a cold, provocative smile. "Then, Your Highness, please be careful." With those words, Taylor charged forward in a flash, swinging a powerful strike aimed straight at the Fat Prince. However, the attack speed of a single-chain knight was nothing more than redundant movements in the eyes of a former great holy sword. Adrian was extremely calm, easily raising his sword to block the attack while softly commenting, "Too many unnecessary moves." The heavy clash generated a powerful shockwave. Taylor realized with shock that his blade was completely stopped by the burning blue stream of mana on his opponent's sword. He exclaimed in shock in his heart, Is this mental power? Before he could regain his composure, Adrian decisively parried the attack away. The powerful force caused Taylor to stagger backward. Steadying himself at a safe distance, Taylor broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. He reassured himself that a mana heart was originally an inferior technique, and could never block magic chains. Perhaps it was only because he was merely at the single chain level. Meanwhile, Adrian calmly looked at the sword glowing with mana flames in his hand, murmuring softly, "It's just a bit numb." Suddenly, a strange, echoing vibration rang out from Adrian's blade. Taylor gasped in shock. At the edge of the arena, the guard car and the other knights were also stunned. The sword is making a sound? Could it be? Even Vler lost his usual composure. Breaking into a cold sweat, he recognized the legendary phenomenon in shock. Sword resonance. Unable to accept the fact that he was being suppressed by a piece of trash, Taylor frantically tightened his grip on his trembling sword hilt. He shouted loudly in anger, "Impossible! That can't be!" Driven by extreme rage, Taylor once again charged straight at Adrian, putting all his strength into swinging his sword relentlessly. Facing his opponent's fury, Adrian remained calm as he blocked. The two blades clashed fiercely once more, leaving Taylor to roar in utter helplessness. Dust swirled wildly across the arena. Facing his opponent's rage, Adrian remained completely composed, using his mana-wrapped sword to block. He thought to himself, "People say the magic power of spell circles and the magic power in the heart are polar opposites. Looks like that's true. It feels as though the magic power can reflect." And softly remarked, "Too many redundant movements." The powerful impact created a large shockwave. Taylor was shocked, too. Realized his blade was completely blocked by the burning blue mana on his opponent's sword. He gasped in astonishment in his mind, Is this heart force? Before he could compose himself, Adrian decisively swung his sword to parry away the attack. The powerful force caused Taylor to stagger back, regaining his balance at a safe distance. Taylor broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. He reassured himself. That mana core is inherently an inferior technique, and couldn't possibly block mana chain. Perhaps it was only because he himself had only reached the single chain level. Meanwhile, Adrian merely looked calmly at the sword burning with mana flames in his hand, softly muttering, "It's just slightly numb." Suddenly, from Adrian's blade came echoing vibrations that were incredibly strange. Taylor flinched in amazement at the edge of the field, and the guards alongside the other knights couldn't help but be stunned. A sword emitting a sound? Could it be that even Vu had lost his usual composure? He broke into a cold sweat, astonished to recognize the legendary phenomenon of the humming sword, unable to accept the truth that he was being overwhelmed by a piece of trash. Taylor madly gripped his trembling hilt. "He!" shouted loudly in anger. "Impossible! There's no way!" Driven by ultimate rage, Taylor once again rushed straight towards Adrian, putting all his might into swinging his sword repeatedly. Facing his opponent's fury, Adrian still calmly parried The two blades once again clashed fiercely, leaving Taylor only able to roar in utter helplessness. Dust flew wildly across the battlefield. Facing the rage of his opponent, Adrian remained extremely calm, using the sword coated in blue mana to block the strikes. He thought to himself, people say, the mana of magic circles and the mana in the heart are two opposite poles. It seems those words are true. Oh, it feels as if mana can reflect our two opposite poles. Seems like those words are true, feeling as if the magic power could react, flux at any moment, but then letting out a faint smirk. He looked at Taylor, who was huffing and puffing with rage, pointing his sword at his opponent. He nonchalantly said, Baron Teoham's second son. Right? I suggest you cool down your memory unit. With those words, Andrian half closed his eyes, focusing all his senses to dive deep into his mindscape. Amidst the deep waters, he summoned the awakening of the magic. Sword, holy sword, or countless other names he had been called in the past, were part of his soul. His hand touched the stream of light at the bottom of the water. Andrian's mental power instantly received an immense willpower over the colorless mental power. A single color began to spread. It was the awakened, dormant will of the Dragon Slayer. This was the memory of the sword that had operated most recently, carrying the essence of a mind forged to slay dragons. The moment the heart of the dragon-slaying sword was activated, Andrian's eyes suddenly turned a bloodthirsty bright red. A surging stream of reddish-purple killing intent erupted fiercely from his body, manifesting as the image of a massive red dragon roaring with immense power. This was the true power of the dragon-slaying sword, something forged for the sole purpose of killing dragons. The energy flowing out from the dragon slayer's mind had completely merged into one with the dragon-slaying sword. Witnessing the destructive killing intent looming before his eyes, Taylor trembled uncontrollably in fear. Breaking into a cold sweat, he stammered incoherently. Wow, what on earth is that? Have I run into a monster? Sensing the extreme danger that could take a life at any moment, Blair, standing at the edge of the arena, immediately paled. He panicked and rushed forward, shouting loudly, "Stop right now!" However, Andrian at this moment was completely consumed by bloodlust. Charging straight ahead with terrifying speed, Blair shouted loudly with deep concern, "Stop it! That sword is dangerous!" Yet few knew that. Before this match took place, Andrian had met privately with his uncle to make a special request. When Vlir asked what that request was, the prince merely gave a meaningful smile. Andrian instructed seriously, "If it ever looks like I'm about to kill my opponent, you must stop me." Oh, no. Back to the present moment when the brutal killing intent of the dragon-slaying sword completely controlled Andrian's mind, causing him to pounce on Taylor like a wild beast. Vlir did not hesitate for a second. He immediately mobilized a blue magic chain and charged straight onto the arena to stop his nephew before a tragedy could occur. Luckily, he told his uncle beforehand, or else Taylor would have been wiped out. The Count's lightning-like blue magic power clashed head-on with Andrian's deep red killing intent, creating in Tate a terrifying blast of pressure that blew away the surrounding dirt and rocks. As the dust gradually cleared, Vlir still stood tall with his sword, still trailing electric sparks. Meanwhile, Andrian had been knocked straight into the corner of the wall, sitting slump on the ground in a state of exhaustion. The stone wall behind him was severely cracked. Witnessing the prince being struck down, the royal knights immediately drew their swords and surrounded Vlir. They shouted indignantly, "Count, what do you think you are doing? You could be punished for the crime of attacking royalty." However, Andrian immediately spoke up to stop them. "Stand down, I asked him to do it myself." He forced himself up, wiping the dirt off his face while grumbling in dissatisfaction. I did make that request, but I never told you to knock me flat on the ground." After speaking, the prince's exhausted body once again lost all strength and collapsed onto the ground, scaring the daylights out of the soldiers. Although his life was spared when feeling his body again, Andrian couldn't help but shudder upon realizing a horrifying truth. His mental power had almost shattered under the terrifying pressure from the dragon-slaying sword's will. Even the Count himself had to directly block a powerful head-on blow from him. Fortunately, the prince's body didn't seem to suffer any long-term after-effects. Andrian let out a soft sigh of relief, smugly thinking that everything turned out fine anyway. And he had even won his first match. Seeing the fat prince sitting there laughing to himself, Vler asked coldly, "Why is your highness laughing?" Andrian gasped, and asked in confusion why his uncle had suddenly appeared here. The Count's face hardened with utmost seriousness. He pressed, asking what on earth Andrian was thinking when using such foul and corrupt swordsmanship. He asserted that he had never taught him such a brutal technique. Facing his uncle's interrogation, Andrian remained calm, answering clearly, "I merely followed the true nature of the blade." The answer left Vler silent. He thought to himself, hearing someone who had never experienced real combat speak of the sword's nature was absurd. However, looking at the deep red killing intent that had flared up from the prince, he had to admit that the nature he spoke of was indeed killing intent. A crude killing intent that unsettled others, yet remained a solid truth of survival, among countless other truths on the battlefield. His uncle's understanding caught Andrian by surprise. He thought his uncle would start lecturing him with clichés like the way of the sword lies in perfecting the blade, or similar hollow philosophies. Letting out a faint smirk, Vler declared frankly, "I am not a knight, I am a soldier. I do not walk the path of righteousness, but the path that leads to victory." However, his gaze immediately darkened, sternly warning Andrian that his sword was currently far too dangerous. When bloodlust swells too strongly, it blinds both oneself and the enemy, leading to straying down the wrong path. Andrian let out a soft sigh, explaining to his uncle that this was precisely why they needed to train to overcome current shortcomings. Hearing that, Vler crossed his arms sternly, coldly declaring that he would continue to watch and see whether the prince would be swallowed whole by the demon of killing intent inside him. In the blink of an eye, 3 days of continuous sparring had passed. On the arena, a wooden sword was thrust deep into the ground. Andrian looked at his opponent in front of him and called out softly, "Taylor Tailwham, right?" Slinging his sword over his shoulder, the prince smiled and commented that over the past 3 days, Taylor had tried very hard. In reality, for Taylor, having to endure a blade full of uninhibited killing intent, the 3 straight days was nothing short of ultimate torture, both physically and mentally. Andrian clicked his tongue in mock regret, sarcastically adding that Taylor surely wanted to land a kick on him. Before everything ended, though sadly he couldn't. The remark left Taylor bewildered, stammering in denial. Right at this moment, Andrian turned to receive an exquisitely carved wooden box from the maid. Looking at the box handed to him, Taylor asked blankly, "Your Highness, what is this?" Andrian explained in a low voice. He knew he had previously committed unforgivable wrongs against Taylor's family. Though unsure if this gift would suffice as compensation, he still wanted Taylor to bring it back to Baron Tehem. Inside the box was actually just a teddy bear along with a simple letter of apology. Andrian waved his hand, gesturing for Taylor to leave, not forgetting to wish him a safe journey. Andrian thought to himself that he had no obligation to clean up the mess left by the former prince. However, once asking someone to do work for him, paying them worthy compensation was only natural. Touched by the prince's gesture, Taylor turned back and shouted with deep gratitude, "Thank you, Your Highness." News of the Mad Prince's sparring matches quickly spread, and became the hottest topic in the kingdom. Throughout the royal palace, nobles continuously whispered and gossiped with glee, believing that Andrian's arrogance had finally dug his own grave, and that he would pay a heavy price for his past sins. They eagerly awaited the moment the fat prince would be humiliated. However, as day after day went by, the scandal the nobles had been longing for announced, "I am not a knight, I am a soldier." I do not walk on the path of righteousness, but rather the path that leads to victory. However, his gaze instantly sank, sternly warning Andrion that his current sword was far too dangerous. When bloodlust swells up too strongly, it blinds both oneself and the enemy, which will lead you down the wrong path. What did I? Andrion let out a soft sigh, explaining to his uncle that this was the reason they needed to train in order to overcome their current shortcomings. Hearing this, Vu crossed his arms with solemnity, coldly declaring that he would do. Currently, hearing that, Vu crossed his arms with a gravity, coldly declaring that he would continue to monitor to see whether the prince would be swallowed whole by the demonic bloodlust inside. Time passed, and 3 days of continuous sparring had gone by. On the arena floor, a wooden sword was stuck firmly into the ground. Andrion looked at the opponent in front of him and softly called out, "Taylor, right?" Carrying his sword on his shoulder, the prince smiled and remarked that out over the past 3 days, Taylor had tried very hard. In fact, for Taylor, having to endure an uninhibited, bloodthirsty blade for 3 days straight was no different from absolute torture, both physically and mentally. Andrion clicked his tongue, with regret, mockingly saying that surely Taylor really wanted to give him a kick before everything ended, but unfortunately he couldn't. The remark left Taylor thoroughly flustered, stammering in denial. Right at this moment, Andrion turned to receive an intricately carved wooden box from the maids. Hands that die. Looking at the box being handed over. In front of him, Taylor asked in confusion, "Your Highness? What is this?" Andrion explained in a low voice. He knew that he had previously committed unforgivable wrongs against Taylor's family. Although he didn't know if this gift would be enough to compensate, he still wanted Taylor to bring it back for Baron. Taylor. Inside the box was actually just a teddy bear along with a simple letter of apology. Andrion waved his hand too, signaled Taylor to leave, not forgetting to wish him a safe journey. Andrion thought to himself that he originally had no obligation to clean up the mess left behind by the former prince. However, once you ask someone to work for you, giving them proper compensation is only natural. Receiving the prince's sincere gesture, Taylor was moved, and turned around, shouting loudly with gratitude, "Thank you, Your Highness." News of the sparring matches involving the Mad Prince quickly spread and became the hottest topic in the entire kingdom. All across the royal palace, the nobles kept whispering and gossiping with gleeful malice, believing that Andrion's arrogance had finally dug his own grave and that he would have to pay a heavy price for his past sins. They eagerly greatest in the kingdom. Everywhere in the royal palace, the nobles kept whispering and discussing gleefully, believing that Andrion's arrogance had finally dug his own grave, and he would have to pay a heavy price for his past sins. They eagerly waited for the moment the fat prince would be humiliated. However, as day after day went by, the scandal that the nobles so eagerly anticipated was still completely unheard of. When someone curiously inquired about the results of the match, knights who had faced Andrion unexpectedly spoke up to clear his name. They enthusiastically shared that it was all just a misunderstanding, and the first prince was actually not terrible like the rumors claimed. Everyone cheerfully affirmed that both sides gave it their all and fought very fairly, and through these matches they realized His Highness wasn't as bad as they had thought. Of course, the nobles didn't believe a word of it. The truth about Andrion's fair sparring matches was maliciously distorted. Surely the royal family had stepped in to silence them. The news quickly reached Andrion's ears, making him slam the table in anger and shout out, "Silenced my foot! They're just embarrassed because they lost, that's all." Those nobles are truly useless. Why don't they? Why? Try doing something useful for once? Turning back to Taylor, who at this moment was trembling while holding the royal gift box in his hands, Andrian stepped closer, slapped him hard on the shoulder, and growled, "Next time you go out, make sure to show off and brag a lot about the result of the match, got it?" Taylor broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly bowed, replying, "Yes, Your Highness." Andrian crossed his arms, smugly, thinking to himself that those nonsensical rumors out there would probably die down soon anyway. However, he was quickly doused with a bucket of cold water. When the maid rushed into the room in a panic to report, Andrian asked blankly, "Why?" The maid explained with concern, "Those rumors, they're spreading claims that Your Highness threatened everyone to fake the results of the matches." Hearing this, the fat prince could only stand frozen in silence at the public's twisting of truth and falsehood. Andrian's face darkened beneath his bangs. He clicked his tongue and said to himself, "Fine then. Whatever, let's just keep training." Nyanda, not bothering to care about those groundless rumors, Andrian immediately channeled his full strength. A brilliant blue stream of mana erupted fiercely, enveloping his body. Carrying iron determination, Andrian plunged into a new round of crazy, grueling training. He swung his sword repeatedly. The speed and power in each of the prince's strikes were now much faster and more accurate than before, demonstrating remarkable progress after days of arduous training. As his final sword trajectory drew a dazzling blue streak of light before fading away, Andrian panted softly, the mana stream gradually drawing back into his chest. He turned to ask his loyal guard, "How many sparring opponents are left today?" Carr looked over the stack of documents and respectfully reported, "The person coming today is the last one, Your Highness." Andrian let out a soft sigh, asking back with a hint of disappointment, "So the apprentices don't dare challenge me anymore?" Carr smiled faintly and explained, "Indeed, but at least this final opponent is a true knight. Someone who not only trains in her family's techniques, but also joined a prestigious order of knights to better hone her swordsmanship." Yee. Hearing this, Andrian smirked, chuckling with interest. "Oh," he muttered, the name he had just read in the document. "An apprentice knight of the Iron Lion Order, Arwen Kerrigan." At the same time, at the arena gate, the large wooden door slowly opened and a majestic figure, clad in gleaming silver armor, stepped inside. The royal guards standing on both sides couldn't help but buzz with chatter. "Is that her?" Another nodded in confirmation. "Judging by the crest on the armor, it's definitely her. People often compare her to a flower on a cliff, an elegantly regal rose with thorns. The woman rumored to have broken the hearts of so many men." Every composed step of Arwen thumped against the ground, attracting every gaze from the surrounding soldiers. They couldn't stop whispering in admiration. "She really is beautiful as expected. To think even a woman like her would step in here personally." Another smirked meaningfully. "The first prince sure has terrifying charm, huh? Either way, if the prince loses to her in front of everyone, it'd be a complete joke to society." Aye. The Iron Lion Order was originally one of the top knight organizations in the kingdom, famous for excelling in both reputation and strength. Arwen Kerrigan, an outstanding apprentice knight of this order, had even been confirmed for official membership thanks to her innate talent. Faced with this information, Andrian couldn't help but wonder, "But why would someone so talented seek me out for a sparring match?" The red-cloaked knight beside him explained awkwardly that there had previously been a bit of a misunderstanding between him and Arwen. Hearing that, Andrian mocked himself. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Everyone knows my nature by now. I probably just caused trouble for no reason, didn't I? To clear things up, Andrian immediately turned to ask the maid standing nearby, "Hey, tell me, what did I do before?" The maid trembled, stammering in fluster. "About that, Your Highness insulted Arwen." Hearing up to this point, Andrian froze completely. He clutched his head in utter helplessness, cursing his past self. What? That maniac! He kept causing random ridiculous trouble, and now I have to suffer the consequences. Memories of the past misunderstanding immediately flooded back. Back then, the obese Prince Andrion had brazenly walked over, placed his hand on Owen's shoulder, and uttered flirtatious words. "You're Owen, right? As expected from the rumors, you're very beautiful. How about it? If you want, come be my personal maid." No. Faced with such crude harassment, Owen immediately slapped his hand away, and warned him coldly, "Your Highness, the Order of Knights is not your personal property." Her blunt rejection made the fat prince so angry his face turned red, veins popping on his forehead. Back to reality, current Andrion could only break into a cold sweat, bowing his head in deep shame as he heard the old achievements of this body. He inwardly blamed himself. That was clearly the pathetic hit-on of a rotten piece of work. When coming face to face with Andrion, Owen bowed slightly. "Long time no see, Your Highness." But immediately after, she uttered a cold line. "You haven't changed at all." Faced with her cold demeanor, the prince merely scratched his head and gave a forced laugh in reply. "Is that so? I think I've changed quite a lot." He thought to himself, "I've changed plenty. My soul's basically been completely swapped out." Owen's sharp eyes narrowed slightly in suspicion, making Andrion break into a cold sweat. Muttering to himself, this really is karmic retribution left behind by the old prince. Right at this moment, an announcement rang out, cutting through the awkward atmosphere. Vlaire had arrived. The majestic commander stepped forward, stopped to look at Owen, and asked, "Are you—" She immediately placed her hand over her chest, respectfully offering a military salute. "Apprentice Knight of the Iron Lion Order, Owen Kurgan, requests an audience with the Count." Recognizing the young talent of the famous order, the Count nodded slightly and warned her in a stern voice. "Be careful! His Highness's sword is very dangerous." Hearing his uncle speak ill of him right in front of his opponent, Andrion showed his annoyance clearly, gritting his teeth and grumbling. "Hey, uncle, why aren't you considerate at all?" Ignoring his nephew's dissatisfaction, Vlaire merely sighed, said all right then, and loudly commanded, "Both of you, take your positions." Standing in the middle of the castle's training ground, the Count raised his hand high and declared the sparring match officially started. Instantly, Owen moved at lightning speed, rushing forward like a gust of wind. Seeing his opponent take the initiative to attack, Andrion smirked with excitement. Thinking to himself, "Let's see the strength of the Iron Order's hope." Owen swung her sword down in a fatal blow, activating a special vision ability. Andrion intently observed the trajectory of his opponent's sword, silently assessing. As expected, her movements are quite good. He swung his sword to block, creating a fiery collision between two streams of mana die. However, in that exact moment, the prince's weak body suddenly turned against him. Andrion coughed up blood, his chest throbbing with sharp pain as the system warned of a mana disorder phenomenon. Taking advantage of the opening when her opponent's mana unexpectedly went out of control, Owen immediately closed the distance. Without letting the prince catch his breath, Owen unleashed a continuous series of sharp sword strikes at dizzying speed. Andrion could only struggle using all his strength to defend against those powerful, relentless slashes. The sound of clashing metal. Greeted, "Long time no see, Your Highness." But right after that, she dropped a cold line. "You still haven't changed at all." Faced with her coldness, the prince merely scratched his head and laughed awkwardly in response. "Is that so? I think I've changed a lot," he thought to himself. "Changed a lot indeed, practically swapped out the entire soul already." Owen's sharp eyes narrowed slightly with suspicion, leaving Andrion breaking into a cold sweat, telling himself this was truly the karma left behind by the former prince. Right at this moment, an announcement echoed, cutting through the awkward atmosphere. Vu had arrived. The majestic commander walked over, stopped to look at Owen and asked, "Are you—" She immediately placed her hand over her chest and respectfully performed a military salute. "Trainee Knight of the Iron Lion Legion, Owen Ken. At your service, Count." "No." Recognizing the young talent of the famous Legion, the Count nodded slightly and warned her in a serious tone. "Be careful. His Highness's sword is very dangerous. Hearing his uncle speak ill of him right in front of his opponent, Andrian made an annoyed face, grumbling through grit teeth. Hey, why is this uncle so unthoughtful, huh? Ignoring his nephew's dissatisfaction, Vu merely sighed, said all right, and sorrowfully ordered both of them into position. Standing in the middle of the castle training ground, the Count raised his hand high and declared the sparring match officially underway. Instantly, Awen moved with lightning speed, dashing forward like a gust of wind. Seeing his opponent take the initiative to attack, Andrian smirked, grinning with excitement, thinking to himself, let's see the strength of the Iron Legion's hope. Awen swung her sword down in a critical blow, activating her special vision. Andrian intently observed the trajectory of his opponent's sword, silently evaluating. Indeed, her movements are quite good. He swung his sword to block, creating a fierce clash between the two forces of mana. However, at that very moment, the fat prince's fragile body suddenly betrayed him. Andrian coughed up blood, a sharp pain shooting through his chest. Activated a special ocular power. Andrian intently observed the trajectory of his opponent's sword, silently evaluating. Indeed, the movements were very decent. He swung his sword to parry, creating a fiery collision between the two flows of mana. But at that exact moment, the prince's frail body suddenly backfired. Andrian coughed up blood, his chest burning with pain. Master, Andrian coughed up blood, a sharp pain in his chest, as the system warned of a mana disorder phenomenon. Taking advantage of the opening when her opponent's mana suddenly went out of control, Awen immediately closed the distance. Without giving the prince room to catch his breath, Awen unleashed a succession of razor-sharp strikes at dizzying speed. Andrian could only struggle with all his might to hold off those powerful combo slashes. The sound of metal clashing. 19-9 waved his hand and chuckled, saying, "No, it's not," echoing loudly across the training ground. She truly lives up to her name as a rose with thorns, folks. Continuously pushed back by Awen's sharp sword strikes, Andrian quickly realized his disadvantage. I'm being forced back. This won't do. Just as his opponent rushed forward at extreme speed, Andrian decided to activate the dragon-slaying heart. A violent stream of deep red killing intent immediately erupted, enveloping his body, making Awen widen her eyes in shock. Both swung their swords in a head-on clash, creating a fiery shockwave between the two opposing streams of mana. Faced with the pressure from the deep red killing intent, Awen immediately leaped back to keep a safe distance, then charged forward again to probe him. Following her opponent's every movement, she couldn't help but ponder in deep amazement at the prince's strange swordsmanship. Andrian panted softly, letting out an excited smile as he commented, "Looks like just being single-chain doesn't mean everyone is the same. You really are on a completely different level from those trash back then." However, to secure his victory, Andrian decided to activate the Judgment Authority at its limit. Might as well pull out all the stops. Losing to a woman would be kind of embarrassing. The prince's eyes suddenly flared brightly, bringing up a detailed status panel of his opponent. Awen Kerrigan, 19 years old, possessing rank a swordsmanship alongside a series of traits fit for a true genius. Andrian spat out a small mouthful of blood, silently analyzing the fact that he could see these stats using the system's limited authority, meaning Awen's current strength was only equal to or even weaker than his. The real battle had just begun. Without a moment of hesitation, both charged at each other simultaneously. At terrifying speed, Andrian's deep red mana clashed head-on with Awen's blue mana. Both Andrian and Awen were panting heavily, their bodies drenched in sweat after that fiery clash. Under the bright red sunset enveloping the training ground, both sides temporarily backed off to catch their breath. Right at this moment, a sword decisively lowered. Vlier stepped forward between the two, loudly declaring that today's match would stop here and resume tomorrow. Things were just getting good, and the string snapped? Though completely exhausted, Andrian still smirked in regret, grumbling that he was just about to end the match. Not to be outdone, Alwyn also wore a challenging smile, replying that she had the exact same thought. She even took the initiative to provocatively ask if the prince wanted to fight a few more rounds, affirming that she was ready at any time. The stubbornness of both forced Vli to shout loudly and stop them. He sternly reminded them it's far too late, and ordered them both to get their injuries treated immediately. Right after, the old royal physician rushed to Andrian's side in a hurry, channeling green healing magic to bandage his wounds. Seeing the physician mutter upon discovering more bruises on his body, Andrian could only glance over in annoyance. In the corner of the arena, Alwyn was also being treated by another healer. She lowered her head slightly, quietly lost in thought. As they passed each other to leave the training ground, Alwyn cast a brief glance at the fat prince, her eyes displaying iron determination along with a silent promise. Just you wait. The persistent sparring match between the two actually dragged on with no sign of stopping. By the third day of the duel, the royal knights standing around watching couldn't help but buzz with chat. They admitted they were extremely surprised to witness the strength of the formerly useless prince. Although the genius Owan's skills were beyond question, what the first prince displayed was not lacking in the slightest. Facing the battle about to resume, everyone excitedly hoped today would be the moment a clear victor was decided, as Andrian and Alwyn once again stood face to face with unsheathed swords. Before continuing the duel, Andrian suddenly smiled faintly and spoke up. Before we fight on, there's something I want to say. Looking at the prince's attitude, Alwyn immediately put up her guard and coldly interrupted him. Don't tell me your highness intends to apologize at this hour. I will not accept an apology. Understanding his opponent's thoughts, Andrian silently assessed that she merely wanted to use her own strength to reclaim her previously damaged pride. That spirit was indeed commendable, but he had a completely different intention. Andrian waved his hand and laughed. No, it's not that. We fought this fiercely. Shouldn't there be a reward? How about the loser has to grant one wish to the winner? This proposal instantly sent shockwaves through the surrounding crowd of knights. They began whispering in deep concern. Because with this deal, if one lost, they would have to do whatever the opponent requested, whether it was kneeling down or bowing their head to apologize. Facing such a provocative offer, Alwyn could only remain silent in deep thought. Everyone around panicked and tried to dissuade them, earnestly asking the prince to take back his words, because noble royal status did not allow him to make such a bet. However, Andrian just brushed them off, telling outsiders not to interfere, then turned to ask Alwyn directly, "What do you say, Alwyn?" After a moment of silence, Alwyn decisively stepped forward. She loudly declared that although she was merely an apprentice, knight loyal to the Leonberg royal family and dared not commit treason, if this was something permitted by the prince, she believed she had full right to claim the reward from this bet. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get revenge on this withered pig. Seeing her blazing determination, Andrian smirked, laughing with excitement, thinking, very good. Instantly, the battle erupted at a completely different pace. The two blades clashed repeatedly, creating booming explosions and dazzling streaks of light across the arena. Alwyn's speed was extremely fast, but Andrian proved even more superior, easily dodging and neutralizing her every treacherous sword line. Suddenly, the prince's eyes turned a bloodthirsty bright red along with a ruthless smile. Andrian put all his strength into activating the dragon-slaying sword's killing intent, swinging a strike that carried a massive stream of deep red energy straight down, completely suppressing Alwyn's blue mana and leaving her with only enough time to let out a groan of extreme pain. Under the suffocating pressure of Andrian's sword strike, Alwyn was utterly amazed by her opponent's superior speed. She thought to herself, yesterday he wasn't even this fast. Looking at the massive dragon-shaped red killing intent enveloping the fat prince, she couldn't help but suspect whether he had been hiding his true strength. Not letting herself be shaken, Alwyn continued to swing her sword to meet the attack. Both executed consecutive sword lines and charged at each other like moths to a flame. Alwyn could only let out a grunt, struggling to withstand the suffocating pressure from Andrian's side. After a dash past each other that blew dust and rocks everywhere, she was exhausted and panting heavily, sweat pouring profusely. However, Andrian gave his opponent no time to rest. With eyes burning bright red with killing intent, he put all his strength into swinging a decisive downward slash. The slash, carrying a deep red stream of mana, clashed head-on with Awen's sword, creating a massive explosion that shook the entire training ground. That terrifying power knocked Awen's sword straight into the air before plunging deep into the ground. Awen was completely defeated, only able to kneel on the arena under the glowing red sunset. Witnessing this unexpected result, the royal knights around were completely stunned, and even Vlur couldn't hide the shock on his face. Awen looked in disbelief at the sword that had left her hand, muttering, unable to believe she had failed. Andrian calmly lowered his sword, declaring, "I won the bet." He walked up to Awen, who was kneeling on the ground, and called out clearly, "Awen Kurgan, Andrian wore a triumphant smile, looking straight at her and stating the winner's demand. "I want you." That blunt declaration left Awen completely stunned and tense. Oh no, how can she turn the tables now? She was trapped in his snare without even knowing it. Now, to speak a bit about Kar. Waved his hand, laughing and saying, "No, it's not. Like that. Since we fought so fiercely, shouldn't there be a reward? Or perhaps the loser must fulfill one wish of the winner." This proposal immediately shocked the crowd of knights around them. They began to whisper among themselves with anxiety, because with this bet, if someone lost, that person would have to do whatever the opponent demanded, whether it was kneeling or bowing their head in apology. Facing this provocative proposal, Awen could only remain silent and contemplative. Everyone around panicked and tried to stop them, imploring the prince to take back his words, since his noble royal status did not allow him to make such a wager. However, Andrian merely brushed them off, telling outsiders not to interfere, then turned to ask Awen directly. "What do you think, Awen?" After a moment of silence, Awen decisively stepped forward. She sorrowfully declared that although she was merely a trainee knight loyal to the royal Leon Beck family and would not dare commit treason, if this was something permitted by the prince, she believed she had full right to claim the reward from this bet, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get back at this piggy prince. That's it. Seeing her burning determination, Andrian smirked, grinning with excitement, thinking, "Excellent." Immediately, the battle erupted with a completely different tempo. The two blades clashed repeatedly, creating shocking explosions and brilliant flashes of light all across the arena. Awen's speed was insanely fast, but Andrian proved to be even superior, easily dodging and parrying him every single one of her deadly strikes. Suddenly, the prince's eyes turned blood-red with bloodlust, along with a sinister smile, but Andrian showed even greater superiority by easily dodging and neutralizing every single one of her lethal strikes. Suddenly, the prince's eyes turned a bloodthirsty crimson, accompanied by a smile, and, full of cruelty, Andrian concentrated all his power to activate the dragon-slaying sword's bloodlust, executing a strike that carried a massive crimson energy stream, slashing straight down, completely overpowering Awen's blue mana, leaving her only time to let out an extremely painful groan. Facing the suffocating pressure from Andrian's sword strike, Awen was utterly amazed by her opponent's superior speed. She thought to herself, yesterday he wasn't even this fast. Looking at the massive dragon-shaped crimson aura engulfing the fat prince, she couldn't help but suspect whether Hisede was hiding his true strength. Refusing to let herself waver, Awen continued to swing her sword to meet the attack. Both of them continuously executed sword techniques and clashed against each other like two moths to a flame. Awen could only let out a grunt, struggling to withstand the suffocating pressure from Andrian after a pass by each other that sent dirt and stones flying everywhere. She was exhausted, breathing heavily as sweat poured down profusely. However, Andrian gave his opponent no time to rest, with eyes burning red. With bloodlust, he gathered all his strength to execute a decisive downward slash. The slash carried a deep red mana stream that collided head-on with Alwyn's sword, creating a massive explosion that shook the entire training field. That terrifying power knocked Alwyn's sword flying straight up into the air, where it plunged firmly into the ground. Alwyn was utterly defeated, only able to drop to her knees on the arena floor beneath the glowing red sunset. Witnessing this unexpected outcome, the royal knights nearby were completely struck silent, and even Vu couldn't hide the shock on his face. Alwyn looked in utter disbelief at the sword that had left her hand, muttering in shock that she had actually lost. Andrian calmly lowered his sword and declared, "I won the bet." He stepped forward to Alwyn, kneeling on the ground, and sonorously called out, "Alwyn Ken." Andrian flashed a triumphant smile, looking straight at her, and stated the winner's demand. "I want you." That blunt statement left Alwyn completely shocked and tense. Oh no, how can I back out now? She didn't even realize she had been walked right into his trap. No, let's talk briefly about when taking on the mission to serve as the escort knight for the kingdom's infamous first prince, he had mentally prepared himself for the absolute worst-case scenarios. However, contrary to his initial worries, this job was not difficult at all like he had imagined. On their first day meeting, Andrian only glanced over slightly and asked, "Are you the new escort knight?" Though the fat prince looked somewhat arrogant, he merely said calmly, "I'm counting on you." His Highness didn't throw fits or throw tantrums for no reason like those rumors outside claim. In fact, he often witnessed the prince perseveringly running to train his body every single day. To put it more accurately, the reality was the exact opposite of those malicious rumors. In the middle of a torrential rainstorm, Andrian still frantically swung his wooden sword all alone, plunging into relentless training. Witnessing that scene in the freezing rain, a knight standing beside him asked with concern, "The rain is getting too heavy. Should we stop His Highness now?" "I think we should just let him be so he can lose a bit of fat, it's fine." Right at this moment, sensing an overload of energy from the prince's sword swing that was about to erupt dangerously, he yelled out in panic, "Your Highness, look out!" A loud explosion echoed, tearing through the night sky. Andrian's strike shattered the training wooden post into 100 pieces. Standing amid the rubble with a dirt-smeared face, the prince let out a faint, thrilled smile. Witnessing that iron will breaking through every limit, Carr was completely won over. He silently thought to himself that he once had a gut feeling His Highness would surely become a great figure. He truly believed that until this very moment, when the sparring match ended, and Andrian loudly declared to Alwyn kneeling on the ground, "I want you." The prince's bold declaration caused the surrounding crowd of knights to freeze completely in sheer horror. They whispered in panic, "Huh? Seriously, how disrespectful." Even Carr broke out into a sweat, his image of a great prince completely collapsing as he wondered, could it be that I misjudged him after all? Alwyn bowed her head in shock for a moment, then looked up straight at Andrian. "Is that truly what your Highness desires?" However, Andrian merely slung his sword over his shoulder nonchalantly, walked past her, and replied coldly. Andrian let out a faint, proudly arrogant smirk. He declared loudly, "Therefore, what I want is the potential and the future of the knight named Alwyn Kurgan. I need a knight who follows me, not a knight who stands beside me because of a royal order, but a knight who belongs solely to me." Andrian looked straight at Alwyn, where her status panel clearly displayed rank a swordsmanship talent alongside a series of traits fit for a genius. He continued, and from what I see, your swordsmanship aptitude is quite impressive. So, Awen Kurgan, become my knight." This deeply sincere yet equally authoritative invitation left Awen completely frozen in place. Standing before the prince's offer, old memories suddenly came flooding back to Awen's mind. She had once become the knight she had always dreamed of being, yet reality turned out to be brutally harsh. Wherever she went, she had to endure the rude, whispering chatter of men around her. Doesn't she have an extremely eye-catching appearance? No one ever truly treated her as a real knight. They viewed her as a novel toy. To avoid being looked down upon, she tried her absolute best. Yet even though she repeatedly defeated all other apprentice knights to claim convincing victories, societal prejudice remained a wall far too massive. The crowd around her never stopped making sarcastic remarks behind her back. Won't Sir Awen just end up as a designated eye candy in the end anyway? Protecting a beauty like her is truly a noble duty for a knight. Taking every lonely step amid those slanderous words, Awen painfully realized that she could never become a proper knight. Yet standing before this proposal, Awen couldn't help but feel conflicted inside. She lowered her head slightly, recalling Andrian's words about wanting her potential and future as a true knight. Looking at the fat prince standing quietly under the golden sunset, Awen wondered whether those words truly came from his genuine heart. After a long moment of silent inner conflict, she looked up at Andrian and spoke softly. "Please, promise me one thing." Awen proposed solemnly. "Your Highness, please treat me as a knight, not as a woman. If you can do that, I will fulfill your every request." Being a woman already comes with so many disadvantages, so asking for a few rights shouldn't be a problem, right? Facing Awen's steadfast gaze, Andrian let out a respectful, faint smile. Without a moment of hesitation, he replied, "Very well, I promise you." Having received that golden commitment, Awen decisively stepped forward, knelt on one knee before the prince, and declared loudly, "I, Awen, eldest daughter of the Kurgan family, swear loyalty to Prince Andrian Leonberg and vow to dedicate my sword and the rest of my life to your Highness." Witnessing this sacred moment, all the guards as well as Valur observed in silence with stern expressions. Andrian drew his sword, rested the blade on Awen's shoulder, and proclaimed loudly, "By the legitimate bloodline of Leonberg, in my name, Andrian Leonberg, I knight you. Be brave, be courteous, and be loyal." The knighting ceremony concluded under the brilliant glow of the late afternoon sun, marking the moment Andrian officially gained his very first loyal knight of his own. However, news of this oath quickly spread outside and met with massive skepticism from public opinion. At the academy, the crowds kept whispering in sarcastic mockery. An oath of loyalty to a scoundrel? Does that even sound reasonable? Just like that, they spun the story far worse than those neighborhood gossip machines, folks. The young nobles kept whispering amongst themselves, believing that an oath born from a bet was utterly ridiculous, and that they had to find a way to invalidate it. They were skeptical of Awen refusing help, even beginning to fabricate shady stories about the relationship between her and the prince. Some even maliciously rumored that to save face, Andrian couldn't take her as a mistress, so he used the knight's oath as an excuse to cover up this improper relationship. Overhearing those nonsensical rumors, Andrian back in the palace was angry to the point of going crazy. He clutched his head and screamed, "This is insane! Am I some kind of evil nexus, or what?" He turned to look at Gardkar with the utterly helpless expression, asking himself if he really was the biggest bastard in this world. Looking at the prince pulling his hair out in frustration, Kar pondered briefly before calling out, "Your Highness!" Andrian turned back and asked, "What is it?" The young guard hesitantly expressed his desire to talk about the words the prince had spoken a few days ago, on the day of his final duel with Awen. While Andrian was still bewilderedly wondering what it was, Kar reminded him of his statement about not needing a knight standing beside him merely due to a royal order. Andrian gasped slightly, then asked casually, "Did that make you sad?" "But that's the truth. If a royal decree came down right now telling you to go somewhere else, you'd still go, wouldn't you?" Andrian smiled faintly and added, If you can't go either, Carr, you can also swear an oath in the future. Hearing that, Carr suddenly became extremely serious. He looked straight at the prince and asked, "If I say I will swear an oath, will your highness accept it?" Contrary to Carr's expectations, Andrian immediately turned away and coldly rejected him. "No." He crossed his arms and explained, "I'd hate that, because raising you like that wouldn't be fun at all." That blunt answer left Carr with a contorted expression, only able to laugh helplessly in response. "Is that so?" Seeing his guard's expression, Andrian asserted solemnly that he wasn't joking around at all, but was completely serious. Right at this moment, a royal dispatch letter arrived in the prince's hands. The text on the letter clearly stated, "The first prince of the Leonberg royal family shall marry." She had once become the knight she always dreamed of being, yet reality was extremely harsh. Everywhere she went, she had to listen to rude whispers and gossip from men. Doesn't she have a very eye-catching appearance? No one truly treated her like a real knight. They regarded her as a novel plaything. To avoid being looked down upon, she tried her absolute best. Yet even though she repeatedly defeated all the other trainee knights to achieve convincing victories, social prejudice was still too grand a wall. The crowd around her continued to mock her behind her back. In the end, won't Sir Owen just become an appointed decorative vase? Protecting a beauty like her is truly a noble duty for a knight. Taking each lonely step amidst the slander, Owen painfully realized that she could not become a true knight. But facing that proposal, Owen still could not help but feel conflicted inside. She lowered her head slightly, recalling Andrian's words about wanting her potential and future as a true knight. Looking at the fat prince standing quietly under the sunset, Owen wondered whether those words truly came from his sincerity or not. After a moment of silent mental turmoil, she looked up at Andrian and softly said, "Please promise me one thing." Owen solemnly proposed, "Your Highness, please treat me as a knight, not a woman. If you can do that, I will fulfill your every demand." No, being a woman means facing disadvantages everywhere, so asking for a few rights should be fine, right? Facing Owen's firm gaze, Andrian smiled softly. With deep respect, without a moment of hesitation, he replied, "Very well, I promise you." Receiving that golden commitment, Owen decisively stepped forward and knelt on one knee in front of the prince, sonorously swearing her oath. "I, Owen, eldest daughter of the Jin house, swear loyalty to Prince Andrian Leon Beck, and vow to dedicate my sword." "You can do it. I will fulfill all your demands." Being a woman comes with so many disadvantages. So, asking for a few rights shouldn't be an issue, right? Facing Owen's determined gaze, Andrian let out a respectful faint smile. Without the slightest hesitation, he replied, "Very well, I promise you." Having received the solemn pledge, Owen decisively stepped forward and knelt on one knee before the prince, solemnly swearing, "I, Owen, eldest daughter of the Jin house, swear loyalty to Prince Andrian Leon Beck and vow to dedicate my sword and the remainder of my life to your highness." And witnessing this sacred moment, all the guards, as well as Vu, silently observed with solemn expressions. Andrian drew his sword, placed the blade on Owen's shoulder, and sonorously declared by the direct bloodline of Leon Beck, in the name of Andrian Leon Beck, I knight you. Be brave, be courteous, and be loyal. The knighting ceremony concluded in the brilliant glow of the dusk, marking the fact that Andrian officially gained his first loyal knight of his own. However, news of this oath quickly spread outside and met with immense skepticism from public opinion. At the academy, the crowds kept whispering in heavy mockery. An oath of loyalty to a scoundrel? Does that make any sense? Just like that, they gossiped about the story even more than the neighborhood nosy neighbors near my house, guys. The young nobles kept whispering and discussing, believing that an oath born from a bet was utterly ridiculous and that they definitely had to find a way to nullify it. They doubted Alwyn's refusal of assistance, even starting to weave shady stories about the relationship between her and the prince. Some even maliciously rumored that to save face, Andrian couldn't take her as a mistress. So he used the guise of a knight's oath to cover up this improper relationship. Overhearing those absurd rumors, Andrian in the palace was furious to the point of going crazy. He held his head and screamed, "This is insane! Am I the axis of evil or something?" He turned to look at Guardcat with an utterly helpless expression, wondering whether he was ultimately the biggest bastard in this world. Seeing the prince tearing his hair out, Cat pondered slightly and spoke up, calling, "Your Highness." Andrian turned around and asked, "What?" The young guard hesitantly expressed a desire to talk about the words the prince had said a few days ago on the day of the final duel with Alwyn. While Andrian was still bewilderedly wondering what it was, Cat brought up his words about not needing a knight by his side solely due to royal orders. Andrian turned back and asked what. The young guard hesitantly expressed a desire to talk about the words the prince had spoken a few days ago on the day of the final duel with Alwyn. While Andrian was still bewildered, wondering what it was about, the guard reminded him of the sentence. "Your words about not needing a knight by your side just because of a royal decree." Andrian uttered an "ah," and then nonchalantly asked, "Did it make you sad?" But that's the truth. If right now a royal decree came down telling you to go elsewhere, you would still go, wouldn't you? Andrian smiled softly and added, "If you can't go, then later on, Cat, you can also make an oath." Daddy! Hearing that, Cat suddenly became extremely serious. He looked straight at the prince and asked, "If I say I will make an oath, will your highness accept it?" Contrary to Cat's expectation, Andrian immediately turned away and cold-heartedly refused. "No, too." Crossing his arms, he explained, "I hate that, because raising you like that has no fun in it at all." Cat's blunt answer left Cat with a grimace, chuckling awkwardly, in utter helplessness as he replied, "Is that so?" Looking at the guard's face, Andrian sternly affirmed that he was not joking around at all, but was completely serious. Right at this moment, a message letter from the royal family was delivered to the prince's hand. The text on the letter clearly stated, "The first prince of the Leon Beck royal family will finish." A message from the royal family was delivered to the prince. The letter clearly stated, "The first prince of the royal house, Leon Beck, will marry, ending the period of house arrest and attending the upcoming banquet hosted by the royal family." After reading the letter, Andrian was completely bewildered, wondering what he had done to be released a whole month and a half early. He recalled the king's enraged face, silently thinking that when the old man threw him into this palace, he clearly detested him to the absolute limit. Andrian couldn't help but sigh in weary frustration. I really don't understand what that old man is thinking in his head. Seeing this, Carr asked softly, "Is your highness not happy, since the house arrest period has ended?" Andrian nonchalantly replied that he didn't care much either way, because even if he gained his freedom, he had nowhere to go, and knowing nobody meant he had no one to meet anyway. Right at this moment, a maid holding an invitation card in her hand suddenly startled in panic upon coming face to face with the prince. Noticing her peculiar expression, Andrian raised an eyebrow slightly and asked. The maid tremblingly bowed her head in apology and hesitantly presented it. "It's just that—" Looking at the envelope in her hand, Andrian muttered softly in suspicion, "An invitation card? With this maid's demeanor, there must be something off again, right?" The maid quickly offered up the invitation card. "Yes, it's this one." Receiving the envelope and opening it to read, Andrian was left completely stunned by the words, "Networking Club for Special Young Masters." The maid apologetically explained, "This is actually a social gathering where your highness used to be a regular member." Hearing up to this point, Andrian broke out into a cold sweat in utter confusion. Me? He curiously asked further if there was anything strange about that place, making the maid blush, hesitating without knowing how to explain it. Because to a woman, the debauched lifestyle and pleasures of young masters were extremely difficult to accept. It was actually a club dedicated to gathering, drinking, and flirting with women, a place where the former fat prince frequently went to indulge in pleasure. These guys are probably in the same crew as those infamous playboys back home, folks. Understanding the issue, Andrian immediately crumpled the invitation card and decisively refused. Forget it. I'm busy training. Why waste time going to those useless gatherings? However, just as he was about to throw it away, a signature at the bottom corner of the card suddenly caught his eye, leaving him stunned. The letter was sent from the eternal friend of Prince Andrian, who is wise, brave, and thoughtful, Bernardo of the Y family. The name instantly caused Andrian's expression to change. He pondered, realizing this name completely matched his memories. According to what his biological uncle had once told him, Y was the very last Knight family that obstinately pursued the ancient mana heart technique to the bitter end, only to suffer complete decline a century ago. The appearance of a descendant from the Y family caused Andrian to immediately change his mind. He decisively declared, "Looks like I must attend after all." Hearing the prince's command, the maid quickly bowed her head, assented, and withdrew to prepare suitable attire for him. Standing quietly in his room, Andrian stared intently at the invitation card in his hand, letting out a soft, contemplative sigh. He silently hoped that the family of his old friend from back then wouldn't be in too miserable of a state. "I possess the body of this playboy first prince, and as of now, it's been a full 4 months since I began furiously training to lose weight." Looking at the young prince trying on a new outfit in front of the mirror, the bespectacled middle-aged tailor couldn't hide his excitement, repeatedly clasping his hands in flattery to ask if he was satisfied with this garment. He asserted that he had strictly adhered to all of the prince's instructions. Black as the primary tone, minimalist patterns, and a simple design that still preserved the full majesty of royalty. Admiring his new appearance in the mirror, Andrian nodded slightly, acknowledging that he had indeed lost a lot of weight. The tailor immediately chimed in, exclaiming in sheer amazement that His Highness's current measurements had reduced to less than half of what they were before. Overjoyed by the prince's spectacular transformation, the tailor hurriedly proposed, preparing the attire for the upcoming royal palace banquet right away. However, Andrian immediately raised a hand to stop him, telling him to wait a bit longer, because between now and then, his body measurements would definitely continue to change further. A few days later, when the house arrest period came to an end, Andrian stepped onto the luxurious royal carriage, officially setting off toward the networking club meant exclusively for special young masters. Outside the carriage, imposing escort knights rode horses along the bustling streets. Sitting inside the comfortable carriage, Andrian let out a long, sluggish yawn, silently complaining. Being a prince truly is an utterly exhausting job. From attire to carriages to escorts, everything was unbearable troublesome. Right at this moment he glanced over to the opposite side and was surprised to see the maid shrinking as far back into the corner of the carriage as possible, not daring to breathe heavily. Unintentionally noticing a fairly distinct purple bruise on the maid's neck, Andrian narrowed his eyes slightly and asked about that injury. The prince's question panicked the girl. She hurriedly lowered her face, trembling and stammering an explanation that it was entirely due to her own incompetence, and His Highness had full right to punish her for it. Her extreme reaction of fear left Andrian with no choice but to click his tongue in helplessness. He thought to himself, as expected from the former prince's reputation, how could this body continuously create such terrible urban legends of abuse and arrogance to this extent? Suddenly realizing he had been seeing this maid for months without even knowing her name, Andrian softened his tone slightly and asked, "What is your name?" The unexpected question from her master startled the girl. The maid lowered her head shyly and replied, "Adia, Bey, Your Highness." The name just spoken left Andrian completely stunned. "Bey," he thought deeply to himself. That was an ancient family, now reduced to barely being registered in the noble registry just for show. He really hadn't expected to hear that legendary name once again in a place like this. Ancient memories suddenly flooded back into the mind of the former divine sword. Back then, let alone kingdoms, even cities didn't exist on this continent yet. Among countless powerful and ferocious races, weak humanity always suffered plundering and slaughter as a matter of course. Yet, the tragic history of humanity was brought to an end by a great individual. Through an endlessly long Great War, those saviors led humanity to stand up, overcome adversity, and ultimately become the race that ruled the entire continent. Later generations reverently called them the 5 Great Emperors. And one of those 5 legendary heroes who fought shoulder to shoulder with him was that very person. A heroic woman with radiant red hair, her hand gripping the hilt of her sword tightly, softly calling out, "Ruan!" Standing in the middle of a fiery battlefield, she softly asked her sword, "Have you ever thought about it?" Facing the giant, ferocious monster army roaring ahead, she still calmly asked, "After this war ends, what will you and I do?" Her emerald green eyes shone with iron determination. Without waiting for an answer, she launched herself into the air. That was the giant king who personally decapitated the supreme leader of the monsters, permanently ending the long history of foreign pillaging. Later generations always praised her with the majestic title, Iron-Blooded Sword, Countess Agnes Bayan. In the memories of the divine sword, the image of iron-blooded sword, Countess Agnes Bayan, appeared heroically amidst the blazing battlefield. Facing the massive army of monsters, she swung her sword, slaughtering relentlessly, venting her rage upon those filthy creatures who dared crawl over to plunder from humanity. Returning to reality, Andrian held his head in fatigue, telling himself that just thinking about those old memories made his ears feel dirty. He glanced at Adia sitting timidly opposite him, feeling deeply moved in his heart. Who would have thought that a descendant of the Bayan family— "Go prepare suitable attire for him." Standing silently in the room, Andrian intently looked at the invitation in his hand, letting out a soft, thoughtful sigh. He secretly hoped that the family of his old friend from back then wouldn't be in a completely miserable state. "I have entered the body of this playboy first prince, and as of now it has been a full 4 months since I started frantically training to lose weight." Looking at the young prince trying on the new outfit. In the mirror, the middle-aged tailor, wearing glasses, couldn't hide his excitement, repeatedly clasping his hands in flattery, asking whether he was satisfied with this attire. He affirmed that he had strictly followed all of the prince's instructions. A dominant black color scheme, minimalist patterns, and a simple design while still fully retaining the dignity of royalty. Admiring his new appearance. In the mirror, Andrian nodded slightly, acknowledging that he had indeed lost a lot of weight. The tailor immediately chimed in, exclaiming in sheer amazement that Your Highness's current measurements had dropped to less than half. Admitted that he had indeed lost a lot of weight. The tailor immediately chimed in, exclaiming in astonishment that His Highness's current measurements had dropped to less than half compared to before. Overly excited by the prince's spectacular transformation, the tailor hastily proposed to immediately start preparing the outfit for the upcoming royal palace banquet as well. However, Andrian instantly raised his hand to stop him, telling him to wait a bit more, because between now and then, his body measurements would definitely continue to change even further. A few days later, when the house arrest term came to an end, Andrian stepped onto a luxurious royal carriage, officially setting off toward the social club reserved exclusively for special noble youths. Outside the carriage, the imposing guard knights rode horses, escorting him along the bustling streets. Sitting inside the comfortable carriage cabin, Andrian let out a long, sluggish yawn, silently complaining. Being a prince is truly an exhausting job. From the attire, the carriage, to the guards, everything is unbearably troublesome. Right at this moment he glanced over to the opposite side and was surprised to see the maid pressing herself as far back as possible into the carriage corner, not daring to breathe heavily, unintentionally spotting a fairly distinct bruise. On the maid's neck, Andrian frowned slightly, asking about that injury. The prince's question panicked the girl, who hastily lowered her head, trembling and stammering an explanation that it was entirely due to her own incompetence, and that His Highness had every right to punish her for it. The maid's extreme fear made Andrian helplessly click his tongue. He thought to himself, just as expected from the former prince's reputation. How could this body keep creating such terrible urban legends about violence and tyranny? To this extent, suddenly realizing that he had been seeing this maid for several months, without even knowing her name, Andrian softened his voice and asked, "What is your name?" The unexpected question from her master startled the girl. The maid lowered her head timidly and replied, "Adil Bey, your highness." The name that was just uttered left Andrian completely stunned. Hey, he pondered thoughtfully. That was an ancient house, now almost remaining only in name form. Andrian was completely stunned. Bey paused in deep thought. That was an ancient house, now existing mostly as a mere name in the records in the noble registry. He really didn't expect that he would hear that legendary name once again in a place like this. Distant memories suddenly came flooding back into the mind of the former divine sword. Back then, even cities, let alone kingdoms, did not exist on this continent yet. Among countless strong and fierce races, weak human beings always suffered from being pillaged and slaughtered, as a matter of course. However, the tragic history of humanity was brought to an end by great individuals. Through an endlessly long Great War, those saviors led humanity to rise up, overcoming adversity to ultimately become the dominant race and ruling the entire continent. Future generations reverently called them the 5 great emperors, and one of those 5 legendary heroes who stood side by side with him was that person, the heroic woman, with brilliant red hair, her hand tightly gripping the hilt of her sword, softly calling out, "Ruon." Standing in the middle of a fiery battlefield, she softly asked her sword, "Have you ever thought about it?" Facing a huge, fierce army roaring in front of her, she calmly asked, "After this war ends, what will you and I do?" Her emerald green eyes shone with iron determination. Without waiting for an answer, she surged up into the sky. That was the former king, the person who single-handedly decapitated the supreme monster leader, permanently ending the long history of pillaging by foreign races. Future generations have always praised her, with the majestic title, Iron-Blooded Sword Marquis Agnes Nes Bayan, in the memories of the divine sword. The image of Iron-Blooded Sword Marquis Agnes Bayan emerged heroically amidst the fiery battlefield. Facing an army of giant monsters, she swung her sword, rushing in, and slaughtering without hesitation, venting her wrath upon the filthy creatures who dared crawl over to steal from humanity. Returning to reality, Andrian held his head in exhaustion, telling himself that just thinking about those old memories made his ears feel dirty. He glanced at Adia sitting timidly opposite him, slaughtering ruthlessly, venting his rage on those filthy creatures, daring to crawl out and steal from humans. Returning to reality, Andrian gently clutched his head in weariness, telling himself that just thinking of those old memories felt dirtying to his ears. He glanced at Adia, who was sitting timidly opposite him, and couldn't help but sigh inside. Who would have thought that a descendant of the Bayan house, the legendary figure of the past, has now become a timid, pitiful maid to this extent? What on earth happened to make them fall so low? Right at this moment, the carriage came to a halt. The escort knight opened the door, respectfully announcing they had arrived. Andrian stepped down from the carriage, but before leaving, he didn't forget to turn back and instruct Adia that he would speak with her privately later, causing the young girl to startle in anxiety. While Adia was still bewildered, a smooth, slick voice suddenly rang out in greeting. The person who had just walked over, bowing servilely, was none other than Bernardo of the Y family. Looking at his frivolous appearance, Andrian silently assessed that this guy looked no different from a hooligan, while wondering what miserable days he must have endured to look as withered as a sick ghost. Andrian looked at Bernardo meaningfully, silently thinking that this trip was indeed not in vain. Noticing the prince suddenly falling silent, Bernardo asked in slight confusion, "Your Highness, what's wrong? Are you still feeling unwell?" Andrian smiled faintly, patted his shoulder, and replied, "No, it's nothing. I just feel like I was right to come here. Thanks to that, today will probably be quite interesting. You'll know." Saying so, he casually walked inside, leaving Bernardo behind with an expression full of utter confusion and suspicion. Inside the banquet hall, a wildly debauched atmosphere was in full swing. Young nobles gathered to drink, embrace, and hurl flirtatious, vulgar words at the surrounding beauties. Yet amidst that chaos, Bernardo was utterly amazed as he observed Andrian. He thought to himself how strange. Normally by this time that playboy prince would already be dead, drunk, and groping women everywhere. In stark contrast to his past corrupt habits, Andrian at this moment was sharp and clear-headed. He sat casually on the armchair, gently swirling the wine-glass in his hand, and muttered, "I wonder why the atmosphere today feels completely different from before." Right at this moment, an arrogant noble with a face beet red from drunkenness walked over. He casually sat down beside Andrian and laughed vulgarly. "I've heard, Your Highness, that you plucked that iron lion flower. The rumor has spread everywhere already." "Nay, wait. Faced with the prince's silence, this guy pushed his luck even further. He boastfully continued, "I was one step too late. I'd had my eyes on that woman for a long time, too. If I knew, I would have accepted her oath first." He began uttering filthy, insulting words toward Awen. Just looking at her in armor was already that gorgeous. Who knows how amazing her bare skin is? Those words belittling the female knight's honor caused Andrian's eyes to instantly go cold. He asked in a low voice, "Hey, do you have a younger brother or sister at home?" The noble still hadn't realized the danger looming over him, stupidly laughing and replying, "Yes, did you forget, Your Highness? I have a younger—" Standing nearby, Bernardo narrowed his eyes in slight suspicion at the prince's strange question. Having received his answer, Andrian smirked slightly. "That's good, then." Just as the noble was bewilderedly asking back, "What?" Andrian channeled full force into his fist, delivering a devastating punch straight into his face. The thunderous punch sent the noble flying backward, shattering the tables, chairs, glasses, and plates on the floor. The sound of destruction, along with the terrified screams of the crowd, echoed throughout the banquet hall. Everyone around froze in sheer horror. Even Bernardo couldn't believe his eyes at the prince's sudden outburst of violence. Andrian strolled over to the man sprawling on the floor, letting out a ruthless, cold smile. "It's a good thing your family bloodline won't be wiped out." With that said, he immediately raised his foot and stomped hard down on the man's family jewels, making him scream in agonizing agony. Looking at the scum squirming under his foot, Andrian radiated a terrifying aura of killing intent, declaring coldly, "From now on, that younger sibling will be the family heir." Andrian swung his fist hard and delivered a brutal punch straight into the arrogant noble's face. leaving everyone present in the banquet hall, including Bernardo of the Y family, completely frozen in sheer terror. Before the noble could even regain his senses, Andrian stepped up, grabbed him tightly by his collar, and lifted him high into the air. The surrounding crowd shrieked in panic. "What on earth are you doing, Your Highness?" Looking straight at the battered face of the man in his grasp, Andrian warned him coldly. "Listen closely. I can tolerate being treated as a trash prince, but I cannot tolerate being seen as an easy target to push around." His declaration left the surrounding nobles completely bewildered, utterly failing to understand what the prince was implying. "What I mean is, you need another beating." With those words, he swung his fist and delivered another devastating direct blow to his face, leaving him only enough time to let out a scream of pain before flying far backward. The powerful punch sent the noble crashing to the floor, lying unconscious. Amidst the dead silence in the banquet hall, Andrian slightly turned his head and called out. Hearing his name called, Bernardo of the Y family was so terrified he immediately dropped to his knees, tremblingly replying, "Why, yes, Your Highness." Looking at his cowardly demeanor, Andrian wore a sinister smile, his face stained with a bit of blood, nonchalantly reminding him, "I told you, didn't I? Today would be very interesting. Were you all surprised?" Witnessing the prince's sudden cruelty, Bernardo couldn't help but feel terrified, thinking to himself, "Why is this crazy guy suddenly acting like this?" Right at this moment, Andrian stood imposing and commanded, "Go call the escort knights over here." The order left Bernardo stunned for a moment, but under the prince's terrifying pressure, he scrambled to his feet and replied clearly, "I obey your command," then hurriedly ran outside to call the guards, leaving the banquet hall engulfed in extreme tension. Andrian turned to glare at the chaotic crowd, coldly ordering. Hearing that, the noble ladies frantically scrambled out together to escape. Amidst that, another noble was breaking into a cold sweat, intending to sneak out step by small step behind the women toward the exit. However, his steps immediately froze when the prince's cold voice rang out from behind. "I said women. If you want to leave, go ahead, but if you do, you'll be leaving this place as a woman." Andrian's implicitly threatening words scared the noble so much he trembled, completely daring not to move a muscle. Looking at the scum lying unconscious on the ground and the crowd of nobles cowering in fear, Andrian smirked slightly. Inside his heart, the flame of rage was still smoldering fiercely. All this time, not a single one of these people was willing to kneel before the prince. Even if just to uphold royal dignity, none of them possessed even the slightest bit of basic respect. Not only did they openly mock him to his face, but now they even dared to utter insults and degrade his knight's honor. Andrian turned his back toward the door, casually asking, "If that's the case, what charges can be brought against them?" The doors to the banquet hall were instantly pushed open. The royal knights in majestic silver armor decisively marched inside. The leader loudly reported, for disrespecting the royal house, they are guilty of insulting royalty. Furthermore, daring to challenge royal authority is no different from high treason. Oh boy, messing with the king is like playing with a tiger. The knight bowed respectfully, waiting for commands. "Please give the order, Your Highness." Andrian stood imposing before his knights, casually asking, "Who should we make kneel down first?" Afterward, he let out a cruel, faint smile and concluded, "Well then, just make all of them kneel." The tumultuous incident at the networking club quickly reached the royal palace. As soon as the house arrest order was lifted, Andrian was immediately summoned before the throne. Looking at his son standing below, the king couldn't help but get a massive headache. "The moment your house arrest was lifted, you caused a huge uproar." He slammed his hand down angrily, shouting, 14 noble descendants have been thrown into prison. Insulting royalty, high treason? You attached every massive excuse possible." The king asked in a stern voice if Andrian knew what he had just done. Because messing with 14 major noble families would certainly spark a massive wave of backlash. Announce from now on that younger sibling will be the heir to the family. Andrian swung his fist hard. delivering a brutal blow straight into the face of the arrogant noble, making everyone present in the banquet hall, including Bernardo of the Yai family, freeze in utter terror. Before the noble could even compose himself, Andrian stepped forward, grabbed him tightly by the collar, and lifted him into the air. The surrounding crowd screamed in panic. "What on earth are you doing?" "Your Highness!" Staring straight at the bruised face of the man in his grip, Andrian coldly warned, "Listen closely. I can stand being considered a trash prince, but I cannot stand being treated like an easy target to bully." His declaration left the surrounding nobles utterly bewildered, completely failing to understand what the prince was implying. "What I mean is, you need another beating." With those words, he swung his fist, delivering another heavy blow directly to his face, causing him only to scream in pain before flying backward. The extremely powerful punch sent the noble flying, collapsing onto the floor, lying unconscious. Amidst the dead silence of the banquet hall, Andrian turned his head slightly and called out to Yai. Hearing his name called, Bernardo of the Yai family was so terrified that he immediately fell to his knees on the floor, trembling as he replied, "Yes, your Highness." Seeing his cowardly state, Andrian flashed a sinister smile, a speck of blood splattered on his face, as he nonchalantly reminded him, "I told you already that today would be very interesting. Aren't you surprised?" Witnessing the prince's unexpected brutality, Bernardo was terrified, thinking to himself, "Why is this madman suddenly acting like this?" Right at this moment, Andrian stood towering over them and ordered, "Go call the guard knights over here." The order left Bernardo bewildered for a moment, but under the prince's terrifying pressure, he scrambled up hastily, loudly replying, "As you command." He then rushed outside in a hurry to call the guards, leaving the banquet hall submerged in an atmosphere of extreme tension. Andrian turned to glare at the crowd who were surprised. Witnessing the prince's sudden brutality, Bernardo could not help but be horrified, thinking to himself, "Why on earth is this madman acting like this all of a sudden?" Right at this moment, Andrian stood tall and commanded, "Someone to call his guardian knight here." The command left Bernardo bewildered for a moment, but under the prince's terrifying pressure, he hurriedly leaped up and answered loudly, "Your command shall be done." Then he frantically ran outside to call the guards, leaving the banquet hall. Steeped in an atmosphere of extreme tension, Andrian turned to glare at the crowd, coldly commanded, "You women over there, get the hell out." Hearing this, the noble young ladies frantically led each other away to escape. In the midst of that, another noble guy, breaking into a cold sweat, tried to secretly take small steps to slip away through the exit meant for the girls. However, his steps instantly froze when the cold voice of the prince echoed, "From behind, I said, women. If you want to go ahead, but if you do, you will be leaving here as a woman." Andrian's meaningful threat scared the noble so much that he trembled, not daring to move an inch, looking at the scum lying unconscious on the floor along with the group of nobles. Cowering in fear, Andrian smirked. Inside his heart, the flame of rage was still smoldering. Throughout all this time, not a single one of these people bothered to kneel before the prince. Even if just to preserve royal face, none of them had even the bare minimum of respect. Not only did they publicly mock him right to his face, but now they even dared to insult and belittle the honor of his knight. Andrian turned his back to the door, casually asking, "If that's the case, then what crime can they be charged with?" The banquet hall doors were instantly pushed open. The royal knights in majestic silver armor decisively stepped inside. The leader loudly reported, "For disrespecting the royal family, they are guilty of lese majesty, and furthermore, daring to challenge royal authority is no different from high treason. I.e. Well, it's over now, folks. Playing around with royalty is like playing with tigers." The knight bowed his head respectfully, waiting for orders. "Please give your command, your highness." Andrian stood, cowering in front of his knights, casually asking, "Who should we make kneel down first?" Then he flashed a ruthless smile and made his final call. "Well then, let every single one of them kneel down." The chaotic incident at the social club quickly reached the ears of the royal palace. As soon as the house arrest order was lifted, Andrian was immediately summoned before the throne. Looking at his son standing below, the king couldn't help but feel a massive headache. As soon as the order casually asked, "Who should I make kneel first?" Then he flashed a cruel smile and made his final decision. "Well then, everyone, just get on your knees." The chaotic incident at the social club quickly reached the royal palace. As soon as the grounding order was lifted, Andrian was immediately summoned before the throne. Looking at his son standing below, the king could not help but get a headache. As soon as the order house arrest was lifted, you caused a huge scene. He slammed his hand down angrily, shouting, 14 descendants of noble families were thrown into prison, insulting the royal family. High treason. You slapped on every massive excuse you possibly could. Toad, the king asked in a stern voice. Do you even know what you just did, Andrian? Because provoking 14 major noble families would certainly spark a massive wave of backlash. Fierce opposition. However, Andrian still nonchalantly wore a haughty smile, asking his father back if he was truly worried about their reaction. He pointed out that those captured descendants were all useless trash abandoned by their own families, and keeping them around only brought shame to the house. Andrian confidently suggested sending letters of notification to those families. The king thought briefly and asked whom he planned to write to. Andrian smirked and replied, "You already know the answer, so why ask?" He explained that the ones best suited to clean up the internal mess of those families were precisely the siblings of the scum that had just been arrested. That sharp and scheming response left the king completely speechless, only able to helplessly order him to dismiss. Walking out of the palace, the young prince couldn't hide his satisfaction, gleefully smug that he had rendered his father speechless for once. "Ha-ha! Right?" Afterward, Andrian sought out the maid, Adia Bayan. Seeing the young girl trembling and terrified, he smiled faintly, gently, reassuring her that he had no intention of harming her. Yet Adia was still so frightened that she burst into tears, kneeling down to ask what she had done wrong to be called here. Seeing her extreme fear, Andrian silently sighed, realizing the former prince must have abused this poor girl brutally. He pondered as he thought about the Bayen family, a legendary family that had fallen so far its name didn't even stand in the noble registry, where even the main branch had no idea about its glorious history and peerless legacy that had been erased. Looking at Adia trembling before him, Andrian felt a silent regret for the pride of her family that had vanished without a trace. To inspect further, he decided to activate his status check. Authority on Adia. The information panel that popped up left Andrian thoroughly amazed. Adia Bayan, 17 years old, possessed an S-rank swordsmanship talent and a rank mana sensitivity. However, what stunned him the most were her extreme and contradictory traits, along with timid traits, being good at taking care of others, and a passive subservient mindset. Adia simultaneously possessed two extremely bloodthirsty traits: butcher, easily going wild at the sight of blood, and berserker, someone born solely to live for battle. Possessing such peerless talent, Adia had absolutely no traits capable of controlling the madness within. Andrian anxiously scratched his head in concern. He wondered whether it was truly all right to personally unleash that bloodthirsty demon onto the world. Standing quietly by the window, Andrian lost himself in deep thought, but then he told himself he should at least give it a try after all. It was an exceedingly rare S-rank talent. Furthermore, on her status panel, there was another special trait he could utilize, her subservient mindset, a strange trait that made its owner feel immense joy upon finding a master to wholeheartedly serve. Andrian turned back to look at Adia and called out clearly, "Adia Bayan, swear your loyalty to me." The sudden request left the timid maid utterly confused, stammering to ask what the prince meant. Andrian looked straight into her eyes and declared in a stern voice, "I want you to become my knight. Swear it, right here, right now." "Will I, your lord?" Adia knelt down in panic, trembling as she refused, believing someone as lowly as herself couldn't bear such a heavy responsibility. Seeing this, Andrian stepped closer, reminding her of when she said her family was insignificant. He made an attractive offer. "I will take responsibility for your family. In exchange, swear your loyalty and serve me as your master. If you can't control your madness, then I will hold the reins." Hearing this, Adia looked up with a tear-stained face, asking to confirm if the prince would truly take responsibility for her family. Receiving his nod and promise to bring her relatives to the royal capital so they could meet anytime, Adia was deeply moved. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately kowtowed and knelt in deep reverence. "I, Adia, the eldest daughter of the Bayan family, pledge my loyalty to Prince Andrian Leon Bekdar. For the rest of my life, I will serve and dedicate myself to your highness as my master." Andrian placed his hand gently on the maid's head and said with satisfaction, "Good." Adia obediently replied, "I obey." However, as he looked down at her flushed face and the clear, obsessively fanatical look in her eyes, the former fat prince suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Andrian broke out into a slight cold sweat, a deep sense of unease rising within him as he asked himself, "Did I make the right choice?" False rumors once again erupted across the kingdom regarding the first prince. People claimed that Andrian's recent quietness was actually just a setup to return to his old trashy habits. They rumored he forced Knight Alwyn to swear loyalty through filthy schemes, then tricked high-ranking noble offspring into coming over only to brutally beat them and throw them in jail. The peak of outrage was Andrian appointing a maid who had never held a sword as his guard knight, leading the public to mock that he was just trying to build a disguised harem. Sitting in his room, Andrian was thoroughly exhausted and irritated by these nonsensical rumors. He wondered, since when everyone had become so free to stick their noses into his business, Andrian had simply accepted a guard knight. Yet since early morning, his ears felt like they were subjected to a morning radio broadcast. Not just outsiders. Even those closest to him wouldn't leave him alone. The king angrily lectured him that he was getting a migraine from cleaning up the mess he caused while he was casually out, enjoying himself with women. Vi also couldn't hide her disappointment, calling him a pitiful idiot and asking if he had completely forgotten their bet. Even third Prince Julian took the opportunity to drop by and toss sarcastic, mocking remarks about his older brother appointing a maid as a knight. He rested his chin on his hand and sighed in frustration, only able to curse his luck, unable to understand how rumors could spread at such a dizzying speed. Just as he was exhausted, a servant entered to announce that the queen had arrived to see him. Andrian could only throw his hands up to the sky and scream in utter helplessness, "Oh, give me a break!" As soon as she entered the room, the queen hurled words of reproach full of disappointment. She said she thought her son had finally turned his life around, never expecting him to return to his former disgraceful ways. However, after a moment of thought, the queen's expression shifted. She told herself this might actually be a good opportunity. She believed that as long as they found Andrian a suitable marriage partner to settle down, he would immediately stop fooling around. Hearing the word spouse, Andrian's eyes widened, breaking into a cold sweat from shock. Before her son could react, the queen firmly declared that this time she would personally find him a suitable life partner, then decisively turned and left, leaving Andrian completely frozen, at a loss for words. Forcing him to get married out of nowhere, could this get any worse? He truly couldn't comprehend the endless troubles surrounding him. However, he quickly cast those worries aside, to focus on a more important matter. Facing Adia Bayan, who was nervously sitting opposite him, when she timidly asked if she was really about to possess this thing called mana, Andrian firmly confirmed that she was. He explained that she would possess a very special type of mana, even if the world had completely forgotten the great iron-blooded sword countess of the past. The soul of the divine sword would never forget a thing, from the heavy footprints left behind to the dance of the blade at her fingertips. Andrian stepped behind Adia, placed his hands on her shoulders, and began channeling holy energy. A brilliant surge of golden mana burst forth fiercely, enveloping Adia's entire body, officially awakening the latent power of the descendant. Her son had finally reformed, only to unexpectedly see him planning to return to his former shameful path. However, after a moment of reflection, the queen's expression suddenly shifted as she thought to herself, perhaps this might actually be a good opportunity. She believed that as long as she found Andrian a suitable marriage partner to settle down with, he would immediately stop fooling around. Hearing the word spouse, Andrian's eyes widened, breaking into a cold sweat. From shock, before her son could even react, the queen sorrowfully declared that this time she would personally find him a suitable life partner, then decisively turned her back and left, leaving Andrian completely frozen on the spot, not knowing what to say. Suddenly forcing me to get a wife, isn't that going to kill someone? He truly couldn't comprehend the troublesome matters currently surrounding him. Nevertheless, he quickly brushed those worries aside to focus on a much more important matter, facing the flustered Adil Bayan sitting across from him. When she timidly asked whether she was truly about to possess something called mana, Andrian firmly affirmed that it was true. He explained that she would possess an extremely special kind of mana, even though the world had completely forgotten the great iron-blooded sword marquis of the past. The soul of the divine sword would never forget anything, from the heavy footprints left behind to the dance of the blade at her fingertips. Andrian walked up behind Adilaya, placed his hand on her shoulder, and began channeling the divine energy. A brilliant golden mana stream burst forth violently, enveloping Adilaya's entire body, officially awakening the hidden strength of the descendant. A source of divine energy, a brilliant golden surge of magic erupted fiercely, enveloping Adilaya's entire body, officially awakening the hidden power of the descendant. Legendary sword, Countess. The system continuously displayed notifications of successfully engraving the mana seal and stabilizing the energy source inside her body. Adia's eyes lit up, filled with amazement as she felt the new surge of power flowing through her veins. The status panel popped up, confirming the mana heart had been successfully formed. Adia tremblingly looked at her hands, stammering, and asking herself if this was truly mana. Andrian nonchalantly explained that she had just undergone the mana heart refining process, while advising her to practice on her own whenever she had time. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the fatigued body of the prince suddenly collapsed. Andrian fell to his knees, sweat pouring profusely. He silently realized bitterly that forcibly creating a mana heart for someone else had completely drained what little strength remained in this useless body. Forcing himself up to hide his weakness, Andrian claimed he was just a bit tired. Adia asked with heartache why he had to exert himself to this extent for someone as lowly as her. Not wanting to explain much, Andrian coldly told her to dismiss. Seeing the maid's back hesitation slightly before walking away, Andrian turned back and asked why she was looking at him with those eyes. Unexpectedly, Adia dropped to her knees, loudly swearing an oath to use her life to loyally serve him for the rest of her days. Seeing her determination, Andrian smirked slightly, replying that she only needed to remember he was her master, and that was enough. Adia blushed happily and obeyed. However, as soon as Andrian turned his back to leave, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He shuddered upon seeing Adia standing in the shadows, with glowing eyes filled with obsessive fanaticism. The fat prince broke out in a cold sweat, telling himself he had almost forgotten the extreme and dangerous traits hidden inside this girl. A few days later, while Andrian was resting, Carr, the guard knight, entered the room to report on Bernardo Yi's situation. He informed him that Bernardo was currently being detained by the Imperial Guards. As a witness to the recent disturbance, they had even implemented strict measures to ensure no one could contact him before the trial took place. Hearing this, Andrian raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked back, "Trial?" Andrian turned to ask Carr, his guard knight, if he himself would have to appear in court. Carr gently explained that the royal family had never had to stand in the witness box. This allowed the prince to let out a sigh of relief. That's a relief, then. Getting dragged into pointless trouble like that would be so exhausting. Even so, he couldn't help but click his tongue, commenting that they were making too big of a deal out of Bernardo's trial. Right at this moment, noticing the maid Adia quietly cleaning the flower vase in the corner of the room, Andrian softly spoke up to ask how she was doing lately. The unexpected question startled Adia, nervously asking back what her master meant. Andrian gently explained that he was asking if the mana heart engraved a few days ago had truly stabilized. Receiving an affirmative answer from Adia, Andrian smiled with satisfaction. Andrian stood up abruptly, decisively declaring that starting today, she would begin training with him. He gave a thumbs up, enthusiastically ordering her to quickly go change her outfit and meet him at the training ground. Seeing the maid still standing bewildered with a wiping cloth in hand, Andrian gently reminded her to put the rag down, because she was now a true knight. A moment later, on the training ground, Andrian was diligently warming up, twisting his body and stretching his muscles to prepare for the session. Right at this moment, a deep, stern voice from behind rang out, asking what the heck he was doing. Turning around to see his biological uncle, V, standing with crossed arms watching, Andrian casually replied, "I'm just warming up before training." However, the Count immediately poured cold water on him, explaining that the person he was referring to wasn't him, but the girl behind him. In the distance, Adia, in apprentice armor, was struggling to jog, under the hot sun, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Seeing this, Andrian explained to his uncle that he intended to turn her into a true knight. This statement made V extremely furious. His face hardened, shouting loudly to ask if, in the prince's eyes, the title of knight was so cheap that a maid could bear it, and why he was acting so recklessly during such a sensitive time. Nagged continuously, Andrian also lost his temper and yelled, "Why are you getting so nosy lately? It's really annoying when everyone sticks their nose into my business, isn't it, folks?" Andrian turned around in annoyance to walk away, not forgetting to mock that if his uncle hated it so much, why did he even bother coming here? Right at this moment, Adia ran over, exhausted. Collapsing to the ground, panting heavily, she reported that she had completed 10 laps. Witnessing that scene under V's cold gaze, Adia timidly bowed her head in apology, thinking she had negatively affected the prince. However, Andrian didn't mind at all. He casually threw her a wooden sword and told her to catch it. Resting the wooden sword on his shoulder, the prince wore a confident smile. "Today I'll teach you a few basic stances." Andrian began demonstrating the basic sword stance for Adia. He decisively swung the sword to execute a textbook slash. "First get into position, then swing like this. Give it a try." Receiving the wooden sword from her master, Adia stepped forward with a bit of hesitation to prepare. However, the moment she focused her mind, Her green eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light. She executed a wind-splitting sword slash that was incredibly decisive and powerful, generating a strong gust of sword aura that sent dust swirling everywhere. Naturally gifted people really hit the mark on the first try. Witnessing that phenomenal performance, both V and Andrian widened their eyes in astonishment, sweat pouring as they realized a harsh truth. She did it right away after seeing me just once. When Adia turned back and timidly asked, "Is the stance correct?" Andrian could only awkwardly tell her to wait a moment. Inside the prince's mind, a fierce storm was brewing. He knew full well that Adia possessed the subservient mindset trait, only submitting to the strong and having zero respect for the weak. She already harbored insecurity from being brutally abused by the former prince. If she were allowed to easily surpass him now, she could easily become an extremely terrifying threat, turning around to take his life at any moment. Just as Andrian was lost in thought, heavy footsteps rang out from behind. He turned his head to see V stroking his chin thoughtfully, muttering in amazement at Adia's extraordinary talent. Noticing his uncle's talent-hungry gaze, Andrian immediately stepped forward to block him and warn, "What do you think you're doing? Don't get any ideas." However, V merely smirked sarcastically and asked back, "And what can you do for that girl?" "Hey now, don't look down on people too much!" The Count bluntly poured another bucket of cold water on him, asserting that Andrian was just an amateur who had only held a sword for a few months, completely lacking the ability to carry and unlock Adia's massive potential. The killing intent and aura radiating from his uncle burst forth fiercely, making the surrounding space feel frozen solid. Andrian thought to himself, this crushing pressure would certainly have made the cowardly former prince tremble and retreat immediately. But he was not that useless trash. If he couldn't tame and guide this girl, then no one else in this world could, because hidden deep within this mortal flesh was the soul of the giant king, of the light dragon, of the one who drank dry the blood of countless beings on the ancient battlefield, the legendary magic sword, Guao. A portion of the supreme will and soul of the great divine sword began to awaken and reveal itself through Andrian's thoughts, causing his eyes to turn a crimson blood red. A violent surge of deep red killing intent, like hellfire, erupted frantically, enveloping Andrian's body. That suffocating dark power caused V's expression to instantly turn pale, cold sweat pouring out as he felt the presence of a terrifying entity. Godlike manifestation, both Vu and Andrian widened their eyes in astonishment, sweat pouring, as they realized a harsh truth. "Doing it perfectly after seeing me just once? When, Ali turned back and timidly asked, "Is this stance right?" "Sir?" Andrian could only awkwardly tell. Wait a moment. Inside the prince's heart, a violent storm was raging. He knew very well that Adil possessed a subservient psychological trait, only obeying the strong and having no respect for the weak. Originally, she carried an inner insecurity from being brutally tortured by the former prince. If he let her easily surpass him now, she could completely become an extremely terrifying threat, turning back to take his life at any moment. Right as Andrian was lost in thought, heavy footsteps sounded from behind. He turned his head to see Vu stroking his chin thoughtfully, muttering in utter amazement at Adil's extraordinary talent. Noticing his uncle's hungry gaze for talent, Andrian immediately stepped in front to block him, warning, "Uncle, what do you think you're doing? Don't get any ideas." However, Vu merely smirked with sarcasm and countered, "What can you possibly do for that girl?" "Hey now, don't look down on people so excessively," the Count bluntly poured another bucket of cold water, asserting that Andrian was just a novice who had been holding a sword for a few months, completely lacking the skill to carry and unleash all of Adelaya's immense potential. Bloodlust and aura from his uncle flared up violently, making the surrounding space feel as if it were freezing over. Andrian thought to himself, this terrifying pressure would surely make the former cowardly prince tremble and retreat immediately. But he was not that piece of trash. If he couldn't control and guide this girl, then no one else in this world could ever do it. Because hidden deep inside this mortal flesh was the soul of the Giant King, of the Radiant Dragon, of the one who drank dry the blood of countless living beings on ancient battlefields, the legendary demon sword Jiro Honorable, a portion of the supreme will and soul of the great divine sword began to awaken and unveil itself along with the thoughts of awe. Lead this girl, then no one else in this world can ever do it, because deep within this mortal frame, like that, because deep within the mortal body, lies the very soul of the King of Giants, of the Light Dragon, of the one who drank dry the blood of countless living beings on the pile. Ancient battlefield, the legendary magic sword, Gru Ryu. Though, a part of the supreme will and soul of the great divine blade began to awaken and reveal itself along with the thoughts of Andrian, causing his eyes to turn blood red. A ferocious crimson wave of bloodlust burst forth like hellfire, swirling around Andrian's body. That suffocating dark power made Vu instantly change color, cold sweat pouring out as he sensed the presence of an extremely terrifying entity. 3081 were all forbidden, the Count still secretly facing the horror of his uncle. Andrian glared straight at him. She is mine. Do not look at her, much less harbor any designs on her. I thoroughly despise it when someone tries to touch what belongs to me. That stern declaration, along with the bright red aura surging from Andrian, left V completely stunned in astonishment. However, right after that moment of supreme aura outburst, the young prince's consciousness suddenly went into overload. His vision gradually darkened. The surrounding reality faded away, dragging him deep down into a dark abyss. The cold and darkness quickly enveloped all of Andrian's senses. Amidst that endless void, a terrifying omen suddenly appeared before his eyes. The divine sword Gruen loomed large, accompanied by a cold warning that before long, this frail body would be completely consumed by Gruen's very soul. Countless glowing red demonic arms reached up from the deep abyss, tightly binding Andrian to drag him into eternal darkness. Just when he thought he was about to surrender to that terrifying erosion, a voice rang out, "That's far enough." A doorway of brilliant blue light suddenly opened, dispelling all darkness and pulling him free from the dark demonic hands, bringing Andrian's consciousness fully back to reality on the castle training ground. At this moment, V was still standing there, pensively gazing toward Adia on the castle wall, before speaking up. An ordinary knight can save 10 soldiers, but just one outstanding knight can save hundreds of soldiers. The Northern commander continued to assert with high expectations regarding the young girl's talent. The child could save thousands of people, or even more than that. Hearing those idealistic words, Andrian gently placed a hand on his chin in thought, wondering if that was the faith or righteousness of a border commander. But then he nonchalantly turned away, tossing out an utterly indifferent remark. "Anyway, I don't care." The prince's unconcerned attitude made V furious. He widened his eyes and shouted, even though she could save countless people. Faced with the recruitment attempt from the Northern commander, Adia didn't waver in the slightest. She placed her hand over her chest and clearly declared, "My body and heart already belong to His Highness. I cannot obey you, Count." Her blunt refusal left V utterly astounded, frozen in place. Meanwhile, Andrian smirked with smug satisfaction. He thought to himself that his effort in draining his stamina wasn't wasted after all. Adia's subservient mindset trait inevitably forced her to submit to a higher-tier entity like him. Andrian casually added, "Since she put it that way, then it's settled, folks. Oh, Uncle, do you have nothing left to teach me? From the start, your goal was merely to help me lose weight anyway." Standing in the middle of the training ground, the young prince didn't hesitate to give his uncle an ultimatum. "If you still wish to frequent my palace, then never interfere in my business again." Faced with his nephew's firm stance, V, despite feeling thoroughly aggrieved and helpless, could only lower his voice in acceptance, understood. Yet even after that day, he still regularly visited Andrian's palace. Although he couldn't do anything because all nagging or intervention had been forbidden, the Count still silently watched the training from a distance. Andrian merely let out a sinister chuckle, thinking that watching his arrogant uncle suffer while forced to just stand and watch was a rather amusing pastime. Right at this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred on the training ground. The wooden sword in Adia's hand suddenly vibrated and emitted a brilliant golden light. A surge of radiant golden mana burst forth, powerfully enveloping the young girl's blade. Witnessing that scene, V, standing in the distance, completely turned pale, his eyes wide in horror as he exclaimed, "That's—" Even Andrian couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He asked himself in shock, has she already learned sword resonance? Suppressing his shock, Andrian immediately clapped loudly, praising her cheerfully. Good, very good. Yet inside, a fierce storm was raging. He told himself that with this monstrous growth rate, he might be the one about to be surpassed. Wouldn't it be utterly humiliating if she turned the tables on him? Receiving her master's praise, Adia blushed slightly and said bashfully, "Thank you, First Prince." Right at this moment, V marched over imposing, his face hardened in anger. He looked straight at Andrian and demanded, "Did you teach her about the mana heart?" Andrian turned around nonchalantly and replied, "Yes. Is there a problem?" His nephew's casual response was like pouring oil onto a fire. The Count instantly exploded in rage, shouting in front of a bewildered Adia, "Was it not enough for you alone to learn that cheap trick?" Faced with his uncle's fury, Andrian didn't bother arguing. He simply turned his face away and coldly ordered him to leave. V was extremely furious. He looked at his nephew with eyes full of disappointment, then warned that there was supposed to be a much better path. A grand potential that Andrian couldn't even imagine, but he had personally ruined everything. Not wanting to hear any more nagging, Andrian decisively gave the order to his guard, Carr, escort him out. Even as Carr hesitated, calling out "Your Highness," V proudly turned on his heel to walk away, brushing it off coldly. "Forget it, I can leave on my own." Losing his temper made him lose his judgment. Might as well just leave. Watching the Count's back as he sluggishly departed the training ground under the sunset light, Adia approached Andrian with an anxious expression and asked tremblingly, "Your Highness, is what I learned just a cheap trick?" Looking at the girl he had just appointed as a knight, Andrian firmly reassured her. "No, of course not." Seeing Adia still asking in confusion why the Count said such a thing, Andrian smirked slightly and replied, "Because he knows nothing. The people of this era have completely forgotten what a real mana heart actually looks like." He pondered to himself. If they hadn't forgotten, they wouldn't have discarded it so easily. Andrian looked at Adia and affirmed with certainty that she would understand soon enough the true power of a mana heart. A few days later, a loud explosion echoed, accompanied by bright blue mana lightning as a wooden sword was slammed forcefully into the ground on the training field. Andrian stood confidently with crossed arms beside the sword. Seeing V appear on the opposite side, he mocked softly, "I thought you wouldn't come back again." "Gotta admit, this uncle is quite persistent, isn't he?" Still maintaining his usual stern expression, the northern commander drew his sword and issued a decisive challenge. "Prove it. I will only use one round. If you can push me back even half a step, I will acknowledge you." Unflinching, Andrian gripped the wooden sword's hilt tightly. He wore a confident smile, enthusiastically bringing up their old wager. What was that deal back then again? Fulfilling a wish? V declared loudly, "If you win, I will grant whatever you desire, even if it means passing down our family's secret techniques. I shall do it." However, Andrian merely smirked, crouching down as he gripped the wooden sword tightly with complete confidence. "That's not what I want. All right, now let's fight." Instantly, Andrian charged forward at extreme speed. He merely tilted his head to dodge, silently assessing. Right from the start, he aimed straight for vital spots, still as venomous as ever. Despite launching consecutive powerful slashes, Andrian still couldn't touch even a corner of his uncle's robe. Capitalizing on an opening right when the prince finished his strike, V decisively swung his sword to block the attack. The two wooden swords collided violently. generating immense pressure that made Andrian grit his teeth to hold his ground. Looking at his struggling nephew, the Count casually provoked, "Is that all?" The massive pressure from the blade knocked Andrian backward, sliding across the dusty ground of the training field. Standing imposing on the opposite side, V asked coldly, "Are you giving up?" Andrian forced himself up, dusted himself off, and softly replied, "How could I? Even though I really hate my uncle's attitude, deep down I still have to admit that V is truly strong." Looking at the blue aura, were all forbidden, the Count still secretly stood from afar to watch the training. Andrian merely gave a sinister smile, thinking to himself that seeing his arrogant uncle suffer and watch like that was quite an entertaining pleasure. Right at this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred on the training ground. The wooden sword in Adil's hand suddenly vibrated and emitted a brilliant golden light. A golden stream of mana flared up, powerfully enveloping the young girl's blade. Witnessing that scene, Wu, standing in the distance, completely changed color. His eyes widened in utter horror as he gasped. "That's—" Even Andrian couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He wondered in astonishment, she has already learned sword resonance? Suppressing his shock, Andrian immediately clapped his hands loudly, cheerfully praising her. Good, very good. However, inside his heart, a fierce storm was brewing as he told himself that with this monstrous growth rate, he might be the one about to be surpassed. If she were to reverse roles on him, it would be utterly humiliating. Receiving her master's praise, Adia blushed slightly and shyly said, "Thank you." First Prince. Right at this moment, Vu stepped over menacingly with his face hardened. In full rage, he looked straight at Andrian and demanded, "Did you teach her about Manhwa?" Andrian calmly turned around and replied, "Yes, is there a problem?" His nephew's nonchalant answer poured fuel onto the fire. The Count instantly blew his top, shouting loudly, to Adila's bewilderment, "Was you learning that cheap trick on your own not enough?" Faced with his uncle's fury, Andrian didn't bother bickering and simply turned his head away, coldly ordering the guest to be thrown out. Vu was immensely furious. He looked at his nephew with eyes full of disappointment, and then warned, coldly ordered the guest to be thrown out. Vu was furious, looking at his nephew with eyes full of disappointment, and warned that there should have been a much better path, an immense potential that Andrian couldn't even imagine. But he himself had destroyed everything with his own hands. Not wanting to listen to any more nagging, Andrian firmly ordered, "His guard, Cat! Show him out!" Even as Cat hesitated and called, "Your Highness," Vu turned back out of hurt pride and walked away, cold-heartedly brushing it off. "Forget it, I can walk myself." Truly losing his temper and making a foolish scene. "Fine, I'll leave then." Watching the Count's silhouette walk away slowly. On the training ground under the sunset, Adil, with a very worried expression, timidly approached Andrian and tremblingly asked, "Your Highness, is what I learned just a cheap trick?" Looking at the girl he had just knighted, Andrian firmly reassured her, "No, of course not." Seeing Adelia, still confused, asking why the Count would say such a thing, Andrian smirked slightly and replied, "Because he knows nothing. The people of this era have completely forgotten what a true Manhwa looks like." He thought to himself thoughtfully, if they hadn't forgotten, they wouldn't have discarded it so easily. Andrian looked at Adil and firmly asserted that she would understand soon enough the true power of the Manhwa. A few days later, a loud explosion resounded, accompanied by brilliant blue mana lightning, as a wooden sword was plunged firmly into the ground with overwhelming power on the training field. Andrian stood with his arms crossed confidently beside the sword. Seeing Vu appear on the opposite side, he teased slightly, "I thought you weren't coming back." Gotta admit, this uncle sure is stubborn. Still, with his usual stern expression, the northern commander drew his sword and issued a decisive challenge. Prove it, Manhwa. I will only use one circle. If you can push me back even by half a step, I will acknowledge you. Without wavering, Andrian tightened his grip on the wooden sword's hilt. Hey, flashed a confident smile, excitedly recalling the old agreement. What was the bet back then again? Granting one wish? Vu sonorously declared, if you win, I will grant. Whatever you wish, even if it means, I will acknowledge you. Unwavering, Andrian gripped the wooden sword hilt tightly, and flashed a confident smile, excitedly recalling. The old deal. What was that bet back then? Fulfilling a wish, was it? Veu declared loudly. If you win, I will grant. Whatever you want, even if. Passing down the family secret techniques, I will do it as well. Now a deity. However, Andrian only smirked slightly, bending down and tightening his grip on the wooden sword hilt with complete confidence. That is not what I want. All right, now let's fight. Immediately, Andrian dashed forward to attack. At lightning speed, Vu merely tilted his head to dodge, thinking silently in evaluation, aimed right for a vital spot from the start, still as vicious as ever. Despite unleashing a succession of powerful slashes, Andrian still couldn't touch a single thread of his uncle's clothing. Taking advantage of an opening just as the prince finished a move, Vu decisively swung his sword to halt the attack dead in its tracks. The two wooden swords collided violently, creating immense pressure that forced Andrian to grit his teeth to hold his ground. Looking at his struggling nephew, the Count nonchalantly provoked him. Is that all? The overwhelming pressure from the blade repelled him. Andrian fell back, sliding across the sandy ground of the training field. Standing tall on the opposite side, Vu asked coldly, Are you giving up? Andrian forced himself up, brushed off the dust, and softly replied, How could I? Even though I really hate this uncle's attitude. Deep down, Andrian still has to admit that Vu is indeed very strong. Nadia, looking at the blue mana chain, and softly replied, How could that be? Though he really hated his uncle's attitude deep down, Andrian still had to admit that Vu was indeed extremely strong. Looking at the blue magical chain stream swirling around the Count, Andrian understood full well that his opponent was deliberately ceding the initiative to wait for him to deploy his mana, so he could land a decisive blow. He thought to himself that if he only used his mana heart at its current level, he would definitely lose just as his uncle wanted. However, Andrian suddenly flashed a mysterious smile, softly murmuring, Isn't it strange? V slightly knitted his brows in suspicion. Going back 400 years in time, countless mana heart knights accomplished illustrious military feats, protecting the realm against ferocious monsters. However, times changed, simply due to the appearance of a new technique that seemed more useful. The entire great martial system of the knights of old was suddenly viewed as obsolete trash. Everyone took it for granted that the mana chain was a mana manipulation method far superior to the mana heart. Looking at his nephew before him, V asked in a deep voice, What are you trying to say? Andrian merely replied softly, I think otherwise. He raised his wooden sword, explaining calmly, Just because it's a mana heart doesn't mean they're all the same. Andrian's sharp eyes stared straight at his uncle as he suddenly asked, Uncle, have you ever heard of the martial soul hymn? Hearing the strange question, V immediately brushed it off, responding coldly, This is a place to cross swords, not a place to talk nonsense like that. Andrian let out a faint, dry smirk. I thought you'd say that, since you even called the mana heart a crude technique that only low-class mercenaries learn. The prince's arrogant attitude made the Count begin to lose his patience, asking sarcastically if he was trying to buy time to regain his strength. But Andrian simply answered coldly, No. His eyes suddenly turned a brilliant, mystical, glowing blue. Each decisive step of the prince advanced forward, bringing with it a surge of blue mana bursting powerfully beneath his feet. because the path that a true knight walked would become a grand achievement. 100 glorious victories were his pride and also his ultimate source of power. Andrian held high the wooden sword, now engulfed by blazing blue mana flames. Witnessing the strange surge of energy erupting, V was utterly astonished. "What's this?" Right at this moment, a radiant system panel appeared before Andrian's eyes. He softly sang of 100 majestic victories achieved against 20 cadets who harbored the dream of becoming knights. That grand achievement had been deeply engraved into his very marrow, so that from deep within his heart it transformed into a legendary power called the Martial Soul Hymn. A massive surge of blue mana exploded, enveloping the prince's entire body and the wooden sword. The system continuously notified, "Martial Soul Hymn has been created." That was a humble, ordinary achievement that Andrian had strived to attain after 6 long months of hard training. His blue eyes shone brightly with confidence, the corner of his lips curling into an arrogant smirk. The system panel flashed a notification line. "Effect of the dual hymn has been activated." Standing before the strongest opponent in the north, the young prince raised high the wooden sword ablaze with ultimate blue fire, confidently declaring, "This is the true power of the mana heart, Martial Soul Hymn." However, facing that intense radiance, V still appeared extremely composed. He declared coldly, "No matter what you do, the result remains the same. As long as you still possess a mana heart, you cannot defeat the mana chain." Ignoring the warning, Andrian mustered his strength and dashed forward, swinging his sword to deliver a direct blow. The two blades collided fiercely, creating skylighting explosions and lightning bolts. Indeed, the mana from the magic circles of the mana chain possessed extremely strong suppression capabilities, causing the mana flow to pulse backward through Andrian's mana heart. The excruciating pain and backflow pressure made the prince's expression turn slightly pale, sweat pouring down. Seeing his opponent struggling, V smirked with smug satisfaction, praising him while pressing down with his sword. "A stubborn guy like you sure knows how to endure." Yet, despite the severe pain, Andrian suddenly flashed a confident smile. Because to obtain this hymn, he had paid a far from cheap price. In Andrian's mind, memories of the period of frantic, grueling training resurfaced. To forge this strength, he had to duel more than 100 times and personally withstand the destructive mana from magic circles over 1,000 times. It was a power born for the sole purpose of dealing with knights of magic circles. Having gone through hundreds of life-or-death battles, bearing thousands of crashing energy waves, his will had turned into a solid fortress wall. And now, that energy source erupted more powerfully than ever. This was the ultimate strength of the dual hymn. Looking at Andrian's wooden sword ablaze with ultimate blue fire, V also had to pull back his dismissive look. He thought pensively to himself, "Now it's actually worth a shot." Instantly, a earth-shattering collision erupted in the middle of the training field. Dust and smoke billowed as the two forces clashed head-on. V realized in surprise that Andrian's sword trajectory not only carried tremendous weight, but also possessed an extremely tricky path. The Count had to put his full power into blocking the strike, straining to withstand the powerful slash coming down from the young prince. V couldn't help but be amazed at his nephew's endurance, thinking to himself that he didn't expect Andrian to hold out this long under the pressure of his mana chain. Right after that, the commander decisively swung a powerful strike, knocking the fat prince backward in a long slide. Forcing himself to stand firm amidst the blue mana enveloping his body. Facing his uncle, the young prince casually asked, "Didn't I say it before? Not all mana hearts are the same?" Witnessing his nephew's stubbornness, V merely remarked coldly, "How arrogant." With that said, he stomped his foot hard, shattering the ground, releasing a massive surge of mana chain, and then delivered a thunderous strike straight down. A terrifying explosion erupted in the middle of the arena, blasting Andrian far away, leaving him barely able to cough up blood with a painful cry. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, V walked over sluggishly, declaring coldly, "Playtime is over. Just the fact that you endured until now is already very commendable." Kneeling collapsed on the sandy ground with a battered body, Andrian held tightly onto his sword hilt as he forced himself up, painfully admitting, Just as expected, an ordinary martial soul hymn is still not enough to deal with the mana chain. Looking at his uncle's figure advancing imposing, Andrian's mind suddenly flashed back 400 years. He thought to himself that the knights of the previous era actually committed a very serious mistake. They were too strong, wiping out every threat and leaving no enemies whatsoever for their descendants. Initially, every essence of martial arts, from sword techniques and mana heart training methods to brilliant martial soul hymns, was passed down intact. However, it was peace itself and the flow of time that gradually eroded those brilliant achievements, ultimately causing them to be completely forgotten over the years. Stories of ferocious dragons that had never been seen, or ancient giant kings that had never been heard of. All of these must have turned into wild legends in the eyes of the world today. Naturally, new martial soul hymns were also created from then on. However, they merely represented a victory over 10 knights, or at most a feat of defeating 100 soldiers. When all was said and done, those were merely hymns crafted for humans to fight amongst themselves. With such mediocre tiers that couldn't even reach the threshold of myth or hero, how could they stand against a powerful new wave like the mana chain? Thinking up to this point, Andrian slightly narrowed his eyes at his uncle, nonchalantly commenting, "Mana chain, with such ordinary techniques you will never reach transcendence." The young prince's arrogant words left the count. Wooden sword burning with the extreme blue flame. He confidently declared that this was the true power of the mana core martial soul hymn. However, facing that intense aura, Vu remained remarkably calm. He coldly declared, "No matter what you do, the result will be the same. As long as you still possess a mana core, you cannot defeat mana chains. Nanisi, you are all." Ignoring the warning, Andrian gathered all his power, dashed forward, and swung his sword down in a direct strike. The two blades collided violently, creating explosions and sparks lighting up the sky. Indeed, the magic power from the spell circles of the mana chains had extremely strong suppression capabilities, causing the mana flow to push back through Andrian's mana core. The agonizing pain, along with the backflow pressure, made the prince's complexion shift slightly, sweat pouring off him. Seeing his opponent struggle, Vu smirked with triumph, pressuring him with his sword while voicing praise. Ali left, seeing his opponent struggling. Veo smirked triumphantly while swinging his sword to suppress him. He voiced his praise. "That guy. A stubborn guy like you sure can endure well." However, despite the intense pain, Andrian suddenly flashed a confident smile. Because in order to obtain this hymn, he had to pay a far from cheap price. In Andrian's mind, memories of those days of relentless training came flooding back. To forge this power, he had to spar over 100 times, and personally endure the destructive magic from the spell circles over 1,000 times. It was a kind of power born with the sole purpose of countering the knights of the spell circles. Through hundreds of life-or-death battles bearing thousands of incoming energy waves, his will had turned into a solid fortress wall, and now that source of energy exploded more fiercely than ever. This was the ultimate strength of the dueling hymn. Looking at the wooden sword burning with the extreme blue flame in Andrian's hand, Vuaza had to pull back his look of disdain. He thought solemnly to himself, "Now this is worth a try." Instantly, an earth-shattering collision erupted in the middle of the training field. Smoke and dust flew everywhere as the two streams of power clashed head-on. Vu was amazed to realize that Andrian's sword trajectory not only carried a terrifying weight, but also possessed an extremely deadly path. The Count had to concentrate all his strength to block the hit, flexing his strength to withstand the powerful strike raining down from the young prince. Vu couldn't help but be shocked by his nephew's endurance, thinking to himself that he didn't expect Andrian to be able to hold out for so long under the pressure of his mana chains. Immediately after, the commander decisively swung a powerful counterstrike, knocking the fat prince sliding back a long distance, forcing himself to stand firm amidst the blue mana enveloping his body. Facing his uncle, the young prince nonchalantly asked, "Didn't I tell you? Not all mana cores are the same." Witnessing his nephew's stubbornness, Wu merely remarked coldly, "So arrogant." With that said, he stomped his foot hard, shattering the ground, releasing a massive stream of mana chains, and then swung a thunderous slash down. Power was coming down from the young prince. Veu could not help but be amazed at B. His nephew's endurance, thinking to himself that he hadn't expected Andrion to be able to hold out this long under the pressure of his magical chains. Right after that, the commander decisively struck a powerful slash, sending the chubby prince sliding far backward, struggling to stand firm amidst the blue mana stream, enveloping his body, facing his maternal uncle. The young prince casually asked, "Haven't I told you? Not all magic cores are the same." Witnessing his nephew's stubbornness, View merely coldly remarked, "How arrogant." Saying that, he stomped his foot hard, shattering the ground, releasing a giant magical chain stream, and then swung a thunderous slash, striking down. Slashing straight down, a terrifying explosion erupted in the middle of the arena, throwing Andrion back, leaving him only enough time to cough up blood with a painful groan. As the dust and smoke gradually cleared, Vu slowly stepped forward, coldly declaring, "Playtime is over. Just the fact that you held out until now is already very commendable." Nah. Kneeling on the dusty ground with a bruised body, Andrion clung tightly to his sword hilt, forcing himself up, while painfully admitting that, as expected, an ordinary tier martial soul hymn was still not enough to deal with mana chains. Looking at his uncle's silhouette towering over as he approached, Andrion's mind suddenly flashed back to the time 400 years ago. He thought to himself, knights of the past era actually committed a very grave mistake. They were far too powerful, annihilating every single threat and leaving no enemies whatsoever for their way descendants. Initially, all the martial essence, from sword techniques, mana core training methods, to the brilliant martial soul hymns, was passed down completely intact. However, peace itself and the flow of time gradually eroded those glorious achievements and ultimately caused them to be entirely forgotten with the passage of time. Tales of fierce dragons never seen before, or giant kings of ancient times never heard of, all of them must have turned into wild myths in the eyes of the living today. Naturally, new martial soul hymns were also created as a result. However, they only represented a victory against 10 knights, or, at most, a feat of defeating 100 soldiers. When all is said and done, those were merely hymns, crafted for humans to fight against fellow humans, with such ordinary ranks that couldn't even reach mythic or heroic thresholds. How could they stand against a powerful new wave like mana chains? Thinking up to this point, Andrion narrowed his eyes slightly at his uncle, nonchalantly remarking, "Mana chains with such mediocre techniques, uncle, you can't. Mythological figures or heroes, how could they resist a new powerful wind like mana?" Thinking of this, Andrion slightly narrowed his eyes at his uncle, casually commenting, "Magical chains with such mediocre techniques like that, uncle, you can't ever reach transcendence." The young prince's immensely arrogant words made the count 3,483, bruised and battered. He clutched his aching chest tightly. Count was extremely uncomfortable. He pressed on. "Are you drinking alcohol in broad daylight? I haven't been able to understand a single thing you've been saying from earlier until now." Looking at the arrogant and foolish knight before him, Andrian thought to himself that what V needed to know was just how great of a thing he had lost. Instantly, a blood-crimson aura of mana suddenly erupted fiercely beneath Andrian's feet. Andrian told himself he would directly teach him what true power was. A massive, vast aura of black and red surged up, completely enveloping his body. Andrian gripped the wooden sword tightly, which was now wrapped in that violent energy like hot blood. That was something no precious sword in the world could ever slash through. Standing amidst the destructive radiance of the Dragon Slayer, Andrian clearly chanted the ultimate song, True Hymn of Dragon Slay. As soon as the black and red aura surged up, a warning beep from the system immediately sounded. Current capability cannot withstand the level of the hymn. Andrian's frail body instantly bore a heavy burden. The system continuously displayed red notifications. A portion of the hymn has been omitted. Due to his current physical limits, he could only chant a single line of the hymn, equivalent to 1/4 of its true power. Even so, the swirling dark aura around Andrian remained terrifyingly formidable. Activating the technique, Divine Dragon Scale Slash, Andrian, with eyes glowing crimson with killing intent, swung his sword and charged straight forward. The sword trajectory carried brutal black aura, slashing down with terrifying power. Facing that dreadful attack, V's expression changed instantly. He hurriedly raised his sword to block, but the immense pressure made him realize in horror, at this rate, I'll be swallowed whole. In that critical, hair-hanging moment, the Count was forced to deploy his shield technique to save his old life. An earth-shattering explosion erupted in the middle of the training field, blowing dust and smoke everywhere. The extreme recoil force blasted Andrian far away, sending him tumbling onto the sandy ground. The Royal Knight standing outside shouted in panic, "Your Highness!" As the dust gradually cleared, Andrian forced himself up, gasping for air while looking toward his uncle, asking softly with sarcasm, "Didn't you say you'd only use one circle?" Standing silently in the smoke, V looked at the wooden sword in his hand that had been snapped in half, utterly dumbfounded. Even though he had secretly utilized all 4 of his strongest magic circles, he still couldn't prevent his sword from being completely destroyed under his nephew's strike. Even so, the reality was that Andrian was still blown far away. His mana heart at the present moment was still weaker than the mana coming from the Count's 4 circles. That was an undeniable fact. He forced himself up, holding the broken hilt, staring straight at his uncle, and clearly called out, "Count V!" Looking at the trembling, sweat-drenched face of the Northern commander in shock, Andrian smirked slightly, delivering a final arrogant line. "You lost." The black dragon roared frenziedly in the dark. The evil shadow, along with the surging deep red blood, swallowed the legendary holy sword. Desperate screams echoed like a futile plea. "No, stop! Please stop!" Andrian woke up startled from the nightmare, drenched in sweat, face pale and gasping for breath rapidly. He clutched his throbbing chest, trembling as he forced himself to sit up on the royal bed. The severe pain from deep within his body left Andrian with no choice but to grit his teeth and bear it, angrily muttering, "Damn martial soul him." He knew full well this was the price to pay for forcibly drawing out the power of the ultimate martial soul hymn, Divine Dragon Scale Slash. Because this was originally a legendary hymn originating from the mythic tier, carrying destructive power far beyond what a mere mortal could endure. Even though this frail body was almost completely destroyed by that violent energy, Andrian still smirked slightly, channeling a blazing blue mana flame on his hand and telling himself, "Still, teaching my conservative uncle an unforgettable lesson was worth the danger." The brilliant blue mana surged up, enveloping Andrian's entire body like an eternal flame. This was the first martial soul hymn he personally created in this body. Through 100 victories, overcoming 100 life-or-death battles and thousands of crashing waves, his will had been forged into the ultimate power. Andrian let out an arrogant smile, confident that he would proudly overcome even greater challenges ahead. Right at this moment, the system panel flashed a bright golden notification. The tier of the dual hymn has slightly increased. Andrian clutched his fist tightly, silently evaluating that his current power was definitely enough to prepare for the upcoming duel with that damn third prince. Just then, Adia rushed into the room in a hurry, hands clasped over her chest with emotion, exclaiming, "You've finally awakened." Maid hurriedly recounted that after Andrian suddenly passed out, the entire palace fell into absolute chaos. She had never seen the Empress fly into such a furious rage before. Hearing that, Andrian merely smirked with smug satisfaction. Serves them right, it really serves them right. Adia continued that V left a message demanding to be notified as soon as the prince woke up. However, Andrian simply brushed it off coldly, lazily stretching out on the bed and ordering, "Don't notify him, let him squirm for a bit. I'll rest for a while." Lying on the bed, Andrian gently rested his hand on his forehead, feeling the throbbing pain from deep within his mind. He understood clearly that if he didn't quickly find a way to properly restore his soul, which was severely damaged due to overusing the martial soul hymn, he would definitely pay an extremely heavy price. When that happened, reality and past memories would blend together into a chaotic mess. The boundary with reality would completely collapse, turning him into a lunatic, forever imprisoned and reenacting moments of the martial soul in a world entirely severed from reality. Thinking of that terrible prospect, Andrian couldn't help but shudder with a cold chill. He had strived so hard to become human. He absolutely could not let himself be trapped in the memory of a sword once again. Just imagining it was enough to make him shudder. However, setting those worries aside, Andrian decided to focus on nurturing his new knight. During the meal, Andrian slowly shared with Adia about Agnes Bayan, a great female sword master from ancient times. He looked at the maid and affirmed that since she was a descendant of that legendary Bayan bloodline, she was fully capable of inheriting the grand martial soul hymn that she left behind. Since descendants remain, try your best to preserve it. Hearing her master's words, Adia was extremely amazed and moved. She had no idea her ancestor was such a great figure. Andrian ate leisurely while reminding her that she still needed to grow much more than now to be worthy of comprehending that hymn. He put down his spoon and asked about that matter. Andrian looked straight at Adia, asking a decisive question in a serious tone. "What are you learning swordsmanship for?" The sudden question left Adia utterly bewildered, stammering and not knowing how to answer that. She lowered her head in thought, asking herself if she could truly become a knight. Suddenly, Adia blushed furiously, bottling up her emotions, and then shouting with immense determination, "If I become a knight, then I will." Seeing the maid suddenly erupt with strange passion, Andrian was left speechless and frozen. Seeing that she still couldn't state a clear reason, the fat prince casually said, "If you haven't thought of it yet, you can tell me later." Adia took a decisive step forward, radiant golden mana subtly wavering beneath her feet, as she firmly replied, "I will tell you." Adia stood before the dining table, clenching her hands firmly and declaring clearly, I will become your highness's sword." This sudden vow left Andrian completely stunned. In this world, there are martial songs that begin with the sound of smothered. He tightly clutched his aching chest, trembling as he forced himself to sit up on the royal bed. The intense pain from deep within his body made Andrian grit his teeth to endure it, angrily muttering, "Damn martial soul hymn." He knew very well that this was the price to pay for forcibly. Channeling the power of the ultimate martial soul hymn. Sacred Dragon Scale / This was originally a legendary hymn. Originating from the mythic tier, carrying a destructive power far exceeding what a mortal could withstand, even though this frail body almost got completely destroyed by that brutal energy stream. Andrian still smirked slightly, channeling the bright blue mana, burning in his hand as he thought to himself. Still, teaching that conservative uncle an unforgettable, dangerous lesson was totally worth it. The brilliant blue mana flared up, enveloping Andrian's entire body like an everlasting flame. This was the very first martial soul hymn. he personally created in this body. Through 100 victories, overcoming 100 life-or-death battles, and 1,000 surging waves, his will had been forged into an ultimate source of power. Andrian flashed an arrogant smile, confident that he would proudly overcome even greater trials ahead. Right at this moment, the system window popped up with a brilliant golden notification. The rank of the dueling hymn has slightly increased. Andrian lightly clenched his fist, silently assessing that his current strength was certainly enough to prepare for the upcoming duel with that bastard third prince. Right at this moment, Adele panicked and rushed into the room, her hands clasped together in front of her chest in deep emotion as she gasped. "You have finally woken up!" The maid eagerly recounted that after Andrian suddenly passed out, the entire palace had fallen into absolute chaos. She had never seen the queen fly into such a rage before. Hearing this, Andrian merely smirked with self-satisfaction. "Serves them right, truly serves them right," Adel continued, saying that Vu had left a message requiring him to be informed immediately as soon as the prince exclaimed, "You are finally awake." The maid quickly recounted that after Andrian suddenly passed out, the entire palace fell into extreme chaos. She had never seen the Empress so furious in her life. Hearing this, Andrian merely smirked triumphantly. "Serves them right? It truly serves them right?" Adel continued. That Vu had left a message asking to be notified as soon as the prince woke up. However, Andrian merely coldly brushed it off, lazily stretching out on the bed as he ordered, "Don't report back. Let him fret for a bit. I'll rest for a while." Lying on the bed, Andrian lightly rested his arm over his forehead, feeling the agonizing pain from deep inside his mind. He silently understood that if he didn't quickly find a way to properly heal his soul, which had been severely damaged due to overusing the martial soul in him, he would certainly have to pay an extremely high price. At that point, reality and past memories would blend together into a complete mess. The boundary of reality would completely collapse, turning him into a lunatic forever, imprisoned and reenacting moments of martial souls in a world completely severed from reality. Thinking of that terrible prospect, Andrian couldn't help shuddering with chills. He had strived so hard to become a human, and he absolutely could not let himself be trapped once again in the memories of a sword. Just imagining it was enough to make him shudder. However, putting those worries aside, Andrian decided to focus on nurturing his new knight. During the meal, Andrian slowly shared with Adelia about Agnes Bayan, a great female swordsman of ancient times. He looked at the maid and affirmed that, because she was the descendant of Vol, that legendary Bayan bloodline, she was fully capable of inheriting the great martial soul, him that she left behind. The descendants are still around, so try to preserve it. Hearing her master's words, Adil was immensely astonished and moved. She hadn't expected her ancestor to be such a great figure. Andrian calmly ate while reminding her that she still had to grow much more than she is now to be qualified to comprehend that hymn. He set his spoon down and asked about that matter. Andrian looked straight at Adila, strictly asking, "A decisive question. What are you learning swordsmanship for?" The unexpected question left Adil completely bewildered, stammering without knowing how to answer. "Well, that—" She lowered her head in thought. "A decisive question. What are you learning swordsmanship for?" The unexpected question left Ad completely bewildered, stammering without knowing how to answer. "That—" She bowed her head in deep, contemplating, asking herself if she could truly become a knight. Suddenly, Adil blushed. Bright red gathered her emotions and shouted out, "With great determination, if I become a knight, then I will." Seeing the maid suddenly bursting with a strange enthusiasm, Andrian could only freeze, speechless. Seeing that she still couldn't state a clear reason, the fat prince nonchalantly said, "If you haven't thought of it yet, you can tell me." Later, Adil took a decisive step forward, the golden manna gently swaying at her feet, as she steadfastly replied, "I will tell you." Adil stood in front of the dining table, clenching both hands with firm resolve, and sorrowfully declared, I will become your highness's sword." This sudden oath left Andrian completely stunned. In this world, there are hymns honoring martial arts that begin with the sound of b. Sudden action left Andrian completely stunned. In this world, there are martial songs honoring the way of the sword that begin with the sound, the mighty charge bugle of an army on the battlefield. There are also hymns of glorious exploits originating from the very first steps taken across the vast plains. Yet, there are great stories that begin with a pledge from the very bottom of one's heart. Adia knelt down, a surge of brilliant golden manna bursting forth to envelop her. "Living my whole life for your highness, I offer my everything to you." Instantly, a shocking notification popped up on the system panel. Adia Bayan offers the hymn of submission. Andrian looked at the surging energy in astonishment, wondering, is that Adia's martial soul hymn? She finally created her own hymn. Sometimes a martial soul hymn can exert a powerful influence on those around. The golden manna stream from Adia's body transformed into a massive tree of light, spreading its leaves wide, encompassing the entire dining room, and channeling directly into the prince's chest. The system repeatedly flashed notifications. A new martial soul hymn has been created. A normal grade martial soul hymn of subjugation, has been created. In truth, the hymn of submission was a special hymn offered solely to a master. Rather than a regular martial soul hymn, it was like a covenant of submission binding both of their souls together. Although Adia inherently possessed a subservient mindset, the fact that a descendant of the great sword attendant personally wove a hymn of submission was still something that deeply astonished Andrian. Looking at the golden stream of light tightly wrapping around his arm, Andrian let out a smug smile. He realized he had just gained an extremely reliable aid beyond his expectations. Because as long as he remained the target of the hymn of submission, all of Adia's future growth and strength would also directly bring massive benefits to himself. Ian spoke up softly to offer his thanks to Adia. Receiving the gratitude from her master, the maid blushed furiously, hesitatingly calling out, "Your Highness!" Despite obtaining the covenant of the hymn of submission from Adia, Yan still stole a glance at her, and thought to himself that he couldn't yet know for sure which path the benefits of this covenant would lead him down. A few days later, in the magnificent royal palace, Yan was now clad in an elegant black royal outfit, sitting pensively on a large armchair. Right at this moment, the queen gently walked into the room, accompanied by knights and Adia behind her, asking solicitously, "Yan, is your highness's body feeling better?" Yan looked up slightly, awkwardly replying that he was fine. To Yan, dealing with those who hated this body was originally very easy. However, when having to face a mother who truly cherished and loved the original owner of this body, he felt extremely awkward. Looking at her son, the queen let out a soft sigh and asked, "Do you hold a grudge against your uncle?" She gently reasoned that his uncle actually had no intention of hurting him, so she hoped he would let go of all lingering resentment in his heart. Yan turned away slightly, replying in a quiet voice, "I don't hate my uncle. I just wanted to annoy him." Hearing her son say that, the queen immediately clutched her chest and lamented mournfully. "How could you not? He treated you so roughly every single day and nagged about everything. Saying you don't feel a bit annoyed sounds like a lie." Seeing his mother's reaction, Yan could only scratch his cheek embarrassed and explain, "No, really, I don't." Yet in his heart he thought that he had actually already retaliated against his uncle with a fatal blow during their previous duel. A slash that completely denied V's pride and faith had planted something truly terrifying in his mind. That inner demon was an extremely cruel ordeal that the Count had to face by himself. If V possessed enough metal to overcome it, he would certainly advance even further on the path of swordsmanship. Conversely, if he failed, his entire lifetime of accumulated martial prowess would also completely dissipate. Even though telling himself that he didn't care much about his uncle's life or death, Yan still couldn't help but be surprised when hearing the Queen continue. She smiled softly and said, "Your uncle spent his whole life beside the sword, so his personality is a bit rough, but recently he's been extremely proud of you. In fact, it was the Count himself who personally stood up to convince the king to lift your house arrest earlier than scheduled." No. This piece of news left Yan utterly astounded, cold sweat pouring down. The Queen let out a soft sigh and continued, "It's a pity that trouble immediately struck as soon as you gained your freedom, leaving your uncle somewhat disappointed." Hearing up to here, Yan slightly narrowed his eyes, wondering, so that was the reason why my uncle was always displeased with me recently. He gently rested his chin on his hand, interlacing his fingers in deep thought. The young prince's eyes showed utter doubt as he wondered, but why would that man do that for me? Scholar Niccolo Machiavelli was sent to tutor the first prince. Just as he stepped into the room with a thick stack of books in hand, he bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Highness." However, Andrion immediately showed an attitude of disgust, crossing his arms and turning away firmly. "I flatly refuse." He even rolled on the floor, throwing a tantrum in front of the awkward gaze of the guards and maid. I don't want to. Why do I have to study?" Looking at the stubborn prince, Scholar Niccolo remained extremely calm, dropping a deeply provocative remark. "If a person refuses to learn, how are they any different from a beast? Hey, that line sounds seriously harsh, everyone." The comment struck his ego, making Andrian spring up immediately. "Are you insidiously insulting me as a beast?" The old scholar smiled kindly, casually playing with words in response. "Your Highness has only just begun learning, right? Therefore, Your Highness cannot be called a beast." Andrian shouted furiously, "We haven't even started studying yet! Don't stand there playing word games with me!" He sat down huffily on the floor. "Even so, I already know everything that needs to be learned. I don't need to learn anything more." Hearing that, Scholar Niccolo offered an intriguing proposal. "If that is indeed the truth, then let us do this. You and I shall debate a few fields. If your Highness's abilities are as you say, then I shall not come to see you again." Recognizing the opportunity to escape boring theory lessons, Andrian smirked with smug satisfaction. "Sounds good." The debate immediately broke out intensely. Andrian slammed his hand on the table, asserting enthusiastically, "Yes, exactly. That's why people must always watch their backs. If you loosen your grip too much, those underneath will surely walk all over you." Having lived through generations of geniuses, statecraft was now far too easy for him. Seeing that the prince had extremely practical and sharp insights into statecraft, Scholar Niccolo nodded in agreement. "Your Highness's words are indeed accurate." He gently pushed a book titled Iron Blood toward him and suggested, "If you would read this book, perhaps you might find a few interesting things. In here, the relationship between ruler and subjects is regarded as a type of contract or transaction." Captivated by the novel line of thought, Andrian immediately opened the book to read. Scholar Niccolo continued to explain, "The ruler provides security so that the subjects contribute manpower and wealth to him, and the subjects pledge their loyalty in exchange for political stability from the ruler." Andrian read attentively while nodding gently in deep agreement. You're right. Every relationship involves give and take." The debate continued passionately across many different topics, moving from one page to another. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, as the deep red sunset fell, enveloping the magnificent castle. Noticing that the lesson had gone on long, Scholar Niccolo packed up his books and suggested with a smile, "Well then, Your Highness, let us leave the remainder of this discussion for tomorrow." Just playing around, yet he neatly walked him right into the trap. Andrian by now was completely persuaded. "Hate Uncle at all. I just wanted to annoy him." Hearing her son say that, the queen immediately clutched her chest, complaining with deep heartache. How could you not? He treats you rudely all day long, and nags about everything, saying you don't feel a bit annoyed. Sounds like a lie. Seeing his mother's reaction, Jan could only scratch his cheek awkwardly and explain, No, really I don't. However, in his heart he thought to himself that he had actually already retaliated against his uncle with a fatal blow during their previous match. That slash, which completely denied Vu's pride and faith, had planted something extremely terrifying in his mind. That inner demon was an exceptionally cruel trial that the Count had to face alone. If Vu had enough mettle to overcome it, he would certainly advance even further on the path of swordsmanship. On the contrary, if he failed, his entire life's accumulated martial arts would completely vanish as well. Even though he told himself that he didn't care much about his uncle's life or death, Jan couldn't help but be surprised when he listened to the queen continue. She smiled softly and said, Your uncle spent his entire life with the sword, so his personality is somewhat crude. But recently he has been extremely proud of you. In fact, the Count himself personally. He had spent his whole life with the sword, so his personality was somewhat blunt, but recently he had been immensely proud of you. In fact, the Count himself personally stood up to persuade the king to lift them all. House arrest order for you earlier than expected. This information left Jan completely shocked, cold sweat pouring down. The queen sighed softly and continued, It is truly unfortunate that trouble struck immediately right after you gained your freedom, leaving your uncle a bit disappointed. Hearing this, Jan narrowed his eyes slightly, wondering to himself, so that was the reason why my uncle kept showing dissatisfaction toward me. Recently? He rested his chin on his hand, interlocking his fingers thoughtfully. The young prince's eyes were etched with extreme doubt, as he asked himself, but why would that man do that for me? Niccolo Macchino Io was sent to tutor the first prince. Just as he stepped into the room with a stack of thick books in his hands, he bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Highness. However, Andrian immediately showed an attitude of disgust, crossing his arms and turning away decisively. I refuse. He even threw himself onto the floor, rolling around, throwing a tantrum right in front of his awkward guard and maid. No way! Why do I have to study anyway? Looking at the stubborn prince, scholar, Niccolo remained remarkably calm, dropping a deeply sharp provoker. If a person refuses to learn, how are they any different from beasts? Hey, that line sounds ridiculously painful, guys. That sentence touched a nerve, causing Andrian to jump up immediately. Are you insulting me behind my back, calling me a beast? The old man smiled gently, nonchalantly, playing with words in response. Your Highness has only just begun learning, hasn't he? That is precisely why Your Highness cannot be called a beast. Andrian furiously shouted, We haven't even started learning yet. Don't you stand there playing with words with me. He sat down on the floor, annoyed. Even so, I already know everything that needs to be learned. I don't need to learn anything else anymore. Nah. Hearing that, scholar, Niccolo made an interesting proposal. If that is indeed the truth, then let us do it this way. You and I will discuss a few fields together. If Your Highness's abilities are truly as you say, then I will not come to see you anymore. Sensing I will not come to see you anymore. Realizing the opportunity to escape boring theory lessons, Andrian smirked with complete satisfaction. Sounds good. The debate immediately broke out with immense intensity. Andrian slammed his hand down on the table, excitedly stating, Yes, exactly that. That is the reason why people must always watch their backs. If you relax your grip too much, those below will surely climb all over you. Now my. Having gone through so many generations of talented heroes, statecraft was now far too easy for him. Seeing that the prince possessed highly practical and sharp insights into statecraft, Scholar Niccolo nodded slightly in agreement. Your Highness's words are indeed precise. He gently pushed a book titled Iron, Bradad, Blood toward thee, and suggested if you would read this book, you might find a few interesting things. In here, the relationship between the ruler and the subjects is regarded as a type of contract or transaction. I'm fascinated by this novel mindset. Andrion immediately opened the book to read. Scholar Niccolo continued explaining the ruler provides safety, so that subjects must contribute manpower and resources to him, and subjects give their loyalty to receive political stability in return from the one in power. And now I. Andrian read attentively while nodding slightly. In agreement. You're right. Every relationship has give and take. The discussion went on enthusiastically, across many different topics from page to page. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, as the deep red sunset cast its glow over the entire magnificent castle. Noticing that the session had gone on long enough, Scholar Niccolo packed up his books and smiled, proposing, well, then, Your Highness, let us leave the rest of this discussion for tomorrow. Nah. Just by playing around, he smoothly got him hooked. Andrion, by this time, was completely persuaded. The crimson sunset had fallen, covering the entire magnificent castle. Seeing that the lesson had drawn long, Scholar Niccolo packed up his books and smiled, proposing, well then, Your Highness, let us leave the rest of this discussion for tomorrow. Just playing around, yet you got him right, where you wanted him. Andrion at this point was completely convinced, won over by the old scholar's knowledge. He cheerfully waved goodbye. All right, then. I'll wait for you. Right after Scholar Niccolo left, Andrion blankly realized something was off. He asked himself, wait, wasn't this supposed to be a lesson? Turns out he had been baited by that old man's reverse psychology into willingly diving into reading books the entire session. Andrion could only give a helpless chuckle. Ha! That old man sure is crafty. Meanwhile, Scholar Niccolo Machiavelli carried his stack of books, striding along the palace corridor. Looking at the solemn guards on both sides, he smiled softly, silently evaluating that the first prince was vastly different from the rumors. Over the following days, the weather was exceptionally clear, but Andrion was going through a stretch of utterly dull days. Lying stretched out on his massive royal bed, he lazily lamented, "Ha! I'm so bored." He wondered if he had been running at overcapacity all this time. Tossing and turning back and forth on the bed, Andrion let out a fed-up sigh. Because his body was still in the process of recovering, he couldn't do any training, leaving him with nothing at all to do. Right at this moment, a knock at the door sounded, cutting through his boredom. The maid timidly announced, "Your Highness, Servi wants to see you." Hearing that name, Andrion immediately sprang up with excitement. "It's been so long! Finally a visitor!" Seeing the maid still hesitating nervously and asking what to do, Andrion decisively ordered, "That's right, invite him in." Waiting inside the room, the prince smirked slightly, thinking to himself that it had been a few days since they last sparred, and it was about time his uncle actively came looking for him. However, as soon as the door opened, Andrion's smile suddenly froze. Observing his uncle's expression, Andrion broke into a cold sweat, silently realizing, though it seems he still hasn't been able to overcome the inner demon I planted. After a moment of silence, V suddenly spoke in a deep voice. "I apologize." The sudden word startled Andrion in surprise. The northern commander bowed his head, admitting he had broken his promise by using too many mana chain circles during the spar, causing his little nephew to pass out. He blamed himself, saying even with 10 mouths he couldn't deny this mistake. Watching his uncle racked with guilt, Andrion suddenly felt a strong pang of conscience. He thought to himself that the actual reason he was bedridden wasn't because of his uncle's sword aura, but entirely because he had pushed beyond his limits using the true hymn of dragon slaying. This misunderstanding made Andrian's conscience gnaw at him even harder, especially when the queen also appeared and sighed reprovingly. Your reckless behavior must have put your uncle in a difficult position as well. V bowed his head heavily, asking in a deep voice what Andrian wanted from him to make up for his mistake in the recent spar. He was even ready to offer up his arm or his eyes, if the prince requested it. That extreme offer startled Andrian, who hurriedly brushed it off, having no idea what he would even do with those things. Looking at his uncle, agonizing over it, the prince let out a soft sigh of regret. He thought to himself that in the past a strong person like V would have reached the realm of Sword Saint long ago, yet now he was imprisoned by such a mundane inner demon. To help his uncle escape the guilt, Andrian decided to generously make a request and insisted he must agree to it before he'd let it go. Andrian called out to his uncle and unexpectedly suggested that both of them go outside together. V was slightly surprised, reminding him that the prince's house arrest had ended, so he was free to move around any time. However, Andrian quickly corrected that this wasn't a regular day trip. He wanted to go somewhere further, completely outside the scope of the capital. Noticing his nephew's determination, the Count pondered briefly and then agreed, saying he needed time to arrange the itinerary, while also reminding him that the royal palace would soon host a ball, so they couldn't go too far. Andrian waved his hand slightly, indicating it was fine. V turned and walked away, promising to get back in touch as soon as the itinerary for the trip was prepared. As soon as the room door closed, the night guard walked in. Seeing him staring intently with a strange look, Andrian pressed him for the reason. The guard awkwardly scratched his head with a forced smile, confessing things were beyond his expectations. For he had thought the prince would take this opportunity to make a far more unreasonable demand of the Count. Andrian pondered softly, telling himself that the Count breaking his word was actually a rare chance to make a beneficial request. However, seeing that stubborn old man fall into guilt over an inner demon, he suddenly felt a bit softened up. After all, he was his elder. Hearing the prince say that, the guard couldn't hold back a chuckle. His overly relaxed attitude instantly made Andrian snap, scolding him for being too lax with etiquette lately. Right while the two were chatting, the maid walked into the room, respectfully presenting an envelope and announcing that the letter the prince had been waiting for had finally arrived. Andrian immediately took it and opened the envelope. Those were lines full of resolve and new achievements from his loyal knight. In the letter, she shared that the prince's achievements were turning the wheels of history, and a new opportunity was about to appear before his journey. She herself had also attained a few small achievements of her own, while sending wishes of good health and expressing fierce faith that the day of their reunion was drawing near. Andrian happily held the letter from his knight, smiling softly to himself. Good news arrived right on time. About 5 days after that, his uncle also delivered good news, signaling that there were barely 2 days left before their official departure. Right on schedule, the luxurious royal carriage, along with the escorting knights, set off, rolling slowly through the majestic city gates to begin their long journey. Sitting inside the carriage, Andrian curiously opened the window, leaning his head out to ask loudly, "Uncle, whose territory are we passing through? Ellen?" Hearing the call of his stubborn nephew, V, riding his horse up ahead, turned around slightly and let out a fed-up sigh. "Can you really not stay quiet? Where has your royal dignity dropped off to?" Seeing Andrian still playfully clinging to the window eavesdropping, the Count had no choice but to helplessly tell him to get back inside so he could explain. Turns out the land they were passing through was the earldom of Ellen, known as the cradle that provided top-tier weaponry for the entire kingdom. This territory possessed a massive iron mine specializing in high-grade iron extraction, along with a renowned blacksmith guild gathering the most skilled master craftsmen. V revealed that in reality, more than half of the weapons supplied to the royal family were produced by them. Hearing this, Andrian's eyes lit up with great delight. He cheered softly to himself. Perfect! The reason Andrian was so excited was that his level had increased quite a bit recently, and it was about time he found a truly suitable sword for himself. Initially, Andrian had only intended to pick a random fitting sword from the royal armory for temporary use. However, a bucket of cold water was instantly dumped on him when he recalled the royal decree from his father. When he had requested a sword, the armory manager had trembled while bowing in apology because the king had flown into a furious rage, declaring that if they gave this kid one more sword, he would take his own life. Therefore, according to the royal decree, Andrian was completely banned from receiving any more weapons from the royal palace. Thinking back to the previous body's feat of stabbing a sword into its own back, Andrian could only break into a cold sweat. Admitting this punishment was understandable. Yet, this very ban became the reason forcing him to leave the royal palace to search for a weapon on his own. Glancing softly at his uncle riding on horseback outside, Andrian felt secretly grateful, realizing that compared to his rough exterior, he was surprisingly subtle. Dedicate an arm or an eye of his, if the prince demanded it. That extreme offer startled Andrian in shock, and he quickly brushed it off since he had no idea what to do with such things. Looking at his uncle. That thing for? Looking at his uncle. Tormented, the prince sighed gently. With regret, he thought to himself in the past. A strong person like Vu would have long reached the rank of sword saint. Yet now he was imprisoned by such a mundane inner demon. To help his uncle escape this torment, Andrian decided to generously make a request, insisting his uncle agree with him before he would let it go. Andrian called his uncle and unexpectedly suggested that they both go outside together. Vu was a bit surprised, reminding him that the prince's house arrest order had ended, so he was free to move around any time. However, Andrian quickly clarified that this was not an ordinary day trip. He wanted to go somewhere further, completely outside the scope of the capital. Sensing his nephew's determination, the count pondered briefly and agreed, saying he needed time to arrange the itinerary, while reminding him that the royal palace would soon host a ball, so they couldn't go too far. Andrian waved his hand slightly, implying it was fine. Vu turned his back and walked away, promising to make contact right after finishing preparations for the trip's schedule. As soon as the room door closed, Kat, the guard knight, stepped inside. Seeing Kat staring at him intently, with a strange look, Andrian immediately questioned him about the reason. Kat awkwardly scratched his head with a timid laugh, confessing that everything turned out beyond his expectations, for he had thought the prince would take this chance to make a much more unreasonable demand of the count. Andrian pondered softly, telling himself that the count breaking his promise was actually a rare opportunity for him to make a beneficial request. Yet seeing that stubborn old man fall into a state of torment due to an inner demon, he suddenly felt a bit softened. After all, he was still his senior. Hearing the prince say so, Kat couldn't help but chuckle out loud. The guard's excessive informality immediately made Andrian lose his temper, scolding him that he seemed way too slack with manners lately. Right as the two were talking, the maid entered the room, respectfully presenting an envelope, announcing that the letter the prince was waiting for. Tormented by inner demons, he suddenly felt a bit softened. After all, that was his senior. Hearing what the prince said, Carr could not help but let out a quiet chuckle. The guard's overly relaxed demeanor made Andrian immediately lose his temper, scolding him for slacking on etiquette. Lately, just as the two of them were conversing, the maid stepped into the room, respectfully presenting a letter and now announcing that the letter the prince was waiting for had finally arrived. Andrian immediately received it and opened the letter. It contained lines filled with the determination and new achievements of Awan Kagan, his loyal knight. In the letter, she shared that the prince's achievements were turning the wheels of history and a new opportunity was about to appear on his journey. She herself had also achieved a few small accomplishments of her own, while sending wishes for his health and expressing strong faith that the day of their reunion was approaching. Andrian happily held the letter from Awin Kagin in his hand, smiling slightly as he thought to himself, good news came right on time. About 5 days later, his uncle also sent good news, signaling that there were only 2 days left until the time they officially set off. Right on schedule, the luxurious royal carriage, along with an escort team of knights, began rolling, slowly moving through the magnificent city gates to start their long journey. Sitting inside the carriage compartment, Andrian curiously opened the window, stuck his head out, and asked loudly, "Uncle, which territory's land are we passing through? Is it Ellen?" Hearing his stubborn nephew's voice, Vu, who was riding a horse up front, turned his head back slightly and let out a tired sigh. "Can you really not stay quiet? Where did your royal dignity drop to?" Seeing Andrian still playfully clinging to the window eavesdropping, the Count hopelessly told him to get back inside the carriage so he could explain. As it turned out, the land they were passing through was the Ellen Earldom, a place known as the premier arms supply cradle for the entire kingdom. This territory possessed a giant iron mine, specializing in extracting high-grade iron alongside a famous blacksmith guild gathering the most skilled master craftsmen. Vu revealed that in reality, more than half of the weapons supplied to the royal family were produced by Ellen. Hearing this, Andrian's eyes lit up with great interest. He silently cheered, "Perfect!" The reason Andrian was so excited was that his level had increased quite a bit recently, and it was time for him to find a real sword that truly suited top-tier weapons for the entire kingdom. This territory possesses a massive iron mine, specializing in extracting high-grade iron along with a prestigious blacksmith guild gathering the most skilled master artisans. Vu stated that in fact more than half of the Adjao weapons supplied to the royal family were made by production. Hearing this, Andrian's eyes lit up with excitement. He cheered internally. Perfect. The reason Andrian was so thrilled was that his level had increased quite a bit recently, and it was time for him to find a sword that truly suited him. Himself. Originally, Andrian merely intended to randomly pick a comfortable sword from the royal armory for temporary use. Why? However, he was immediately doused with a bucket of cold water when he recalled the royal decree from his father. When he proposed receiving a sword, the armory manager had to tremblingly bow his head and apologize because the king flew into a rage, declaring that if anyone gave this brat another sword, he would commit suicide. Thus, according to the royal decree, Andrian was strictly forbidden from receiving any more weapons from the royal palace. Thinking back to the former body's feat of stabbing a sword into its own back, Andrian could only break out in a cold sweat and admit that this punishment was completely understandable. But this very ban became the reason forcing him to leave the royal palace to search for a weapon on his own. Glancing slightly at his uncle riding on horseback, escorting outside, Andrian felt silently grateful, realizing that compared to his crude appearance, his uncle was actually surprisingly refined. 4076. The maid, Andrian, at this moment was extremely when intentionally arranging the itinerary to pass through this sword-forging land. The older the ginger, the spicier it gets. He's so good at working around the rules. However, that romance was quickly doused when V coldly spoke up to remind him, "Don't distract me. Close the window." No. Being ordered by his relentless uncle, Andrian could only grimace and complain, Come on, don't be like that. Under the clear blue sky, the carriage procession continued forward, carrying the young prince on a long journey of about 20 days that had only just begun. His journey this time included a short stopover at the Earldom of Ellen, 3 days' travel from the capital. After that, the entire group would continue to moving toward Iron Lion Fortress, 2 days' travel further away, before concluding the itinerary by returning to the capital. And right now, he had to sit stuck in this carriage for 3 whole days to the point where he couldn't move a single muscle. To make matters worse, the person sitting opposite him wasn't interesting at all, as the maid Adia only timidly answered yes or no to every question. Sitting around doing nothing with no one to talk to was utterly agonizing. To kill time, he wondered if he should recheck his mana heart. Currently, his heart was completely empty due to the side effects of forcibly using the true Hymn of Dragon slaying in the previous fight. Fortunately, the recovery process was nearly complete. Feeling the swaying of the carriage, the cold wind passing by, and the voices of the knights chatting outside, he began to focus on gathering microscopic strands of mana hidden like dust particles all around. A gentle stream of blue mana began to gather to fill his empty mana heart. Yet just as the energy took shape, he suddenly gasped in shock as he looked deep into his consciousness. When had his mana heart grown to this extent? Right at that moment, the brilliant yellow system panel abruptly popped up, announcing that he had attempted an impossible miracle and accidentally caught a fleeting glimpse of a portion of the Great Will. Turns out, this was an unexpected outcome from forcibly using the true long hymn. Talk about a blessing in disguise. Pretty lucky indeed. System notifications flashed continuously, confirming that the effects had directly manifested on his body. Not only had his mana heart grown leaps and bounds, but thanks to this development, his physical constitution had also changed significantly, allowing his body to now endure a far greater amount of mana than before. The system emitted a crisp beep. Congratulations on officially reaching the rank of high-tier swordsman. Along with that, the connection between him and the system also slightly increased, followed by a dry clack sound as a lock of energy chains shattered, officially lifting several restrictions on his power. The power from Andrion's triple eye authority surged dramatically, and the gentle blue mana gradually receded into his body, causing Adia, sitting opposite in the carriage, to be startled as she softly called out, "Your Highness." In contrast to the maid's anxious expression, Andrion was now extremely thrilled, gently swaying in pure delight. He clenched his fist, letting out a confident smile and telling himself that his strength had finally increased far beyond expectations. The 3 days of grueling travel finally ended as the procession entered the territory of the earldom. The royal carriage pulled up in front of a grand and magnificent mansion. As soon as Andrion stepped down from the carriage, 2 noblemen of the Allen family were already waiting. They quickly stepped forward, bowing low in respectful greeting. The man in the red coat announced clearly, "It is an immense honor for this humble subject to audience with your highness. Edgar of the Allen family greets your highness." The man beside him quickly followed suit. Torrance, eldest son of the Allen family, greets First Prince Andrian Leon Beck. Faced with the warm reception from the family head, Andrian nodded slightly in return, thanking them for the warm welcome. Noticing that the prince had just endured a long journey, Edgar quickly proposed leading him to a place to rest first to recover his strength. Walking along the mansion's corridor, Andrian quietly observed his surroundings with a thoughtful expression. Throughout the grand halls of the mansion, countless splendid weapons were displayed, radiating a glittering, eye-catching glow. Yet, under the keen gaze of a former divine sword master, Andrian merely narrowed his eyes in boredom. He secretly judged that although these people claimed to be top weapon manufacturers, all the weapons here were low-quality goods, flashy items meant to be sold online rather than being of any use in actual combat. Realizing it would be hard to find a satisfying piece here, Andrian turned to ask Edgar, "I heard there's a blacksmith guild in this territory, right?" Upon receiving an affirmative reply, the prince decisively requested, "I want to go take a look." The sudden request made Edgar's face turn pale with embarrassment. Striding ahead to lead the way down to the forge area, Edgar awkwardly explained the eccentric temperaments of the blacksmiths here. He shared that every single one of them possessed an extremely coarse and stubborn personality. Even when work reached its peak, they would often ignore even the Lord himself if he came to visit in person, and the words they uttered were as cold and rough as the scraps of iron they molded. Therefore, Edgar earnestly begged the prince to be generous and forgive them if he felt offended, asking him to view it as the pride of master craftsmen. "Please excuse them, your highness. Just see it as their passion for their craft." Right at this moment, a surge of fiery red light and stifling heat suddenly blasted onto their faces, making Andrian's eyes glow with surprise. Before his eyes, a giant furnace burned intensely. Edgar solicitously reminded him, "The heat radiating from the furnace is very intense. If your highness finds it unbearable, please let me know so I can make arrangements." Yet Andrian didn't seem to hear a thing. He silently walked deeper inside the bustling, noisy forge where dozens of blacksmiths were wildly swinging hammers amid a sea of hot smoke, oblivious to the roaring, chaotic flames and the puffing, chaotic flames. Air bellows constantly spewing fierce heat. In the midst of the crowded space, the sound of hammers striking iron echoed from all sides. Edgar called out anxiously, "Your Highness!" And Andrian didn't care at all. He was captivated by a particularly clear and intimately familiar sound echoing among them. Where I encountered this before. Following the sound, Andrian stopped in front of the forging station of an old blacksmith with white hair and a sturdy frame. The old man was pouring all his strength into swinging his hammer down hard onto a glowing red block of iron, creating sharp, forceful echoes. Staring intently at every hammer stroke of the old man, Andrian's eyes suddenly flared brightly. The image of a magnificent treasure sword burning brightly amidst sacred flames unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. He was shocked to realize this was the very first memory that the soul of the divine sword remembered. The shock from that ancient memory caused Andrian to break into a cold sweat. Seeing this, Adiabayan stepped closer, using a towel to gently wipe his face and asking worriedly, "Your Highness, you're sweating so much." Andrian snapped out of it slightly and replied, "Ah, right," then continued to silently observe his surroundings. Just then, a middle-aged man wearing a green beret stepped forward and bowed low. "These humble subjects greet your Highness." Edgar then introduced him to Andrian as Saxon, the manager of this blacksmith guild. Andrian merely replied nonchalantly, "Is that so?" Yet, despite the prince's presence, the old white-bearded blacksmith completely ignored him, continuing to strike iron with his hammer relentlessly. This action made Saxon furious. He immediately turned around, pointed his finger, and yelled loudly, "Hey you! What do you think you're doing? Stop what you're doing and come pay respects to the first prince." This guy relies on his manager position to be pretty arrogant, huh? Ignoring Saxon's commotion, Andrian unexpectedly rushed forward. The maid, Andrian, at this moment was extremely excited, gently swaying back and forth with utter joy. He clenched his fist, flashing a confident smile, telling himself that his strength had finally grown much stronger than Noir expected. The 3-day journey finally came to an end as the carriage train entered the domain of the earldom. The royal carriage came to a halt in front of an extremely magnificent and grand mansion. Right as Andrian stepped down from the carriage, 2 noble men of the Allen family were already waiting. They quickly stepped forward, bowing deeply and respectful. "Salute, one pair." The man wearing a red coat sonorously introduced himself. "It is a great honor for me, your Highness. Edgar of the Allen family pays respect to your Highness." The person beside him quickly followed suit, Torrance, the eldest son of The Allen family pays respects to First Prince Andre and Leon Beck. Faced with the warm welcome from the head of the house, Andrea nodded slightly. In response, thanking them for the enthusiastic reception. Noticing that the prince had just endured a long trip, Edgar eagerly proposed guiding him to a resting place first. Suggested leading him to a place to rest first, to recover his strength. Walking along the mansion's hallway, Andrian quietly observed his surroundings with a thoughtful expression. Throughout the grand halls of the mansion, countless types of gorgeous weapons were on display, emitting a sparkling aura that was extremely eye-catching. However, under the vision of a great former divine sword, Andrian merely narrowed his eyes in disappointment. He silently evaluated that although these people called themselves top weapon manufacturers, all the weapons here were just low-quality goods, having a flashy appearance meant for selling on Shopee, without being of any help in actual combat. Realizing that it would be hard for him to find a satisfactory item here, Andrian turned to ask Edgar, "I heard that there is a blacksmith guild in this territory, right?" Receiving an affirmative answer, the prince decisively requested, "I want to go there and take a look." The sudden request made Edgar's face shift slightly in embarrassment. Pacing ahead to lead the way down to the blacksmith workshop area, Edgar hesitantly explained the eccentric temperaments of the blacksmiths here. He stated that every single one of them had an extremely crude and stubborn personality. Even when their work was at its peak, they would often ignore even the Lord himself, even if he came to visit in person, and the words they uttered were cold and rough, just like the scrap iron blocks they forged. Therefore, Edgar earnestly hoped the prince would be generous enough to forgive them if he felt offended, and to view that as the pride of master craftsmen. Please understand, my lord, just consider it as their passion for work. Right at this moment, a stream of fiery red light, along with suffocating heat, suddenly blasted into his face, causing Andrian's eyes to glow brightly in surprise. Before his eyes, a giant furnace was swirling with fire. Edgar thoughtfully reminded him, "The heat radiating from the forge is very intense. If your highness finds it unbearable, please let me know so I can make arrangements." Aye. However, Andrian didn't seem to hear it at all. He quietly walked deeper inside the bustling workshop, where dozens of blacksmiths were wildly swinging their hammers. "Masterpiece. Please forgive him. Just consider it as his enthusiasm for the job. Just..." At this moment, a burst of glowing red light along with a white, an intense heat suddenly hit his face, making Andrian's eyes light up in total surprise. Before your eyes, a giant forge is roaring with flames. Edgar kindly reminded him, "The heat radiating from the forge is very intense. If the prince feels unable to bear it, please let me know so I can arrange something." However, Andrian seemed not to hear at all. He silently moved deeper into the bustling underground forge, where dozens of blacksmiths were frantically swinging their hammers amidst the veil of burning smoke, defying the raging chaotic flames and the continuous puffing of the bellows blaring out. Intense heat midst the space filled with it. The sound of hammers striking iron echoed from every direction. Edgar called out softly with worry, Your highness." However, Andrian was completely unbothered. He was being drawn to a particularly clear and extremely familiar sound echoing among them. "I feel like I've encountered this somewhere before." Tracing the sound, Andrian stopped in front of the anvil platform of an old blacksmith with white hair and a muscular build. The old man was putting all his strength into swinging his hammer, bringing it down hard onto a glowing red iron block, creating resounding, sharp, and powerful rings. Gazing intently at each stroke of the old man's hammer, Andrian's eyes suddenly lit up. The image of a beautiful treasured sword burning brightly. in sacred flames unexpectedly appeared in his mind. He realized in complete shock that this was the very first memory that the soul of the divine sword could recall. The shock from the ancient memory made Andrian break into a cold sweat. Seeing this, Adilbayan, immediate, stepped closer, using a cloth to gently wipe his face and asking with concern, "Your Highness, you are sweating so much." Andrian started slightly and replied, "Ah," and then continued to quietly observe his surroundings. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a green beret stepped forward and bowed low in salute. "These humble servants pay their respects to your Highness." Edgar then introduced him to Andrian, explaining that this was Saxon, the manager of this blacksmith guild. Andrian merely indifferently replied, "Is that so?" However, despite the prince's presence, the old white-bearded blacksmith completely ignored everyone, continuing to swing his hammer and beat the iron loudly. This action made Saxon immensely angry. He immediately turned around, pointed his finger, and yelled, "You over there, what do you think you're doing? Stop what you're doing and come pay respects to the first prince. This manager guy relies on his authority to be pretty bossy, huh?" Despite Saxon's clamor, Andrian suddenly rushed forward, continually swinging hammers to strike the iron intensely. This action made Saxon extremely furious. He immediately turned around, pointed his finger, and shouted loudly, "Hey, you over there, what do you think you're doing? Stop your hands and come pay your respects to the first prince. This guy relies on his manager position to be quite domineering, huh?" Despite the noise made by Saxon, Andrian suddenly rushed forward, ripped the manager's mouth tight, and coldly ordered him to shut up. Prince's decisiveness instantly plunged the entire forge into silence. Glancing at the trembling blacksmiths around them, Andrian easily recognized that they were all being forced to work here against their will. Looking at the iron block gradually cooling down on the anvil, he thought to himself that these managers only did things he never asked for. Andrian turned to the blacksmiths and said, "The iron has gone cold. If you don't intend to let the fire in that furnace die out, feel free to continue doing what you were doing." The prince's words snapped the blacksmiths out of their terror. In a panic, they urged one another back to work. Some shouted urgently to pick up tools, while others rushed off to pump the bellows. Amidst the chaotic noise of swinging hammers and roaring flames, Andrian stood watching in silence with folded arms. His gaze was fixed on the white-bearded old blacksmith. Under the old man's veiny hands, the heavy hammer repeatedly struck down on the glowing red iron, casting sparks flying everywhere. The echoing strikes of hammer on iron beat like a rhythm directly into Andrian's consciousness. Standing before the roaring flames, his eyes suddenly glowed with a strange light, reflecting the silhouette of the old blacksmith. With every stroke of the hammer and every clanging sound of metal, old memories from the time he was still a legendary sword began to resurface more clearly than ever. Standing in the sweltering forge with sweat pouring down his face, Andrian was utterly stunned by the intense vibration deep within his soul. He muttered softly, "What on earth is this emotion?" Striding beside Andrian, Edgar let out a soft sigh and shared a strange occurrence happening at the forge. He revealed that for some reason over the past 6 months that old blacksmith kept forging swords only to melt them back down. Hearing this, Andrian asked curiously if it was because those swords were defective, or if he was just getting old and senile. However, Edgar merely shook his head helplessly, replying that no one knew the real reason. He affirmed that every sword the old man forged was an absolute masterpiece, truly worthy of the title of sword master bestowed upon him by the world. Edgar agonized, wondering why the old man melted down all those exquisite creations, when even the swords he had seen were flawless to perfection. Furthermore, over the past month, the old artisan had barely slept, working continuously like a man possessed. Edgar added anxiously that the old man was advanced in age and his health was no longer what it used to be, leaving everyone in the mansion deeply uneasy. Andrian secretly admired him, thinking he was indeed a true craftsman. Several days passed since then. Instead of going out to enjoy himself or resting, the young prince regularly visited the forge from early dawn, only leaving when night had fallen completely. Throughout that entire time, the old blacksmith quietly and steadily carried out his daily hammer work. The clanging sound of hammer on iron echoed across the forge, and Andrian simply stood silently with folded arms, observing every move of the old man. The prince's calmness deeply amazed Edgar and everyone else. In total contrast to the extreme tension they felt when hearing rumors of the infamous, playboy, and brutal first prince visiting, everything at the forge proceeded peacefully without a single untoward incident. Time slipped away, and the day Andrian had to depart from the earldom finally drew near. Under the quiet night moon, the sound of the forging hammer still echoed steadily, and the prince quietly stood there watching. Looking at the shimmering firelight reflected on the tired face of the old blacksmith, Andrian let out a sigh of regret. He thought to himself that he had truly hoped to witness this sword completed with his own eyes before leaving, but it seemed time would not allow it. Seeing the prince lost in thought, Edgar gently stepped up beside him and reminded him that it was time to return and prepare. He mentioned that a farewell banquet would be held tonight, and early tomorrow morning the entire group had to set off at dawn to continue their journey. Everyone wished Andrian could see the finished sword of the old master with his own eyes before leaving. Just as they were preparing to depart, Edgar came running out of breath, calling out in a frantic voice, "Your Highness! He has finished the sword!" The sudden news left Andrian thoroughly astonished. Under the brilliant dawn, the old master stood quietly on the terrace, raising high the newly forged sword. He carefully wiped away every last speck of dust on the blade, revealing a sharp, sparkling sword body reflecting the sunlight. Then, before everyone's eyes, the old artisan knelt on one knee, solemnly presenting the treasure sword with both hands before Andrian. The old man spoke slowly. "I present this sword to your highness." The generosity of the great blacksmith left Edgar and the surrounding crowd completely stunned. Andrian slowly took hold of the hilt. The moment his hand made contact, the treasure sword burst forth with a radiant glow. Just as recorded in the Song of the Blacksmiths, forge it like the sun rising over the horizon, then cool it until its red hue rivals the color of a sovereign's robe. At that moment a sword like the sun, fitting for a king, shall be born. Andrian looked closely at the gleaming blade and softly asked, "Does it have a name?" The old craftsman answered gently, "How about calling it Damarung?" Andrian asked back with curiosity, "Does that mean dawn or twilight?" The old man looked at the sword and kindly explained, "To me it is twilight, but to your highness perhaps it is dawn." Hearing the philosophic response, the young prince chuckled with delight, quite poetic for a blacksmith. The old man offered a faint smile in response. Right after presenting the treasure sword Damarung, the exhausted body of the old blacksmith suddenly collapsed. Andrian quickly caught him, letting out a soft sigh of relief, thank goodness. Looking at the great artisan who had passed out from exhaustion after non-stop days of forging, Andrian grew deeply concerned. The prince turned his head slightly and instructed, "Tell my uncle that I will stay here tonight." That night, at the forge's camp, 2 royal guards holding torches stood solemnly on watch under the quiet night sky. Inside the quiet room, Andrian sat quietly on a wooden chair beside the bed, attentively watching over the old blacksmith. Slowly opening his eyes as he woke, the craftsman looked at the young prince and weakly uttered, "The moment your highness stood behind me that day, the sword's shape was forged just as destiny intended. The sword chose its own day of birth. Hearing those heartfelt words, Andrian looked softly at the old man and asked, "Do you really think so?" Then he leaned down close to the old blacksmith's ear and whispered. The unexpected revelation from the prince caused the old blacksmith's eyes to widen in utter shock. The old man looked at the sword in disbelief, stammering incoherently. "Good heavens! So you are—" Andrian calmly sat upright and responded softly, "Indeed. So how could I not understand the heart of this man?" Hearing the confirmation from the prince, the old blacksmith fell silent. "Heavens! I see. Now I understand." The old man weakly reached out his trembling hand in plea, "Your Highness, may I see that sword for a moment?" Without a moment's hesitation, Andrian presented the treasure sword and said gently, "Here it is." The old blacksmith reverently accepted it. Cherishing the sword in his hands, the old craftsman looked up at Andrian with hopeful eyes and asked earnestly, "Can this sword become as great as—" Andrian looked silently at the old man for a moment, then decisively placed his hand on the hilt alongside him, firmly declaring in a resolute voice, "It most certainly will." The blacksmith shop from the crack of dawn and only consented to leave when it was pitch dark outside. Throughout that entire time, the old blacksmith still silently and steadily carried out his daily hammer-swinging work. The sound of hammers striking iron resounded throughout the workshop space, and Andrian merely stood quietly with his arms crossed, watching every movement of the old man. The prince's calmness made Edgar and everyone immensely astonished, in complete contrast to the extreme tension when hearing news that the famous playboy, tyrannical first prince was about to visit. Prince famous for his playboy lifestyle and cruelty was about to visit. Everything at the forge again. Everything at the blacksmith shop proceeded very peacefully without a single untoward incident occurring. Then time flew by, and the day Andrian had to leave the earldom was finally drawn near. Under the quiet night moonlight, the sound of the forging hammer still rang out steadily. Thudding, the sound of the forging hammers still resounded steadily, and the prince still stood there silently watching, looking at the sparkling flames reflected on the old blacksmith's tired face. Andrian let out a soft sigh of regret. "Old man," Andrian let out a soft sigh full of regret. He thought to himself that he had really hoped to witness this sword being completed with his own eyes before leaving, but it seemed time would no longer allow it. Seeing the prince lost in thought, Edgar gently stepped to his side and reminded him that it was time for them to head back and prepare. He stated that tonight a farewell party would be held, and early tomorrow morning the entire party would have to set out very early to continue their journey. Everyone wished that Andrian could admire the old master's finished sword with his own eyes before leaving. Just as they were preparing to set off, Edgar ran up in a hurry, out of breath. Departing, Edgar hurriedly ran over, breathless, calling out with a startled voice, "Your Highness, he has finished the sword! That he has finished the sword!" The sudden news left Andrian thoroughly amazed. Under the brilliant sunrise, the old master stood quietly on the terrace, raising the newly forged sword high. Roof terrace, raising high the newly forged sword. He carefully wiped away every last speck of dust on the blade, revealing a sharp, sparkling sword body, reflecting the sunlight. Then, before everyone's eyes, the old craftsman knelt down on one knee, solemnly presenting the treasured sword with both hands in front of the precious sword with both hands in front of his face. "Andrian," the old man slowly said, "This sword, I offer it to your highness." The great blacksmith's generosity left Edgar and the surrounding crowd completely stunned. Andrian slowly took hold of the hilt. The moment his hand made contact, the treasured sword suddenly emitted a brilliant glow, just as was recorded in the Song of God. The blacksmith's heated up like the sun, rising on the horizon, then cooled down until its red hue rivals the color of a sovereign's robe. Manhwa. At that moment, a sword like the sun, matching a king, would be born. Andrian gazed intently at the gleaming blade, softly asking, "Does it have a name?" The old craftsman softly replied, "How about calling it Demerong?" Andrian curiously asked back, "Is it dawn or dusk?" The old man looked at the sword and gently explained to me, "It is dusk, but to your highness it is perhaps dawn." Hearing that deeply philosophical answer, the young prince chuckled in amusement. "Quite fancy for a blacksmith, isn't it?" The old man smiled softly in response. "Well then, right after presenting the treasured sword, Demerong, the exhausted body of the old blacksmith, suddenly collapsed. Andrian quickly caught him, letting out a soft sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Looking at the great craftsman who had passed out from exhaustion after days of forging without rest, Andrian was extremely worried. Prince turned his head slightly and instructed, "Tell my uncle that I will stay here tonight." That night, at the blacksmith workshop's camp, 2 royal guards holding torches stood on guard solemnly beneath the quiet night sky. Inside the quiet room, Andrian sat quietly on a wooden chair. Beside the bed, attentively watching over the old blacksmith, opening his eyes slowly as he woke up. The craftsman looked at the young prince and weakly uttered, "The moment your highness stood behind my back that day, the sword was shaped just as its destiny decreed. The sword chose the day of its own birth." "Ah!" Hearing those passionate words, Andrian looked softly at the old man and asked, "Is that what you think?" Then he leaned down slightly, leaning in. "Standing behind my back that day, the sword was shaped just as its destiny dictated. The sword chose the day it was born itself." Hearing those passionate words, Andrian gently looked at the old man and asked, "Do you think so?" Then he bent down slightly, bringing his face close to the old blacksmith's ear and whispered, "Actually, the unexpected revelation from the prince made the old blacksmith's eyes instantly widen in extreme shock. The old man looked at the sword in disbelief and stammered, "Good heavens, so you are." Andrian nonchalantly sat up straight, softly replying, "That's right." "So how could you I not understand this man's heart?" Hearing the confirmation from the prince, the old blacksmith went quiet. "Good Lord, I understand now. Now I understand." The old man weakly and tremblingly reached out his hand to beg, "Your Highness, may I take a look at that sword for a moment?" Andrian, without a moment's hesitation, handed over the treasured sword and gently said, "Here it is." The old blacksmith respectfully received it. Treasuring the sword in his hands, the old craftsman looked up at Andrian with hopeful eyes and earnestly asked, "Can this sword become as great as—" Andrian quietly looked at the old man for a moment, then decisively placed his hand on the hilt along with him, firmly stating with absolute certainty, "It definitely will be." The answer. Cherishing the sword in his hands, the old artisan looked up at Andrian with eyes full of hope and earnestly asked, "This sword can become as great as—" That Andrian silently looked at the old man for a moment, and then decisively placed his hand on the hilt of the sword, along with him, affirming in a firm voice, "Firmly, it certainly is." The answer from the prince was like lifting the final burden from the heart of the great blacksmith. Andrian quietly sat back in the chair, guarding the old man's sleep. Under the flickering candlelight, the blacksmith fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. "It certainly will be." That respectful affirmation for the great artisan, who had just fallen into a peaceful sleep, coincided with the dawn of a new day. When the wooden box was opened, the exquisite Demerong sword appeared, shining brilliantly under the morning sun. Yet, looking at that masterpiece, Edgar sighed softly in embarrassment. He said no one could deny the value of a sword forged with one's very soul, but he feared its sacred aura was completely unsuited for the prince's current reputation. To resolve the issue, Edgar immediately brought out another box, presenting a flashy magic sword, and suggested that Andrian accept it to replace Demerong. Andrian slightly drew the sword to inspect it, silently assessing that while it wasn't a top-tier piece, it was still a very good mid-grade sword. However, instead of returning the old master's treasure sword, Andrian nonchalantly wore both swords at his waist. He smiled and said, "A sword forged with the soul of a renowned master is already an invaluable gift. To be presented with another magic sword on top of that shows the extraordinary generosity of the Allen family." Seeing the plump prince casually walk off with both treasures, Edgar froze on the spot, sweat pouring like rain, and forced a smile, replying that it was an honor for his family. Inside, Edgar was screaming in agony. He wept silently, blaming himself for being foolish enough to use the magic sword as bait to keep the master's masterpiece, only to end up losing both and gaining nothing in return. After leaving the earldom, the group continued toward their next destination. Along the way, the cavalry commander loudly ordered the infantry and carriages behind to take it slow, while the cavalry would ride ahead to keep up the pace. Seeing Andrian leading his horse with a thoroughly fed-up face, V rode up close and remarked that he looked quite busy. Andrian glanced at his uncle, grumbling that he hadn't seen a hide or hair of him during their entire stay in Ellen. The Count explained in a deep voice that he had to carry out a private mission assigned by the king. Hearing this, Andrian stroked his chin in thought, telling himself that this trip was indeed not as free as he had thought. Just then, V strictly reminded him to get ready quickly, as today the entire unit would have to spur their horses at full speed to reach Iron Lion Fortress before nightfall. Yet Andrian merely turned around and casually dropped a bombshell. About that. I don't know how to ride a horse." That blunt statement left the northern commander frozen, cold sweat dripping as he was completely speechless. Standing beside the tall warhorse, the young prince could only helplessly think to himself, "I was originally a sword, so how could I have time to learn horse riding?" The road to Iron Lion Fortress was truly a nightmare for Andrian. Because he didn't know how to ride, he endured a harrowing journey, getting so motion sick that he threw up constantly, leaving the maid Adia deeply worried. All along the way, the plump prince suffered nonstop, even falling off his horse headfirst into the ground, to the sheer helplessness of V and the escort team. After a grueling full day of walking his horse instead of the planned half-day, Andrian finally dragged his exhausted body to the gates of the massive Iron Lion Fortress. Looking up at the majestic fortress before him, Andrian muttered softly, "So this is Iron Lion Fortress." As the sound of iron armor clanking on the stone floor echoed, a group of knights in dignified attire stepped out to greet them. The leader introduced himself clearly. "Geo of the Woden family greets His Royal Highness the First Prince. Iron Lion is honored to welcome the noble bloodline of Leon and Beck." Looking at the knights putting on stern, challenging faces, Andrian smirked sinisterly, nonchalantly remarking, "Your spirit is surging a bit more than necessary." A bit more than necessary. He knew full well the true reason behind this underlying hostility, because the matter was already crystal clear. To stir up this dull atmosphere, Andrian softly called out, "Alwyn!" Instantly the beautiful female knight stepped forward, bowing respectfully, "Your Highness." To the astonishment of all the surrounding soldiers, Alwyn dropped to one knee on the cold ground, declaring clearly, "I have looked forward to every single day just to meet Your Highness again." Witnessing the proud flower of the Iron Lion Corps kneeling before a useless prince, the knights behind her burned with rage, their murderous intent flaring as if to scorch everything. Looking at their instant reaction, Andrian merely chuckled in smug satisfaction. "Now do you know your place, huh?" However, the hostile, murderous intent from the knights didn't just annoy Andrian. It unwittingly triggered the terrifying instincts of Adia standing behind him. The maid's eyes suddenly flashed with a bloodthirsty, brilliant yellow light, exuding an extremely dangerous pressure. Realizing the hostility directed at him was provoking Adia, Andrian immediately turned back, firmly grabbing her shoulders, and called out loudly. Her master's voice snapped Adia out of her frenzy. She blinked in confusion, then hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Yes, Your Highness." Andrian let out a soft sigh of relief, thinking to himself that it was fortunate he had honed her submissive nature beforehand to obey him completely. Otherwise, the bloodthirsty demon inside her would have instantly erupted. Glancing at the knights burning with rage up ahead, Andrian smirked with confidence. "Now I'll make you guys see stars." Sonorously ordering the infantry and carriages to follow. "Don't we have a lot to talk about? It would be better if the group behind you came along too." Sometime later, on the training ground, Andrian had changed into simple attire, carrying a wooden sword on his shoulder. He declared clearly to all the Iron Lion Knights, "I really want to admire the swordsmanship said to be the peak of this kingdom. Who among you is willing to show me?" Faced with the prince's challenge, the armored knights hesitated, looking at each other in apprehension. Seeing the quiet atmosphere hanging over them, Andrian glanced around probingly and continued to provoke them. "If my status makes you feel pressured, in the name of the Leon Beck family, I guarantee I won't hold anyone accountable for the match's outcome." Yet the only response was still silence. Andrian sneered. "No one? For the famous Iron Lions you sure are cowardly. It seems your reputation as the strongest in the kingdom is nothing but empty boasting. To be taunted to this extent and still stay quiet takes real skill." The insult struck directly at their pride, making a red-haired knight unable to endure it any longer. He decisively stepped out of line, marched straight toward the prince, and declared loudly, "I am Dale of the Denon family. Though I am far too lacking to represent the sword of Iron Lion, if your highness allows, I humbly ask to stand before you." Andrian smiled leisurely, waving his hand in reply. "No need to ask permission, I was the one who invited you first." Without wasting another second, Dale immediately gathered his energy and shouted, "Then please be careful," before charging forward at terrifying speed. Facing his opponent's ferocious charge, Andrian remained standing motionless with complete calm. The moment Dale closed in, Andrian decisively delivered a lightning-fast strike. The powerful blow caused Dale to spit blood, collapsing onto the sandy ground unconscious. Sheathing his wooden sword while the blue mana still ebbed around his chest, Andrian glanced at the stunned crowd of knights before him and coldly declared, "Next! Anyone else who wants to fight, step up!" Right after the miserable defeat of Odd, Northern region completely froze, cold sweat pouring down as they were rendered speechless. Standing beside the tall war-horse, the young prince could only helplessly tell himself that since he was originally a sword, how on earth would he have had the time to learn how to ride a horse? Youth could only helplessly tell himself he himself was originally a sword, so how could he have the time to learn how to ride a horse? The road to Iron Lion Castle was truly a series of nightmares for Andrian. Since he didn't know how to ride a horse, he had to endure a grueling trip filled with motion sickness to the point of vomiting continuously, through a journey full of hardships and motion, making the maid Adil extremely worried. All along the way, the Fat Prince constantly encountered difficulties. Sickness, the Fat Prince constantly encountered, even falling headfirst off his horse onto the ground, much to the helplessness of Vu and the escort team, after a long, exhausting day of leading his horse on foot. Instead of half a day as planned, Andrian finally dragged his weary body, walking the horse instead of half a day as planned, to the front of the gates of the massive Iron Lion Castle. Exhausted in front of the castle gate, looking up at the majestic castle before his eyes, Andrian softly muttered. Magnificent before his eyes, Andrian softly whispered, "So this is the Iron Lion Castle." Just as the clanking of iron armor echoed against the ground, stones sounded. A group of knights in dignified attire stepped out to welcome them. The leader sonorously introduced himself, Dew of the Warden family. "Bids greetings to First Prince. Your Highness, the Iron Lion is deeply honored to welcome the noble bloodline of Leon Beck." "Hey, Yee. Looking at the knights putting on severe, challenging faces, Andrian smirked wickedly, nonchalantly, remarking, "Your momentum is surging. A bit more than necessary." He knew all too well what the real reason behind this implicit hostility was, because everything was already all too clear. To stir up this boring atmosphere, Andrian softly called, "Awen." Immediately, the beautiful female knight stepped forward, respectfully bowing her head, "Your Highness," to the astonishment of all the soldiers around. Awen knelt down on one knee on the cold ground sorrowfully, declaring, "I have looked forward to every single day, just to see your Highness again," witnessing the majestic flower of the Iron Lion Corps knelt down before a useless prince. Knights behind were so furious that they practically burst into flames, their killing intent burning fiercely as if to consume everything. Seeing their immediate reaction, Andrian merely smirked in self-satisfaction. "Now do you guys know who your superior is, huh?" However, that stream of hostile killing intent from the knights didn't just anger Andrian. It inadvertently triggered the terrifying instinct of Adil standing behind. The maid's eyes suddenly flashed with a bloodthirsty, brilliant golden light, radiating an extremely dangerous pressure. Realizing that the hostility aimed at him was agitating Adila, Andrian immediately turned back, firmly holding on to her shoulders, and calling out loudly, "Adil!" The master's call helped Adil snap back out of her frenzy. She blinked in confusion, and then hastily bowed respectfully. "Yes, Your Highness." Andrian let out a soft sigh of relief, thinking to himself that luckily he had previously honed her submissive mentality to obey him completely. Otherwise, the bloodthirsty demon inside her would have erupted immediately. Glancing slightly at the knights burning with rage up front, Andrian smirked with confidence. "Now I will make you see stars." Hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Yes, Your Highness." Andrian let out a soft sigh of relief, telling himself. Luckily, he had honed her slave mindset beforehand, so that she would completely submit to him. Otherwise, the bloodthirsty demon inside her would have instantly erupted. Slightly, glancing at the knights burning with anger in front, Andrian smirked confidently. "Now I will make you see stars." Right now, Andrian immediately called Awen to follow him. Looking at the Iron Knights burning with killing intent, standing behind her, he smirked with utter arrogance. "Don't we have a lot of things to talk about? It would be better if that group behind you came along too." A moment later on the training grounds, Andrian had changed into simple attire, carrying a wooden sword on his shoulder. He sonorously announced before all the Iron Lion Knights, "I really want to admire the swordsmanship, said to be the pinnacle in the kingdom of you irons. Who among you is willing to show me?" Faced with the prince's challenge, the Iron Knights hesitated, looking at each other with deep apprehension. Seeing the silent atmosphere wrap around them, Andrian glanced at them searchingly and continued to provoke. "If my status makes you feel pressured, I guarantee in the name of the Leon Beck family that I will not hold anyone responsible for the outcome of the match." Yet the response was still only silence. Andrian sneered. "Is there no one? To think the famous Iron Lions are actually such cowards. The reputation of being the strongest in the kingdom seems to be nothing but empty boasting." Provoking them to this extent, and yet these men can still stay still, that's quite something. The insult struck directly at their pride, making a red-haired knight unable to endure it any longer. He decisively stepped out from the ranks, marched straight toward the prince, and sorrowfully declared, "I am Dale of the Denon family, though I am still far too inadequate to represent the sword of the Iron Lions if your highness allows it. I humbly request to step forward before you." You know. Andrian smiled casually, waving his hand as he replied, "No need to ask for permission. I was the one who made the request first." Without wasting another second, Dale immediately gathered his energy and shouted loudly, "Then please be careful," before dashing forward at a terrifying speed. Facing his opponent's fierce charge, Andrian still stood motionless with absolute calmness. The moment Dale closed in, Andrian decisively swung a lightning-fast strike. The extremely powerful blow made Dale cough up blood and collapse onto the sandy ground unconscious. Sheathing his sword, of the Denon family, although I am still far too inadequate to represent the sword of the Iron Master, if you permit, I venture to stand before your highness. Aye, sirs. Andrian smiled very leisurely, waved his hand and replied, "No need to ask for permission. It was I who asked first." Not wasting another second, Dale immediately gathered his energy and shouted loudly, "Then please be careful," and then rushed forward at terrifying speed. Facing the fierce charge of his opponent, Andrian still stood motionlessly, completely calm. As soon as Dale closed in, Andrian decisively swung a lightning-fast sword strike. The extremely powerful strike made Dale spit blood and fall flat onto the sand, unconscious. Sheathing, reining back his wooden sword, a blue mana aura was still wavering around his chest. Andrian glanced at the crowd of knights who were standing, stunned ahead, and cold-bloodedly declared, "Next, anyone else who wants to fight, step right up." Right after the tragic defeat of Dale, the Iron Lion trainees began to lose all of their patience. Paolo Team, a trainee of Class 53, confidently stepped up to challenge him, but was also instantly knocked flying back. Next, in line were Holly from Class 55, then Judith from Class 58. All of them met a miserable end before the overwhelming strength of the young Prince 32. Someone even shouted proudly that the sword of Iron Lion never loses, only to be quickly struck down by a single blow from Andrian. Standing in the middle of the training ground, Andrian still appeared remarkably leisure, his expression completely unfazed, looking at the trainees lying scattered all across the ground. Andrian could only let out a soft sigh of disappointment. He nonchalantly criticized them. "How annoying you guys are, truly. Slow. Now I feel more like fighting a match with those official knights instead." The prince's terrifying strength made the surrounding crowd burst into alarmed murmurs. Without bothering to care about them, Andrian turned to call Owen. Facing his female knight, Andrian calmly ordered, "When I return, you will come with wit." After a moment of silence, Owen bowed her head slightly, answering respectfully, as "Your Highness wishes." The absolute obedience of the Iron Rose made the knights burst with envy and rage right then and there. Just at this moment, a silver-haired knight stepped forward and spoke up to propose. "I heard that Your Highness enjoys gambling. Why don't we liven up the atmosphere a bit with a small wager?" The silver-haired knight continued to state his condition. "If I win against Your Highness," but before he could finish his sentence, Andrian cold-heartedly interrupted him. "Owen is not a prize. The prince is way." Decisive attitude caused Owen's expression to soften slightly in emotion. Seeing that the opponent still hadn't given up his intention, Andrian decisively kicked the wooden sword aside and ordered his guard, "Hand me my sword." Receiving the splendid treasure sword, Andrian drew it. He wore an arrogant smile. "If you win, I will give you this sword." "No way." Owen was utterly surprised. She immediately stepped forward to stop him. "Your Highness, I should be the one to—" However, he firmly insisted that she was 100,000 times more valuable than this sword. How could the value of a swordsman be compared to an ordinary sword? The prince's words left Alwyn completely stunned with emotion. Witnessing that scene, the silver-haired knight smirked with smug satisfaction. "Very well, your highness." He decisively drew his sharp sword from its scabbard and declared clearly, "Dunham of the Fahrenheit family. I am an official knight of the Iron Lion Corps and about to reach the Three-Chain State. Well. Yet before that display of bravado, Andrian merely mocked him nonchalantly, so that means you're still stuck at Two-Chain, right?" The statement hit a sore spot, making Dunham growl with rage. To regain his dignity, Dunham held his sword high and proudly declared, "This sword is the 17th blade made by the artisan known as the Master Blacksmith. If you win, this sword will belong to your highness." "No." Hearing this, Andrian smirked with a mysterious smile. What a coincidence. He decisively drew his treasure sword Demerung, held it high into the sunny sky, and loudly declared, "I also have a sword forged by that master blacksmith." Andrian glanced at his opponent and casually added, "This is the blacksmith's 100th finished piece." This shocking revelation left Dunham completely stunned, sweat pouring off him. "I have never heard of the master blacksmith forging a 100th sword." Andrian chuckled lightly in reply, "I figure you wouldn't. This is the final work of the master blacksmith, completed just a few days ago." Nuan. Realizing that he was facing no ordinary opponent, Dunham immediately dropped his playful demeanor and summoned a surge of blue lightning mana to envelop his body, he declared in a stern voice. "Very well. Although your highness is walking on a misguided path of swordsmanship, I can still recognize the relentless effort put into that path. To show some respect for that, I will give my all in this duel." Nine. Facing his opponent's burning momentum, Andrian merely sneered. A surge of blue mana also began to flare up around him as he thought to himself, "Misguided path? Let's see who's actually lost their way, you country bumpkin." Standing before an Iron Lion Knight going all out, Andrian remained extraordinarily calm. He glanced over toward Adia, who was anxiously watching from the corner of the field, and pondered silently in his heart from the very beginning. This position never belonged to me. Respect directed at me? It is enough, coming from my own people. Turning to his maid, Andrian ordered loudly, "Adia, watch this clearly!" Receiving the sudden order, Adia could only ask back in confusion, "Yes, my lord." Immediately after, a massive surge of blue mana suddenly erupted fiercely, shaping into a giant god of war, manifesting imposingly behind the young prince, standing in the middle of the brilliant aura of the guardian war god. Andrian loudly inspired his maid. "This path is the path you must walk from now on." Looking at her master's magnificent back, Adia lightly clenched her fists and replied, choked up, "Yes." Instantly, a warm golden mana stream erupted from her body. Witnessing Andrian's absolute power, Adia was completely won over. She raised her eyes, filled with determination toward the prince, and vowed clearly from the bottom of her heart, "I will most certainly do so, your highness." In the luxurious tea-room of Iron Lion Fortress, a tense conversation was taking place between the count and his brown-haired advisor. The advisor quietly asked about the number of times the other princes had visited this place. "Taking a sip of tea," V answered in a deep voice. "4 times already." The advisor continued his analysis. "The 4th prince has no interest in the throne, so he certainly won't come. While both the 3rd and 5th princes took the opportunity to visit during the time the 1st Prince Andrian was under house arrest. Even the 2nd prince had only just left not long ago." Slamming the teacup down onto the saucer, creating a harsh clack sound, the advisor reminded him seriously, no matter how bad the 1st prince's reputation was in the past, no one can deny that he is the true master of the most powerful seat in this kingdom. "Well, irony." The advisor's indignation suddenly boiled over. He pointed directly at the northern commander and shouted loudly, "For things to turn out like this, you also bear a major part of the responsibility. If you, the commander of the 3rd Legion, were willing to stand by the 1st prince even just a little, His Highness wouldn't have been abandoned with no one to play with." He questioned why, after all those years of neglect, V would now suddenly act as if he were Andrian's loyal guardian. Facing the advisor's wrath, the Count merely lowered his head in silence, bitterly admitting that he had indeed abandoned his own nephew. Because in his eyes, back then, Andrian was merely an incompetent fool. If he ascended the throne, he would surely become a tyrannical tyrant, doing nothing but indulging in alcohol and luxury. He recalled one day when he spoke up to scold Andrian for letting poisonous substances cloud his mind. The plump prince angrily screamed, "Are you crazy?" Not stopping there, he even wildly drew his sword and charged to attack his own uncle. Utter disappointment led V to turn his back and return to the north, abandoning all hope in his scoundrel of a nephew. Yet the villainy of the former prince went beyond control. Right after he left, Andrian shamelessly sent a jar of poisoned wine disguised under the guise of a gift, accompanied by a hypocritical handwritten letter. And in the moment the mana flames flared up, the last bit of familial affection he had held for his nephew evaporated completely along with the smoke. Yet the scoundrel V had been dead certain would never change, was now standing right before his eyes with a completely transformed appearance. He had gritted his teeth through the most grueling training sessions, knocked away his belly fat, and grown miraculously stronger day by day. Right in that very tea room, his brown-haired advisor, the advisor gently, asked about the number of times the other princes had visited. "This place, taking a sip of tea, va?" replied in a low voice. "4 times already." The advisor continued analyzing. "The 4th prince originally has no desire for the throne, so he definitely won't come. Yeah. While the 3rd and 5th princes had both taken the opportunity to visit during the period the 1st prince, Andrian, was under house arrest, and even the 2nd prince had just left not too long ago, slamming the teacup down onto the saucer, making a dry clatter sound." The advisor seriously reminded him, no matter how terrible the 1st prince's reputation was previously, no one can deny that he is indeed the master of Ma, the most powerful seat in this kingdom. Wan Li. The advisor's indignation suddenly flared up. He pointed directly at the commander of the North and yelled out, "For things turning out like this, you must also bear a large part of the responsibility. If you, the commander of the 3rd Army Corps, were willing to stand by the 1st prince's side even just a little, His Highness wouldn't have been abandoned with no one to play with." He questioned, "Why, after so many years of neglect, now Vu?" Was suddenly acting as if he were Andrian's loyal protector. Facing the advisor's rage, the Count merely silently lowered his head, bitterly admitting that he had indeed neglected his own nephew, because in his eyes, back then, Andrian was nothing more than an incompetent fool who, if he ascended the throne, would certainly become a cruel tyrant, knowing only how to indulge in wine and luxury. He recalled one day when he voiced his scolding of Andrian for being blinded by toxic substances. The obese prince furiously yelled out, "Are you crazy?" Not stopping there, the guy even frantically drew his sword and lunged forward to attack his own blood uncle. The utter disappointment, young wine, and luxury. He recalled one day when he spoke up to scold Andrian for being deluded by harmful drugs. The obese prince angrily shouted out, "Are you insane?" Not stopping there, he even wildly drew his sword and rushed to attack his own maternal uncle. The ultimate disappointment made Vu decide to turn his back and return to the north, abandoning all hope in his rogue nephew, Dado. However, the malice of the former prince went beyond control. As soon as he left, Andrian brazenly sent a jar of poisoned wine disguised as a gift, along with a completely hypocritical handwritten letter, and in the moment the magic flames flared up, the last bit of familial affection he held for his nephew evaporated completely into thin air along with the smoke. Yet the rogue that Vu had been convinced would never change, was now standing right in front of O, his face with a completely different appearance. He had grit his teeth through the most brutal training sessions, knocked away his belly fat, and grown miraculously stronger day by day. Right in that tea room, the young advisor kept trying to persuade the Count, reminding him of his biased statement from before. You yourself said that the first prince must absolutely not become king. Now, Gile. Now, looking at the tea, rippling and reflecting Andrian's image, the advisor pleaded earnest. The boy now is completely different from before. Give him a chance so he can stand at the same starting line as the other princes, to show his determination. He bowed deeply to beg the northern commander. Looking at the advisor bowing before him, the Count fell silent, his gloved hand clutching the hem of his robe in deep conflict. Sighing softly, he told the advisor in a deep voice to raise his head, as he himself truly could not understand whether it was he who had changed or if the first prince had turned into a completely different person. Just as the atmosphere was heavy with tense silence, the door to the room was suddenly pushed wide open, and a panicked knight rushed in, yelling out of breath, "Respected Lord V, the first prince." Receiving the news, both of them immediately quickened their pace toward the fortress's training ground. As they walked, the advisor reassured the Count that there was nothing to be overly worried about, since Dunham was a knight who knew when to stop and certainly wouldn't beat the prince within an inch of his life. However, contrary to that optimism, V let out a self-deprecating smile and said softly, "Right now the person you should be worried about isn't the prince but your knight." Ah, no. Before he could pull himself together, a loud explosion rang out, sending a body flying hard and slamming onto the ground right before the two of them. The figure lying motionless on the ground was none other than Dunham. Seeing the legendary two-chain knight of Iron Lion suffer a humiliating defeat, the advisor was completely stunned, stutting out Dunham's name. Across the training ground, the crowd of royal knights could not help shouting in horror. Even Dunham was taken down. His Highness won again! Standing amidst the aura of blue mana burning like an immortal flame, Andrian softly wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. "Didn't I tell you? His Highness isn't the one you need to worry about." Meanwhile, Andrian, his eyes blazing with arrogant brilliance, pointed his sword straight ahead and shouted out loudly for more. Andrian's uncle always said that a knight is only truly recognized upon reaching two-chain. Andrian knew well those words were not exaggerated in the slightest. Facing constant pressure from a true two-chain knight, he realized the current dueling anthem was still insufficient to overwhelm his opponent. However, he couldn't carelessly use the true dragon-slaying song against an ordinary knight like Dunham. In that case, Andrian decided to activate the super concentration trait. Instantly, a surge of blue mana condensed on his arm, plunging his mind into a special state. All the surrounding noise suddenly fell dead silent. Dunham charged forward, swinging his sword repeatedly. But in Andrian's eyes, every movement seemed to slow down. He gripped the hilt tightly, feeling as if his body no longer belonged to him. Andrian's eyes blazed with blue fire, giving him the exact same feeling from his past life when he was still a legendary divine sword. With extreme focus, Andrian easily evaded Dunham's sword trajectories. Pouring all his strength into a swing, he delivered a slash carrying a massive, wildly exploding burst of blue flames, blasting Dunham straight backward to flip 3 times, and crash upside down to the horror of the surrounding crowd of knights. Andrian softly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, wearing a confident smile. Witnessing the prince's terrifying strength, the crowd of Iron Lion knights could not help breaking into chaotic murmurs. Yet Dunham still did not lose heart. He forced himself up and shouted to continue. Both sides charged at each other again. Facing his opponent's rage, he easily neutralized each of Dunham's lethal strikes, and delivered precise slashes that completely overwhelmed Iron Lion's two-chain knight. The fight continued at a breakneck speed, facing the barrage of attacks. Andrian remained extraordinarily calm, fluidly dodging each lethal strike, and decisively swinging his sword to counterattack. The young prince's eyes burned with a resolute blue fire, completely suppressing his opponent's momentum. The battle finally came to a close. Drops of sweat trickled down the sharp blade. Andrian stood firm in the middle of the training ground, enveloped in blue mana, and breathing heavily after days of draining his stamina. Around him, his opponents were all lying scattered across the ground. A crowd of knights witnessing the scene burst into amazement, cheering endlessly. Beton was defeated! 5 consecutive victories for His Highness. Right in the moment of victory, Andrian's will suddenly merged with the flow of magic power. Though he had weathered 100 battles and endured 1,000 fierce waves, he remained confident in standing firm before even greater challenges ahead. The system window suddenly popped up with a series of radiant notifications, confirming a new song had been added to the dueling anthem. Only now did Andrian truly awaken the sword in his hand. The rank of the dueling anthem immediately made a massive leap, reaching extraordinary rank and officially evolving into the dueling anthem to match his new level of skill. As the radiant glow gradually faded, Andrian smiled softly to himself. Success. However, the prince's exhausted body also collapsed right after. Seeing this, a knight wearing a blue cloak rushed over, supporting his shoulders and asking anxiously, "Are you all right?" Contrary to Andrian's worries about the crowd's hostility, the knight along with all the knights around suddenly dropped to their knees, declaring loudly, "We bow in deep admiration for the victory His Highness has claimed." Shouts echoed across the training ground. "All respect to the first prince's sword. All respect to your fighting spirit. We bow to your victory." Looking at the crowd's complete reversal in attitude, Andrian was utterly baffled, thinking, what on earth? Just a moment ago they were eager to tear me apart. Seeing the prince's expression, the young advisor stepped up beside him, smiling as he explained that the nature of these knights was actually very simple. To them, the sword and victory were the only things that excited them. Looking at Andrian's face, he must have thought they would harbor deep resentment against him. In reality, a fair and square defeat was far more valuable than a dirty victory. When both sides had given their all, winning or losing no longer mattered. In a corner of the training ground, 2 other knights were talking with arms crossed, gleefully discussing how Dunham must be feeling extremely annoyed, since he would have to surrender his precious sword to His Highness as agreed. They chuckled softly, mocking that Dunham had always been arrogant because of that sword, so losing it now served him right. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Andrian bowed his head slightly with a relieved smile. He thought to himself that he had once believed all the essence of the previous era had been forgotten and discarded along with the demon heart. Yet, looking at the knights respectfully bowing under the brilliant sunset, he realized at least one thing had never changed. Accepting defeat honorably and always kissing up to the strong, the immortal spirit of knights. After a series of resounding victories at Iron Lion Fortress, the prince's carriage convoy was ready to set off back to the capital. Before leaving, Andrian offered a polite farewell smile to Count Woden. The Count also bowed respectfully, wishing the prince good health until their next reunion. However, just as he turned to leave, Andrian suddenly paused, then turned around to instruct the Count. "Keep your mouth shut and take the money. Hush up everything that happened during the time I was here." This unexpected request left Count Woden thoroughly, without stopping. "Beton has been defeated. 5 consecutive victories for His Highness." Right in that moment of victory, Andrian's will suddenly merged with the flow of magical energy. Though having gone through 100 battles and weathered 1,000 fierce waves, he remained confident he would stand firm against challenges. Even greater than this, the system panel unexpectedly popped up with a series of brilliant notifications, confirming that a new song had been added to the dueling hymn. Only at this point was Andrian truly able to awaken the sword in his hand. The rank of the dueling hymn immediately advanced drastically, reaching the extraordinary rank and officially evolving into the dueling hymn to match his new skill level. As the aura gradually faded, Andrion smiled softly, thinking to himself, success. However, the exhausted body of the prince also immediately collapsed. Seeing this, a knight, wearing a blue cloak, hurriedly rushed forward, catching his shoulders and asking with concern, "Are you all right?" Contrary to Andrion's worry about the crowd's hostility, the knight, along with all the surrounding knights, unexpectedly knelt down, sorrowfully, declaring, "We bow our heads in deep respect to the victory. Your Highness has won." Shouts echoed across the training field, in respect to the first prince's sword, in respect to your fighting will. We pay our deep respects to your victory. Seeing the sudden 180-degree shift in the crowd's attitude, Andrion was completely bewildered, thinking to himself, what on earth? Just a moment ago they were bloodthirsty and wanted to tear me apart. Seeing the prince's expression, the young advisor stepped over to his side, smiling as he explained that the nature of these knights was actually very simple. To them, the sword and victory were the only things that excited them.